Bro, I want to hate Augie. I want to hate Augie, but he makes it so difficult. Because sometimes I click on his streams whenever he's live, because he goes live like once every like millennia, right? And I click on a random spot to see like what he's talking about in terms of Nick DeOrio versus ChudLogic. And I see this part, and I'm like, oh my god, listen to this.
Dude, okay, so this stream happened when I was away from the internet. Although this was like right around the time I was about to come back. Dude, I was screaming when I saw this stream, dude. I was like, what is going on, dude? This is nonsense. He's just explaining to them. Liberal fucking retard explains to a bunch of fucking gooners why J6 was bad or why Trump is bad or something like that, right? And they're all just sitting there quiet as fuck while Destiny fucking explains to them stupid fucking goy cattle politics. Oh, dude.
Oh my god, that was like the worst stream. I was like embarrassed. I was embarrassed to be associated with these guys. This is like the most embarrassed I've been to be associated with people. Was that stream? And then listen to this. Listen to this.
Boblax got burned because he hated the band. Dude, I remember Boblax talking mad shit. I was like, he's right. And that was when he was at the peak of his mania or whatever the fuck he had, right? When he was peak manic, dude, he was saying this stream sucked cock. And I was like, yes! Finally, someone's brave enough to say it. Fuck this stream, dude. Oh my god, dude. I was looking at that stream and I was like, can we get Leafy back? Anything that's different than this? Please? Fuck me, man.
Dude.
And I was like, yes!
It was so bad.
Brave enough to say it.
It was so fucking bad. Nick got so mad, dude. Nick got so mad. He mentioned on the stream, during the stream to Destiny, Boblax is shit-talking the stream, by the way.
And I was like, can we get Leafy back? Anything that's different than this? Please? Fuck me, man.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And then listen to what he says next, too.
While I'm snarking Nick here for a second, I will say this, okay? I will say this. Boblax kind of got a W on fucking Nick today. So Boblax announced that he's retiring. The worst people coming out of the woodwork to celebrate my retirement. And it's a screenshot of Nick and fucking Tectone in his replies. Oh my god, dude, the optics here. The optics. How is Nick gonna block every fucking person on Twitter but not fucking Tectone, Rape Tone? Really? Hey Nick, you missed one. Hey Nick, you missed one over here. You might want to clean this one up.
Fuck! How can I hate Augie? He's a homophobic, transphobic idiot. Maybe not as homophobic as much. Definitely transphobic. But what? How? Bro, and he's playing Mario 64. It's like, god damn it, be more hateable, bro. I'm tired of this shit.
There's been another major fallout in the commentary community. Chud and Nick don't like each other anymore, and it's official. They've been kind of on the outs for a few months now, but at this point, I wouldn't say war. It doesn't really seem like they're going to be consistently attacking each other, but they basically put out their own videos saying, fuck you to the other guy. And where do I stand on this? Well, I like them both. I like them both. What can I say? Obviously, I'm friends with Nick, but I like Chud, and I do sympathize a little bit with Chud because I'll tell you this, and I've expressed this feeling before, but I do feel like in general, in a very general sense, things are a little tight around here. Things are a little tight. And I kind of felt that firsthand when I made, in my opinion, I wouldn't say it was a minor criticism, but it was a criticism of Willie Mack. And we all saw how that happened, right? Same thing with Tommy C. I do feel like, there could be some sort of truth to the whole immediately 20 comments calling you a pinsitter cuck. Yeah, we're ignoring the chat. Listen, I learned my lesson last time with the fucking Turkey Tom segment. Chat is always wrong. Chat is always wrong. But, yeah, I mean, I like Chud. I like Nick. Obviously, I'm probably closer with Nick just because I've known him for longer. But I like them both. Let's watch a little bit of Chud's first video. I mean, I really don't think this situation should be this serious. It's very just low IQ, just I'm mad at the other guy, and it really shouldn't be this serious in my opinion, but let's just get a taste for this dude.
This was in my fucking ear once again. So he was challenging the idea that I was estranged. Well, you're telling me yes, I was estranged. Fuck it, I'll show it. Fuck you, Nicholas DeOrio. Oh yeah, by the way, I have had a problem with you for months. Bro, what? The John Wick of commentary, crying about people.
John Wick of commentary.
Screenshotting his members' Discord. They waited for me to go away before releasing it. That is ridiculous, bro. I don't know, dude. I guess you can make your own mind up, but it does seem kind of suspicious.
All right.
It does seem that there's been a little bit of, while the cat's away, the mice will play. Someone tried to cast a great shadow over my channel. Haven't you been in a one-sided Cold War with Nick for over a year now? Well, you think it's one-sided because you don't see behind the scenes. You don't see the angry messages that I get when I say something out of pocket on stream.
By the way, I just want to throw this out here. I just want to throw this out here before we get too into this. People have suggested to me that I should do an end-style stream. You guys remember my stream, The End, with Bo Blacks and Nick? Many have suggested I do another stream called The End 2 with Nick and Chud. Now, just to be clear, I would fucking love to do that because honestly, I really don't care about this drama at all. This is pretty fucking gay, in my opinion. But one thing that would make me care about the situation a lot more is if I got to host a debate between the two where I got to profit from it and get all this attention and money doing it. Then I would really like to do that. Unfortunately, I don't think that will happen. Honestly, because I don't think, I really don't think, I think, let me be clear, I think Nick's very satisfied with how this has played out. I think Nick has wanted to separate himself from this audience for a while, and this is like a good way of him to do that. So like an in-stream really probably would not serve him, which is why I don't think he would do it. But I would love to do it anyway, because I do actually like both these guys. But more importantly than that, I just think it would be fun content, and I think I personally would benefit from it greatly. But I don't think that will happen.
But it's not to me, because I get the little angry
You're
message.
saying Nick told you no. I didn't ask him.
Chud, you said this thing on stream, Chud. Yeah, dude, that's the other thing as well, man. Since when did it become a noble act to be a bunch of fucking mean girls? Apparently, they've all been bitching about me for months. What the fuck, dude? And I felt this. I felt this energy. I talked about feeling fucking estranged because all of a sudden, no one wanted to fuck with me anymore. Which is fine, by the way. But it's like they've all been talking behind the scenes about me, apparently. Talking shit about me. Why not just tell me, hey, I don't fuck with you anymore?
When Chud says they all hated me behind the scenes, I believe who he's talking about is obviously Nick here, but also Willie Mack and Tommy C and Turkey Tom as well. I don't remember. I'm trying to remember individually why all these people hate each other. So Tommy C hates Chud because Chud would consistently take shots at him, right?
Why has Nick's stance on debates changed so much? He used to rape everyone on After Hours.
Well, to be fair, Nick stopped wanting to do debates even when I was still around. Like, I remember back in, like, 2022, he would literally leave my own streams whenever, like, Flamenco would be on and wanting to fucking debate him and shit like that. He kind of stopped enjoying debates, I think, after, like, Oki's weird stories, if I had to remember. I mean, he'd still do them occasionally, but he really wanted to get out of that mentality long before I even left the internet. And he is good at debates. I don't know why, to be honest. I think he's good at them. I think it's honestly his best content when he does fight with people. But he doesn't really like that content. A lot of pressure. I mean, yeah, with debates, you always run the risk of looking stupid. I don't really care about that. I know damn well, like, when I argue with Queeman or J-Stock or even Chud, I totally run the risk of looking like a fucking retard. But I don't really take myself super seriously, especially anymore. You know what I mean? I feel like if I took myself super seriously on the internet, I would be streaming every day to try to, like, prove myself and be like, see, guys, I'm still the fucking king of this shit. But I stream so non-frequently that I don't really care if I go on a channel and debate and look like a fucking idiot who has no idea what I'm talking about, because I don't really have that much stakes in this commentary niche at all anyway. So it doesn't really matter to me. Felted 1, thank you for the tier 1. So it might be different if, like, the longer that you stream or the more frequent you are, or if this is your job, you don't want to debate as much because you run the risk of looking stupid and therefore losing viewers and therefore losing money. For me personally, I don't really give a fuck. You know, I'm streaming on fucking Kick, dude. Like, I stopped giving a fuck about this niche, like, years ago. So it's not really high stakes for me at all. But maybe for other people it's different. That's just my guess. But what else was I saying? I was saying something before that. I forgot.
More. Why don't you say, oh, hey, I don't really like that you said this. We can talk about it or not. And I don't fuck you anymore for that reason. To be honest with you, I'm quite pleased this has happened. Because now the band-aid is off and we don't need to play games anymore. We don't need to pretend that we're all friends and everything's tickety-boo. When there's unresolved resentment and tension. Simmering
Dude, these British people have got to fucking stop. The Holly.
away. So it's good. Let's just fucking rip the band-aid off and call it what it is. Let's call a spade then. Dude, it's so annoying. I'm going to tiptoe round some fat loser. Because if you say the wrong thing, you're gonna get angry DM complaining to you about it, dude. We don't have to worry about that anymore, dude. He said his piece. He's done his little move, hasn't he? Where he sort of criticizes me whilst I'm away, and now he can just ignore me.
By the way, Nick will never send me an angry DM because he's afraid of me. Nick will never send me an angry DM. He is afraid of me. He knows what I did to Willie. He knows what I'm about to do to Tommy, so this is why I'm not worried about this at all.
You mounted an attack when he was sleeping. Mounted an attack. I said, oh, the big sweep could be on. That was my mounting an attack. Who talks about this and who doesn't is a sign of something. That's mounting an attack, apparently. Dude, do you see... Fuck me, dude. Do you see the insanity that people have got to? Where me saying things like that are seen as some insane attack, when it wasn't even that fucking crazy, bro. I didn't say anything that fucking crazy, dude. People are acting like I was out here saying deranged shit. Dude, do you see the problem? Do you see what's happened here? There's this insane narrative that's been perpetuated about me. None of these retards have actually watched my coverage, and they're just angry at me. It seems like it's more an issue with your fans brigading him when you first called him a sweeper than you're actually saying that. The problem is, it wasn't predominantly...
Oh yeah, I was remembering what I was trying to ask earlier. So yeah, when he says like everyone hated me behind the scenes, he's talking about, I believe, Willie, Turkey Tom, Tommy C, and obviously now Nick, right? Now, I'm trying to remember why each person individually hates Chud. So Tommy C hates Chud because Chud, I guess, was going along with like they were A-logging Tommy for a while, talk about how he's creepy or something like that, right? And Chud was playing into that, and I guess Tommy didn't like that. Willie, I don't know what... Can somebody explain to me why Willie hates Chud? Because he hated Chud before the fucking doxing video came out. But I don't know if I ever understood why. Why did he hate Chud? And then Turkey Tom probably hates Chud because of the New Year's stream. And now we know why Nick hates Chud. But what happened with Willie? Did Chud shit on Willie for the Destiny stuff too? I mean, I shit on Willie, but Willie didn't mind my coverage of it. He watched my coverage of it. I'm sure he didn't like it, but he was still friendly with me afterwards. So it couldn't be because of that. Willie hates Chud because he thinks Chud tricked him into getting into a hostile debate, but Chud didn't. A hostile debate? Oh, with Chud? Oh, did Willie and Chud debate each other and then it went bad? It was on Chud's stream? Okay, I never even knew that even happened, so that's, I guess, would explain that. So they had a hostile debate and then Willie just hated it. Was Willie justified? I mean, I'm asking this question sincerely. I can make assumptions that obviously Willie was like a pussy or something like that, right? But I don't know. Did Chud rape Willie? Did Willie have a reason to walk away from that call and be like, fuck that guy? Or was Chud just doing what Chud typically does, which is, you know, he'll press you, he'll take talking points from the chat and spam them against you, but it's really not that big of a deal. Just a bunch of mean girls who wanted Chud out of the group. Chud pressed him on stream about one of his videos, that's it. Okay, so if I had to guess, it's because Willie was super ass-pained about the Queeman stuff and the JSOC stuff, and then he just saw Chud as like an extension of that, so he was just like, fuck this guy. Okay, I've caught up.
Definitely my fans. I mean, was he even brigaded? I don't know. I feel like this is classic Darvo, to be honest with you. This is classic Darvo that's being engaged in. Bro, my videos were getting fucking raped, dude. Dislike bombed, fucking every comment was about your
I have a memory of Queeman being brought into the debate without Willie knowing, but I don't know if I'm making that up. I think that was with Tommy C. Because Tommy C called into Chud once, and then Queeman came in. Tommy had no idea who Queeman was, and Queeman debated him about a bunch of... I think they were debating about Slasher, of all topics. And then that started Tommy C and Queeman's hatred of each other.
Sweeping, you're sweeping, you're sweeping. So who's getting fucking brigaded exactly? And again, I don't give a fuck, dude. Fucking leave your shitter comments. But this idea that, like, he's some victim is so pathetic, dude. Let's get into it, guys. This goes back. This goes way back, okay, guys. That's wonderful. All this business with Nick, okay? Nick wants you to believe that I had some crazy take about the Turkey Tom thing. Wanted to make a bunch of jokes about me sweeping because I didn't cover his response because I was on vacation. This all goes back to the New Year's stream. That's the reality of it. How much drama came off of the fucking New Year's stream, bro?
True.
How much fucking drama came off of the New Year's stream, dude?
I wanted to do another New Year's stream with the same people this, I guess, last year, but that's another stream that I thought would be really awesome on my own mind, but I just, yeah. I think the New Year's stream would be better now that everyone hates each other. I will say this. Who rejected it? Again, I didn't even send the fucking offer out because, I mean, you know the answer. But I will say this, right? I was the only person, I think me and Chud were the only people that came out unscathed. Everyone else just got molested over and over and over again. Dude, this is the thing, dude. This is all just one Jewish fucking game. You gotta know how to play it, dude. You gotta know how to play the Jewish game, dude. Is Dan still here, by the way? I love them.
So before the New Year's stream started, Nicholas, Big Nick, Pigolus, FFW, as I've heard him be called, which I disavow.
Watching. Literally, though. Dude, did Chud come out unscathed if he's in deep shit from it? Even if, oh yeah, I guess now he's not unscathed anymore. It's just me, dude. I'm the only one that survived for now.
Oh, terrible term, okay. He didn't want to talk about the Destiny stuff, and I was fine with that. I was cool with
By the way, guys, I disavow that term. FFW.
that. If they didn't want to talk about it, fair enough. If they didn't want to talk about the Destiny stuff, I understood that Tom was in a position where he's kind of still in his orbit and all this shit, and I was like, okay, whatever, right? And I think Nicholas maybe had some wind of, like, some of the stuff that was going on behind the scenes. But then he brought it up on stream, and then people started saying stupid things about it. And me...
Okay. So I hear this take consistently, which is that Chud brought up the Destiny conversation when nobody wanted to talk about it. And basically he cornered Tom and made Tom look really bad and basically farmed him for content because Tom couldn't say what he knew at the time. None of us could. I'm trying to remember, is that how that happened? Let me look up the New Year's stream. I'm actually going to go back down memory lane and check that. What was it called? Nicholas DeOrio plus New Year. Who brought it up first?
He just didn't.
How did this conversation go down? Because I don't really remember it that well. All I remember was we all decided we weren't going to talk about Destiny because at the time we all knew shit about him that couldn't get leaked, otherwise it would harm the victim's story or something like that. And then somehow it got brought up, but I don't remember who brought it up. Let me see here.
Destiny was talking to No Bullshit one time.
Okay, here we go.
You know the clip?
Nice.
But you know the clip, right? Where he's like...
Yes.
He's like, what?
Yeah, he just couldn't even like stand behind it.
That was a debate, bro.
I'm basically a neo-Nazi, and here's all my real takes.
Yes,
And
yes,
No,
he
what he
did.
said. No, that's not true either.
He did in the
What he
Bunty
said
stream.
was-
Yes, he did.
No, let me fucking.
That's why.
speak.
Yeah, that's why
Let
Destiny
me
called
fucking
Bunty an
speak.
inbreed.
We're gonna cover Destiny. Wait.
Brought all that. I had
It
all
seems all those earlier mentions of Destiny were just like memes. Like we weren't actually talking about them
that
yet.
shit on my feed. I was ready to cover it. I'm just like, I don't know what's happening here, so I'm not touching this.
Oh, you're gonna cover Destiny?
I had the Destiny stuff all pulled up, and I'm like, I don't know what. Well, not when I say the Destiny stuff, chat probably thinks I was gonna pull up him talk like the fucking video of him sucking cock on camera. But no, like the Melina
kinda
stuff
just
that's
waiting
been
to
our
see
slash
if
YouTube
he-
drama.
A person? Who is?
I'm waiting to see if he ever responds to anything about it.
So
'cause
it
that
was
would
like
be
sort of me and Nick that brought it up. I think.
The clip
you know,
yesterday.
if you, the Wick one.
The Wick one was terrible.
You're
yeah.
a piece
Yeah.
of shit, dude. What the fuck? Was it me? Why did I never get accused of this then?
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
What
brutal.
is happening?
But I
That
just
was
the thing
brutal.
is like you
What is
just
Bunty
don't
King
know.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what I
there's
got
no way to
issue
know.
with it.
Nicholas DeOrio.
And
Okay,
it's
am
like-
I crazy? I thought it was, and this is my before I make a comment on this, this is my speculation. I'm not saying this as a fact. But when all those DMs got leaked, I just kind of assumed in my mind that was obviously revenge porn. Dude, what the fuck? I come out with the revenge porn take, knowing that it's accurate. Oh my god. What the fuck? Why do I not get any shit for this? This is crazy. What? Wow, Augie, what a brave take. How did you come to that conclusion? Wow, dude, I am like actually a massive piece of shit here. You said that when it happened, I think? Wait, there's no way I'm actually the one that fully brought it up. Destiny called Bunty. So here we're mainly talking about like Bunty King. And then Bulblax comes up. Smaggle. Okay, so we're obviously just talking about stupid shit. The only time Destiny is brought up, and it's like a serious conversation about Destiny and the allegations, it seems like it's like me and Nick.
Brought all that. I had all that shit on my feed. I was ready to cover it. And I'm just like, I don't know what's happening here, so I'm not touching this.
Oh, you're gonna cover Destiny?
I had the Destiny stuff all pulled up, and I'm like, I don't know. When I say the Destiny stuff, chat probably thinks I was gonna pull up him talk like.
And I'm like posing the question. Oh, you're gonna talk about this? Ooh, you're gonna talk about this? What was it like 1 minute before this? Okay. Let me check like a minute before we get into this.
I mean, unfortunately, he's like got some weird energy, some weird Yakubian energy to him. Apparently, like paints his nails or something.
Whoa, Nick. Colton just said I sent you a Kinetic Kel exclusive. You might want to check that. So we're talking about Kinetic Kel. Oh, and a Kinetic Kel with that $1.
Yeah, I can't put that up on. I can't pull that up on stream.
Why are they all
I'm kidding.
shitting?
I'm kidding.
Whoa! So we're obviously just not talking about anything serious right now.
Oh God.
Oh, this photo
I'm not-
on my
I'm
other
not-
monitor is kinetic, certainly.
She's not Melina. She is
Yo.
not Melina. It's okay.
Nick,
Hey,
what the fuck?
That was a joke for the record. That was a joke.
Nick,
that's
you've
what
been
they all
doing
say.
a lot of great stuff
A lot
on
of
your
dog
YouTube
whistling.
channel.
No, I
No,
don't.
no, no. I'm gonna
I
compliment
brought
Nick.
all that. I had all that shit on my feed. I was ready to cover it. And I'm just like, I don't know what's happening here.
Nick brought up Melina. Why would he say that? Bro just dropped the Melina reference. Well, at this time, the Melina stuff was public, though, right? So Nick brought. Was there anything before that? Were we talking about Melina before this? Bro, I'm trying to do some detective work. Sorry if this is boring as fuck.
You brought up Destiny on the New Year's stream and you also kept Bo Blacks from apologizing. You're just as bad as any other shit stirrer.
You know, the funny thing is,
LMFAO.
I think I've made this comment before, right? I was a mega piece of shit on this show. Because I was also shit stirring with Kinetic Cal, too. I've been protected for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, I'm glad. I didn't get any shit for the New Year's stream, even though I was like the worst offender, it looks like. What the fuck? This is a crazy thing to learn about. Yeah, so we're just talking. Nick brings up Melina. I can't find any part of the script where Destiny, Melina. I mean, the Melina stuff was public at this time. Yeah. I don't know. Okay. And then what did Chud say? So we talk about the revenge porn. Okay. That was obviously revenge porn.
I've
Like,
just
is
waited.
that is that an insane? Oh, I'm not saying, I'm not reporting that as like, oh, this was confirmed. But I'm just saying, like, in my mind, I'm like, yeah, this clearly must have been like.
Listen,
talking
my
about
first
in regards
thought,
to,
like all the
Well,
sex
the guy
videos
that
and
the guy
stuff.
that did the hack and released it, that's like explicitly revenge porn. I think there's another
Yeah,
term
yeah,
for it.
yeah.
If you send
Well, yeah,
an
but
image to
Destiny's
someone.
sending it.
No, but
sending
it's
it
like
to
it's
people.
no, it's called something else. It's called like
Yeah.
Damn.
the sharing of the non-consensual sharing of intimate images because it's not being done for the intent, but it's still bad to do it.
You mean
right?
for the
just to
intent
be
of
clear,
publishing
they're
it?
asking
Is that the
if the
delineation?
participants in those videos were knowledgeable that this was being shared at all, is the question. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
But
Well, I doubt they were. I mean, I doubt they were.
Yeah,
Well, let's use our
that
fucking
was
brains
all-
here, shall we?
all of
Come
my
on now.
thoughts
That's
were
what I
that,
was thinking.
yeah.
I was like, it's obvious that he wasn't. Hey, can I send your nudes to this other guy? By the way, like, I don't think that was happening.
Wait, were there DMs where that
Whoa,
was said?
we got someone
Well,
from
we
one of
have
the
the
videos
dick
here.
video.
Tom,
You
did he ask you about sending your dick sucking vid to people, or what was
Wait, I
that
thought that
about?
was Nick
Speaking to you,
Fuentes.
a person.
Well, he's
He
done
did ask
both,
me.
No,
hasn't he?
Tom
I gave
tweeted it
full
was me,
permission.
so I.
Turkey Thompson, the fans
I
want
gave
to
full
know when they're
permission.
getting
That being said,
Tom
somebody
Hancock
before they
count,
release the full
OnlyFans
video, I
collab.
do have the full one I can send to you for
Thomas, the
confirmation.
fans want to know when you're
Somebody
gonna
edited
spit
my
on that
penis to
thing.
look smaller in the
Nick,
video,
can you
basically.
laugh?
Hey, Tom, I have a question for you. And it's
So
$20,
Chud
so I have-
pushes Tom a little bit, but over like a joke thing about the fucking dick sucking video, right?
have to read it. Turkey Thompson, the fans want to know when they're getting a Tom/Hawk Tua OnlyFans collab. Thomas, the fans want to know when you're going to spit on that thing. Nick, can you ask him?
What am I supposed to say?
So
Tomorrow?
then Nick deflects.
You're too busy rizzing
Tomorrow.
up Livy Dunn.
Yeah.
Dude,
I
went to
kinda-
Spirit.
I ruined my chat with my sense of humor, by the way. I destroyed my fucking life. Sorry. You talk about going to Spirit.
Dude, you're snorting
I went to
galaxy
Spirit.
gas out of her ass.
I went to
dude.
Spirit Halloween and I bought a Hawk to a hat for like $30, and I forgot to wear it on stream. So
Wow, amazing. When did we talk about more shit? Yo, Axmarian with the 5 gifted. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. So we get away from the topic. It looks like we talk about it right after. We get back into it real quickly, okay?
oh, and now the meme isn't fun
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Where's the hat? I think I burned it on RFC Mania.
anymore.
Oh my
So I just
god.
have this. I just have this $30 spit on that thing hat that I just have no reason to wear. It's just
I mean, I
pointless.
think you have every reason to wear it.
Oh, we should
Yeah.
wrap this Destiny thing up though. Before we get
Wait,
completely
Nick goes back to it.
clipped and we don't actually engage with the discussion.
Okay.
Like retards.
I mean, what are we supposed to say? We don't really know what went on.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of the main thing. Is like I don't really know.
Okay, so Nick goes back to it. Back to a. And then Tom says we can't say anything.
what's going on.
I mean,
there. but but to be
mean,
fair, I went
it's
back and
pretty
I watched
obvious.
the
It's pretty
clip.
okay. Can we stop this fucking sweeping, please?
And then Chud goes in.
It's pretty fucking obvious what went on.
What
isn't
do
it?
you-
Okay, you know what?
Hey,
No,
what's
no,
it
no,
fucking-
wait,
what's
wait,
fucking
wait,
obvious,
wait,
bro?
wait.
Destiny death.
It's
Total
fucking
Destiny
obvious,
death.
dude.
Then I'm screaming. Okay, this is the part where Chud goes in, right? Where he's like, you guys are being pussies. And then I guess this is the part where Tom and Nick are like, fuck this guy. Because we can't talk about this.
Dude.
And then you chimp total Destiny death immediately. Here's the thing. I knew that we couldn't obviously explain ourselves, explain why we know Destiny at this point is like a piece of shit. But I wasn't going to pretend like I didn't think he was a piece of shit. If somebody asked me why, I'd just be like, he fucking sucks, dude. But I don't, just because I can't explain why doesn't mean that that's not going to be my take. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like he's fucking cool or I don't know. I'll just be like, yo, he's fucking sucks. And if somebody asks me why, then I'll be like, don't worry about it, dude.
It's
Okay.
fucking obvious.
All right, add him to the call.
Okay.
bring him in.
ChudLogic, let's talk about it. ChudLogic, let's talk about it. What
Okay, so then Tom bites.
do you mean it's obvious?
Melina commented on it.
So all right,
said-
I
Did
pulled
you
up
Do I
the
just
Melina
trust
chat.
Melina?
All right, hold on.
And then they talk about Melina, which is separate from, at least I think that's separate from like the Pixie stuff.
So I went on the Melina.
I don't
clip.
know Melina.
Okay, I tell you what. If she's lying, why doesn't Destiny prove it then?
I don't know. That's why I said I'm waiting
Why
to see
did
if
he
he
react like that?
responds.
Why did he react? Why is he not commenting on it in any meaningful way? It's fucking obvious what's going on.
Who
So-
knows?
I went on.
Bro,
and
the sweeping is unbelievable. I'd heard it, but I didn't know
Oh
it was
my
true.
god.
Tom
You
sweeping
say
Destiny yet again,
sweeping.
bro.
Here we go.
all right,
Here we go.
I went on. The
Okay,
clip.
my okay, hold on. Let me talk to Chad real quick. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So for Melina, she could be telling the truth. For Destiny, that clip does look bad. But I've been traumatized by the internet, by the amount of false allegations that have happened, that I'm just waiting. Okay?
What
I'm
happens when
fucking
someone
waiting.
levies a false allegation? The person at the center of the allegation responds and debunks it, right?
Yeah, he hasn't responded yet.
So why hasn't that happened?
I don't know yet.
All right, just to be
Is
clear.
Destiny
Maybe
the
we'll
kind of
find out.
person that shies away from responding to controversy?
All right,
No, but he
what's-
usually does wait.
So the clip
For what?
The thing is, based on everything I've seen, I think you're probably right. But I'm not going to go.
To be fair, though, it is, even though it is total Destiny death, I agree generally with Chud. Tom getting false allegations like a year later is interesting irony. Oh, you agree generally with Tom, I mean. Yeah. What did Chud do wrong here? Well, see, that's the thing, right? I don't necessarily think... I mean, I think Chud's coming at it a little too strong because he's like, well, we know Melina said, and Tom's just saying, well, we can't take Melina's word as 100% fact, which, by the way, even still to this day, Do we know if Destiny 100% sent Melina's nudes to other people without? Was that in the leaks? I don't even know. It probably was, but I mean, I don't even know if there's like evidence of that. Like, do we know? We do know.
If he has inside knowledge that Destiny is bad, why is he openly lying and saying we gotta wait? I don't know yet.
Well, he's saying we gotta wait for. At this time, we didn't know shit about Melina. We only knew about Pixie, and we're talking about a different situation. So that's probably why he said we gotta wait. Now, obviously, one can infer that if you know that he sent Pixie's nudes without her consent to other people, then he probably did the same thing to Melina. But you can't say that for sure, right? It's a touchy subject if the inside knowledge also involves victims that don't want it public, right?
Go out of
Thank
my
you.
way to cast judgment
Alright,
on it when I don't
thank you.
fucking know.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
bro, I'm not saying you have to do a full thing about it. I get that, right? But like, can we stop at all? It's fucking obvious. It's obvious, okay? It's very clear.
Okay,
what
okay,
happened.
but the problem to me is like you say it's obvious, and like I think it probably is that way if I had to guess, but I just don't know. I don't know the people involved. I don't
Okay.
necessarily trust Melina.
so
Okay.
can I just say a
Tom even says it's probably that way, but he doesn't know. That's like a completely fair take.
thing, please? So the problem that I have with that one video with the Melina stuff is I went back because I didn't trust a random Reddit post with a 30-second clip that was clipped from multiple live streams. So I went back and I
The problem here is this conversation is all about Melina, which we didn't know really shit about. The only thing we knew about was Pixie, but obviously nobody's talking about Pixie here because Pixie wasn't even in like the fucking discourse at this time. Except in private. This mindset helps the infant rape cycle.
downloaded the full context to every single clip that was used. So I have like a 2-minute version of every 15
Are you talking about the
clip
clip from her stream that was posted to Reddit?
There was 3 different live streams that were posted to Reddit, and the
I'm mainly going back to listen to this to hear if Chud was being like super fucking weird here.
clip was cut up from like 6 different points into the stream and stitched together. So like the people are pointing to one clip where she goes, "That's not consensual, and we're not going to talk about that. And I'm going to ban you," in context with all the other stuff. It sounded like to me for that one specific clip, she was referring to the stuff from the Leafy thing where people had revenge porn of her or whatever. Or
Okay,
like content
this point
that
is
wasn't actually-
completely stupid by Nick because obviously nobody was. When the Melina stuff came out, nobody was talking about, oh, maybe they're talking about Leafy, like when Leafy showed her nudes. This point is just completely retarded.
actually her, and it was being shared around. That's what I got from that. But people were connecting that clip to the other clip. This is what I've been trying to. I wasn't sure, so I think Melina.
I'm pretty sure this actually was sweeping. This was so stupid. I almost said that, but I don't want to say that. I don't think Nick was intentionally sweeping, but this point was just completely retarded. The chat's gonna say 100% it was. Yeah, I'm not gonna go that far, but this was a retarded fucking point. Puddle Sucker with the 500 kicks. Have you seen the wood chipper Nick vid? What about the helicopter? The dude has people who want him dead. I did see the wood chipper video. I don't know anything about the helicopter video, but I did see the wood chipper video. You know what the funny thing about the wood chipper one was? My community made that. Pretty sure fucking Spawndow made that shit.
should give a more clear and concise statement if she wants to even put this thing out. That's the other thing.
It's kind of interesting because that's one of the things that I had.
Wait, that's a lie? I saw it on Spawndow's account. Maybe he just reposted it. I made it. I have the proof. Okay.
Argue with Destiny about one of the first time we actually had like a real argument because I went on a stream a few times and it was kind of friendly, but then we had like some conversation about Leafy where Leafy had made he had done some stream where he had shown some. I don't know. If it was,
the fact that Leafy was even brought up is actually just completely cancerous for this discourse in this fucking stream.
a full nude picture of Melina or what it was.
I think this is this is what we're talking about. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, and he was like.
Phil Call was right all along.
Phil Call. Thank you for the $3, man.
Making fun of it, and I was like, yeah, that's fucked up, but I don't know if I would call it revenge porn.
I actually have this clip queued up if you want to hear it because it's in. I have my stream doc.
The clip of her.
I have all the clips of her talking about it, but I have that specific one. I think I can grab it.
Do you want to just screen share it? Yeah.
Like, I don't even understand how Leafy even came up in this conversation because Melina was talking about, yeah, he shared my shit without my consent. It sucked. how would Leafy even enter the discourse? All Leafy did was just look up public fucking nudes, unless the argument is that those weren't public nudes. Those were nudes that Destiny leaked of her that I guess she was fine with for some reason, even though they were dating at the time or married, and then Leafy pulled them up. It doesn't even make any fucking sense, dude.
Yeah, let me see if
So this is a clip if we're talking about Leafy or talking about
No, this is all I have every clip that she's recently made talking about
They were paywalled, I'm pretty sure, so leaking without consent would have to be like a paywalled argument. Yeah, I mean, the fact that Leafy's even in this discourse, it's just fucking actual cancer.
Destiny, because I went back and I got all of them because I was planning on doing a segment, and I just wanted to wait and see if there's anything else before I do it.
I see.
So let me screen share.
It was quite
Because again, the clip was taken like this. There's a 30-second clip that's on all the things, or like a 2-minute clip that's being shared around, and a 30-second clip. The 30-second one I think was clipped with 2 different things, and the longer one is like 4 different fucking segments across multiple streams. So I had to become a fucking member to go find and hear what she actually said. Are you guys in my thing?
To become a member of Melina's channel.
Yeah, because you couldn't do it with a Prime. So I had to give 2 subs.
Yeah, can you hold on? I'm just killing zombies. I'll be ready in like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know which is which, so we're gonna have to just keep playing until we get there. It's one of the first few.
We stand with our queen, Melina. We stand with her. We agree with everything she's. I'm just kidding.
Man.
All right, you ready?
I mean, the thing is, this is only one person, though. So what you'd have to believe is that every single person whose video was sent consented to it, right? Now, obviously, there's some discussion and, not non-certainty over who certain people are, and saying it makes it clear who that is, and maybe they've not confirmed it's them, so it's a bit complicated.
Wait, what do you mean by? What do you mean by? Wait,
the reality is, I do
What do
not
you mean
believe
by-
that every. Sorry, go on.
What do you mean by all the different people?
Well, there's obviously multiple clips of different people having different sex acts happening, right?
The easiest one to reference is the guy whose fucking cock was getting fucking sucked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and which
Okay,
again,
gotcha.
just to be clear, I agree with
Wait, but
everything
wasn't
that
that the guy?
Okay, this is very
wasn't that
simple.
the guy who
This
was
is really
hacked?
simple. This is really simple. Stop fucking Tom. Your explicit sweeping attempts are so fucking obnoxious.
What do
bro.
you mean?
The
Okay,
questions,
shut the fuck
questions.
up. Okay,
Sweep,
I can't tell if you're
Put the
actually
broom down
trolling.
for a second
The
and
sweeping.
fucking listen.
Me asking
Put
a
the broom
fucking
down and
question.
listen. Put the broom down and listen. Simple question. Do you think
Okay.
every single person whose video got shared said, yes, I'm happy for that to be sent to some random person in the future I don't even know? Do you think that happened?
If I had to guess, probably not. But it's also
Right.
Destiny, who's a fucking freak and has a very strange life and does a lot of weird sexual stuff. So who fucking knows? If they're already fucking each other, is it unreasonable for me to? Or sorry, if Melina and Destiny are fucking each other and they're fucking all these random people, okay, and who knows who else is involved, okay, is it unreasonable for me to assume that they would
Saved.
also be like, when she doesn't she have like an OnlyFans or Fansly? Is it unreasonable for me to be like, well, I have no idea. Don't they send porn to everyone?
Well,
Like, I
I'm
wouldn't
not
be shocked
sure
by that.
if the kind of material that was being shared is the kind of stuff she would post to a Fansly account.
Well,
I don't know what was
Melina
on her
doesn't do-
Fansly.
I thought
Isn't
Melina doesn't
Fansly
do
for
full
porn?
nudes. Isn't that her whole thing? Is that she doesn't do full nudes, and that any full nudes that existed were revenge porn? Wasn't that her claim?
Is that what she said?
I'm pretty sure that's her claim. That was her claim with Leafy, right? Back when,
But I thought the claim was with Leafy was the problem was that it was like a nude that was leaked, but it wasn't a nude that was leaked from the Fansly or something. It was a nude that was leaked like from some person who leaked it without her consent, and then he showed it later.
All right, I think that we're caught in a fucking thing here. Tom, you need to concede that it's reasonable to assume that there's like
I
that
said
we
that.
need to get absolute, like, before we come to any conclusion, we need to know whether these things were fucking shared with consent of all parties. It's
That is
reasonable
There's
to
no
come to the
hard
exactly what I
allegation
said.
on the table. There's no thing that's been slapped down that is this person has done this thing
people
to
are
me in a
saying
Twitter or
Melina
something,
did.
right?
That's why we're playing the clip. I want to know
Yeah,
if
sure.
you guys
I
think
understand.
that's...
It's like a comment on a stream or something. Play it. Have you got it lined up? I'll join it now.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really hear where Chud is being like totally inappropriate here, right? He is pushing, obviously, but he's making the same like pushback I would have done maybe if Chud wasn't in this conversation, because they're reasonable questions. He's not holding like information over Tom's head that he knows that we're not allowed to talk about, unless I'm missing something here, right?
Well, because I'm only
I'm gonna
bringing up the
die.
Melina thing because this is the only
I'm gonna
person who's
die.
currently speaking up.
I'm gonna die. Okay, just play it.
Okay, I gotta figure out if this is the right one.
I'll try to save you one sec.
It was Plankton singing Shine.
Are you have a screen share open?
Yeah.
I think
I
they're
got
having
one.
on that journey to learn from men. Yeah, exactly.
I will say though, I don't really understand how Tom is sweeping here, because it's like Tom's basically saying like I mean, he's being like way too charitable and like naive to Destiny's position, right? Where he's like, oh, you know, maybe it was fine or whatever. Obviously, at this point, it's like, yeah, this guy's fucked, right? But Tom is just playing it ultra safe. Chud screaming that he's a fucking sweeper. It's like, I can see how from Tom's perspective, that's completely, totally annoying. But I don't really see any like dirty or foul play going on here from Chud's side. Maybe he's being annoying or obnoxious or aggressive, you could say. But I don't really see how foul play is happening.
Exactly.
I don't know if this is the
Coming as somebody that was a participant of this call that knew the same things that they knew. This is like, from my perspective, I was in the same position as all three of these other guys were and a participant of this conversation. I don't remember this call being cancerous, and I'm listening to it right now just to refamiliarize myself with it. It doesn't really seem that bad.
one, but she talks about it in multiple
I
calls.
hope one day that I can... I don't know. I don't even know if details of anything is really that important. But I'm pretty sure
No,
for the
this is
people...
Nick sounds totally reasonable here. I mean, I don't really hear bad foul play from anyone. I mean, the Leafy fucking bringing up Leafy is cancer. But other than that, like, it just seems like a regular conversation. Tom's take seems reasonable. Fucking Chud's being reasonable. I'm not really saying anything yet. In fact, I don't really think I say anything much at all in this conversation until the end. And yeah, it doesn't really seem like that crazy of a conversation is happening here.
The
that are
first
aware-
one. This is, is it
But now this one.
maybe this one?
But then I just prioritize more creative work. So if I'm gonna do an important audition, I will take time to learn the script. You know what I did? I don't want to say too much about it, obviously, but I also like contacted a friend that has the same job as the character that I auditioned for. So that was really cool. So I had to do that. Then I also went to therapy.
I will say though, one thing that's funny about this call, I'm not really getting the vibe that anyone in here doesn't want to talk about Destiny, other than maybe Tom. Everyone else, like even Nick seems excited. He's got clips ready to go. Like it seems like, even though there was this whole thing, like let's just not cover this, dude. Even Nick seems ready to go. Like, it's kind of crazy. You're all itching to talk about it. Yeah.
Describe my character.
No,
and
this
we
is the
explored
therapy one.
Dude, this whole fucking... Well, I definitely wanted to talk about it. I wanted it talked about weeks before it was talked about until brave patriot President Sunday. Just kidding. Until President Sunday fucking leaked it. But yeah.
Together. To be like, oh yeah.
This community is so fucking stupid.
What kind of stuff would this person feel and think about something like this happening to them? Blah, 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 blah. So we were, like, me and my therapist were just psychoanalyzing this character.
I'm joking, by the way. President Sunday fucking sucks. But yeah, you know what I mean.
So that I can do it as good as possible.
No.
Was she talking about here?
This is with one of the therapy clips. I pulled up, like, anything that was even clipped, I pulled the full context for. Let me see. Is it this
But it was
one?
really nice. It was really, really nice.
No. Is it this one? There's just so many clips.
Okay. I'm trying to take it easy. I needed to. Like, there was an incident that happened that was...
No, that's not it. Fuck. Okay, that was the first one.
And I tried something called MDR. Have you guys have heard of it?
What the fuck was this then? It's this one.
Yeah. That was really horrible. Actually, really horrible.
This is cancerous.
Yeah.
That's like actual revenge porn. So no, thank you. It's not anything like that. So thank you. That's something.
So this
else
is a
that
recent clip of her talking about whatever's going on.
This is 9 days ago. But this is either her talking about Destiny's leaks, or this is her
This
talking
is either her
about
talking about
her
Destiny
own
leaking it or the
revenge
guy
porn.
leaking
Yeah. Well, because the revenge porn from the Leafy stuff. It's not like I don't know which one that she's talking about.
Well, I feel like the way to figure it out would be to see what the chatter was saying.
The chatter's banned, so they deleted the message.
Is there like an?
But this
like
is
an
getting.
archive
But
of the VOD
I'm
or
saying, but this is
something?
getting Yeah, this is the archive of the VOD. The chatter was banned.
By the
There's
way, I'm
nothing on
about to go
screen.
down next to
I'm
this
coming to get you.
abomination
Oh
guy.
fuck.
Yeah, bro,
I
for the
think I'm
10th
done.
time. Oh my fucking god, dude.
So I didn't know what this was because they cut this and they'll put it next to those other clips of her talking about Destiny and saying she's going to therapy. And I'm not sure if this is in reference to like the known revenge porn thing. Because I don't know, was Melina in the leaks?
From what I understand.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm pretty
read
sure
about
she
it, yeah.
was. Yeah.
I think so.
I don't know. So this is this
I
is
do
the
believe
clip.
so.
It's not anything like that. So thank you. That's something also that happened. Yeah, that was really horrible. Actually, really horrible. I take that very seriously. So anyone commenting about that stuff?
By the way, random question, but is Melina still with Meme Troll? Is she still with the baby Meme Troll? Is that still happening? I'm curious. Whatever happened to her?
Experience. They're gonna get instantly banned and never.
Wasn't that his name? I can't even remember if that was his fucking name. Meme Troll.
So she's just saying she's never gonna make a real
This like gay fucking Swedish guy.
claim about it.
Every single one of them.
And why do you think that is? Why do you think Melina's a bit shy about making comments on it? Is it because
I mean, she
She
just
doesn't
totally
seem shy
fucking
about it
deranged?
though, because she's talked about it
I
on
mean,
like 3 of her last 4
It's that, but she also
streams.
just said why she said it's traumatic, right? That too.
Yeah, sure, but you understand that when her and Destiny split up, he made a content like basically misrepresenting the reason for their relationship ending without mentioning the Lauren Southern stuff, which was a big reason for that happening.
Yes, I do understand that 1000%.
Right.
So
So
once again, I understand her perspective and why she wouldn't want to do that. But for
Then
me,
the
it's
question
just
is though, why say anything at all?
why say anything at all? Well, because she wants people to stop berating her in her chat. No.
Then if you want her to stop, then you shouldn't talk about it, and you should ban the thing and remove words.
I mean, I
'Cause now if
agree,
you
but
talk about
nobody.
it,
I agree.
Nobody,
It's all Melina's
nobody
fault,
actually does
isn't it?
that.
Sweeper Nick striking again now. Look
Nick-
at this.
Well, no, because
Okay.
It's all
I'm
Melina's
arguing that
fault.
she
It's all
wants people
Melina's
to know.
fault.
Oh my god, dude, Shud is so cancerous with the fucking sweeping shit. Bro. I understand the frustration here, dude. It's like he has a point, but he just gets so autistic with the fucking sweeping allegations. It's so AIDS. He's right. Yeah.
I'm arguing that
Trigger word. Yes, it is. It's a fucking trigger word. You know how mentally damaged that word has made me? It's not cool to joke about that.
she wants people to know about it. That's
thing
why she's
is-
talking.
The thing that's interesting though is even Nick is pushing Tom here. Even Nick is like nudging Tom in this conversation. And again, I'm pretty sure we all know the same shit. In fact, I might know the least, Chud might know the most, but I think we were all pretty much on equal footing here when it comes to like things we knew versus things that we didn't know. Chud probably knew the most though, if I have to remember.
talking about it.
She's putting it out there in a way where she can let people know, but not
Yeah.
directly address it. So she's gonna get
Yeah,
fucking
but at the same
bombarded.
time, like, how many people have we covered on stream who don't want something to be talked about and talk about it anyway? Like nobody actually.
Yeah, but none of
adheres
them
to,
are like
the rule.
none of them are like Destiny's ex-wife and like large political stream. You know what I mean? Like this is like we talk about little dipshit retards who say stuff like that.
Well, is there any charge that could be pressed if that's true?
No, but it's maybe, yeah, potentially, but that's not why I'm talking. I'm talking about more of a moral issue, right? Like even if it's
Well,
not
it's-
legally
it's
revenge porn
really-
because he
it's-
didn't
it's
distribute
really-
it with a
yeah.
malice, which I don't know,
I-
depending what state, if that even matters or not.
To be clear, I'm not saying that it's a distinction between legality and morality. I'm just curious if there's a charge she can press. If that's true.
I know
Like, there must be something,
Queeman's
right?
gonna say
I
that I'm
think
a really crazy based person here who's giving the best takes possible, but I really think that you ought not distribute pornography of people without their consent. I know it's a brave take from Nick DeOrio, but
Well,
if that is
the
the
thing
case.
is like revenge porn requires intent in most of the stuff that I've read.
Yeah.
So you need to be doing it specifically with the intent of like shaming or harassing them in some way, right? But just because the intent isn't there doesn't mean something wrong hasn't happened. And that's why I think there's this thing of like non-consensual distribution of intimate images because it strips away the intent.
Wait, are you
aspect.
telling me there's
Having
no
done it.
law that prevents you from sending porn of someone that
I think
they
it's
sent to
state to
you in
state.
confidence to someone else?
Well, no, I'm saying that there is, but I don't know. I think from what I've read about it, I think it's a civil issue. But I don't know loads about it. That's like my retard non-lawyer take.
Why can
But
I not
yeah.
jump over this fucking barrier?
Okay, so you can jump over everything except for the things you can't jump.
Is that pretty much it? I'm not really hearing anything that's cancerous here that Chud is like doing that's super AIDS. It seems like this was a pretty relatively normal discussion from everybody. I mean, I'm not even really hearing anything objectionable by anyone in this call. It just seems like a regular conversation. So I don't know. Is that pretty much it? I mean, I can listen to more of this, but I think we get the fucking point. Let's go back. Didn't it seem like Chud mentioned Pixie at all? Yeah, I mean, I'm going to click away. Maybe there's like something I'm missing here, but we'll see. Let's go back to the ChudLogic's video on Nick.
Fair enough. If they didn't want to talk about the Destiny stuff, I understood that Tom was in a position where he was kind of still in his orbit and all this shit, and I was like, okay, whatever, right? And I think Nicholas maybe had some wind of like some of the stuff that was going on behind the scenes. But then he brought it up on stream, and then people started saying stupid things about it. And me being me, I cannot sit there and have people say stupid things about a topic that I disagree with and bite my tongue. I have to say something about it. I have to say something. I have to comment. I have to comment about it, dude. I have to speak. And I just felt like people were just saying stupid things about it. So I just said my piece and challenged people a bit on it. Do you know what I mean? I didn't ask the question. I believe Nicholas brought it up. And the reality is, that was like the start of it. That was the
Nick brought it up, guys. Guys, Nick brought it up. Yeah.
Start of my issues
Totally.
with these people. Because, you know, from there, I think Turkey Tom got like a bee in his bonnet about me because he felt that I was being challenging. So he apparently turned out not liking me off the back of that, which I didn't really know or understand. Willie Mack, a few months later, I think took issue with me challenging him about some of his tweeting and some of his takes about the Destiny video that he did. Again, something that wasn't really made clear to me. And it just was sort of left with us not really speaking anymore. And then it turns out later during the Tommy C drama that Willie Mack had some fucking big issue with me, apparently, right? And so I think that was really the start of the end. That was the point at which people were like, yeah, this Chud guy can't really be trusted. You know, he's I mean, I don't know how they framed it exactly, but I think from my perspective, I just was a bit challenging on points. So yeah, I think that was the start of it, but I still had like a friendship and a connection with Nick, you know? I guess like there was probably some behind the scenes conversations that were happening that I wasn't privy to, but I think
Smackle in chat. Nobody wants to talk about their feelings to Chud. Yeah, I guess the impression is that, I mean, these are all individuals. Look, I've had a horrible fucking experience with Willie Mack. I'm sure he'd say the same thing about me. You know, I criticized him on my fucking show. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I said he was acting compromised, or he was compromised, which, I mean, I totally understand why he'd be pissed, obviously. But it's like after that, it's like, oh, we can't be friends anymore, and I'm nuking you. It's like, okay. I don't know. It's that level of escalation. And I don't want to say escalation, right? I'm not saying he is not even allowed to make a video on me, right? Obviously, the video he did make on me, I felt was like very fucking dishonest. It was dishonestly edited. I proved that in my own response. But I'm not even saying he can't do a video, because obviously I shit-talked him on my show as part of my content. So he's allowed to make content back against me. But this like nuclear, like bridge burning fucking content where it's like, this guy's the biggest piece of shit in the world because he called me out. I do field shut on that, at least when he's talking about fucking Willie. Tommy's just like a lost fucking cause. I don't even know what the fuck happened to that guy. I swear, dude, Tommy did not used to like just lie as openly as he does on his fucking shows. I don't know what the fuck happened. And then when it comes to my experiences with Nick, I will say I've been very critical of Nick, albeit probably mostly in private. I did debate Nick on my show last year about the Willie Mack stuff, ironically, and it was a good conversation. He didn't walk away from that ass mad. As far as I'm aware, Nick has not hated me or been talking shit about me. Me and Nick talk regularly. So I can't say anything when it comes to Nick. He's been nothing but a good friend to me. And he knows that I hate the Ethan Klein stuff. He knows where I stand on the lawsuit. You know, he knows where I stand on a number of things. You're compromised. Yeah. I'm just saying, yeah, Tom and Willie are completely retarded. Nick has not shown me that level of fucking retardation. So that's just that's my personal fucking experience. But yeah.
I think it started this kind of like negative perception of me that was being shared amongst these people. Obviously, I've got no visibility of that and I can't see that. But that's my perception and my belief, is that they started to talk a bit of shit about me, you know?
Chat. Aiden leaked that Tom and Nick were looking at ways to take you down at VidCon. Fuck.
And then a few months later, there is the immortal clip. There's the immortal clip that caused tremendous psychic damage. This clip was I believe the dagger in the heart of our friendship, but we didn't know it at the time, is as dry as the fucking Sahara unless you're willing to do the 20th stream sucking off fucking Ethan Klein. Yes, I'm talking about you, Nicholas DeOrio, okay? This, ladies and gentlemen, was the start of the end for me and Nick. I'm afraid to say. In hindsight now, I can see it all so fucking clearly. We ended up putting this up as a segment, okay? At the time, I had Nicholas in my fucking DMs complaining about this stuff, to put it simply. And the thing is, I did like Nicholas. And I did value what he'd done for me. And I didn't want to get into a big fucking blowout fight with him over fucking Ethan Klein coverage. So I said, you know, maybe we could have a conversation at some point and hash some of this stuff out privately. Because I knew that he wasn't really keen to come on stream. And I wasn't necessarily keen to have like an on-stream conversation at the time either, right? I didn't follow up on that. And we didn't end up...
See, this part is curious about the drama to me, because I watched a little bit of this, right? I always wondered why they didn't just, especially if Nick was willing to do it, right? Why didn't they talk about it on stream? Maybe he gets into that and I just didn't see that part of the coverage, but that should have been like the obvious thing that happened. Because it feels like that, like, I don't know, there's like a weird disconnect where normally Nick doesn't want to have that convo, but this time he did want to have that convo, but then oddly Chud didn't want to have that convo. I don't know what part of the story I'm missing here.
Speaking off the back of that privately. And from there, I guess we've just had like, you know, occasional backwards and forwards DMs, but nothing particularly crazy. Just occasionally touching base on this drama, that drama. But then it got to a point for me when, to be honest with you, it just felt like the friendship was just kind of a husk. The friendship was just kind of like a husk, basically.
Like, how old are these people? I think Nick and Chud have a combined age of what, 75? Like, what the fuck is happening here?
And honestly, it felt like the only time that he reached out to me was almost like touching base, almost like checking in. You know, almost like checking in to see, is he still on my side? Is he still going to kind of like, you know, be relatively reasonable? Is he going to turn on me or something like that, right? So it just felt like it was a bit of like a game. Like we had this friendship, but it wasn't really a friendship. I felt estranged. I felt like he didn't really like me that much anymore. And no one else liked me anymore. But I couldn't really put my finger on it. And that was kind of it, really.
Man.
So it got to a point where I just stopped responding to him. And he would send me a DM and be like, hey, or like, you know, something like that. And I just stopped responding to him.
Okay.
And then I made some comments about him to Pisco. Do you remember that? I made some comments to Pisco about how much Nick blocks people and that I felt estranged. And guess what I got when that started getting shared on social media? I got an angry DM from Nicholas, didn't I? I got an angry DM from Nicholas. Nicholas was in my fucking ear once again. Chud, I've tried to be your friend. I've tried to message you. What are these comments that you're making? Right? And once again, I tried to play the fucking peacemaker, because this is the thing with Nicholas DeOrio, dude. This is the problem. Okay? He wants to have a private conversation to cool things down. And I, to my discredit, criticize me for all this if you want to. I've allowed that to happen. And I've been like, do you know what? I do like Nicholas. I do appreciate what he's done for me. I don't want to get into some fucking fight.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me play devil's advocate here. And yes, Nick is the devil. But so Chud is saying on stream, like, yeah, they cut me off. I feel estranged, blah, 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 blah. And talks like a minor amount of shit about Nick's, but that he blocks people, right? Nick responds to him and is like, dude, I've been trying to reach out to you for months. You're the one that's ignoring me. He's basically saying no you, right? I mean, that's like a fair exchange so far. Seems like, I don't know.
Okay. Yes, I have been a pussy. I have been a pussy. Call me a pussy.
And the thing
certainly.
is, like, Chud doesn't want to have a conversation with him, but he's not telling Nick why. He doesn't want to have the conversation because he sees it as pointless, but he's not telling Nick why. So they're having this weird fucking standstill.
Certainly, yes. Okay. And here's the thing.
If Aiden is accurate, Nick was done by VidCon. Well, I don't think that's necessarily true either. Because if what Aiden said is that at VidCon, Nick was talking shit about Chud. just because you're talking shit about somebody doesn't mean that you hate them or that you're done with them or that you want them dead and raped, right? Like, you can be frustrated with somebody and talk shit about them, but still want to work things out, right? And if Nick was reaching out to Chud and they were going to have this call and hash things out, but then the call never happened, and Nick's in this weird like mental state where he's just like, fuck this guy. That doesn't necessarily mean like, fuck this guy, he's dead to me. That just means he's frustrated at the time. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's over.
People saying, but you ignored him, right? So when he came to me and said, you know, you made these comments on stream, I said, well, yeah, I feel a bit estranged. Obviously, none of the commentary guys like me anymore, which kind of sucks, right? It kind of fucking sucks. And then Nicholas reveals to me, and I didn't actually know this at the time, he said that he'd gone sour on me over this stuff and how we'd spoken privately, and I hadn't followed it up. So he was challenging the idea that I was estranged. And it's like, well, you're telling me, yes, I was estranged. You're telling me, yes, I was estranged because you upset me with this and how you handled it afterwards, that I didn't really want to fuck with you anymore. So I said, listen, we don't have to have a big blowout fight. If you've got some issue with me, we can just go our separate ways. And
I hear what he's saying. I don't know. It seems like if Nick was willing to like have a conversation, hash it out, does that mean like you're estranged? We're done with you? Because why wouldn't Nick just block him at that point, right? Why would he still be trying to reach out to him? Is it just because he was worried that Chud was going to become like an A-log or something like that? Is that what Chud's arguing? Is that the only reason why Nick didn't just block him and be done with him is because he didn't want Chud to attack him? Maybe.
Day, and that can be the end of it. We don't have to have a fight like you always do. And he seemed at least somewhat accepting of that. And he said, well, good luck with whatever you're doing over there, or something like that, right? It was a bit like, okay, well, that's...
Augie, did you not like Chud at the time? No, I've never been... I mean, when we made fun of RFC Mania, like, I was, like, pissed a little bit in the moment, but we just made jokes back at him. It's not that serious at the end of the day, right? Like, I remember even when Chud brought me on stream to talk about Willie Mack, like, months later, he actually, like, was, like, apologizing for what he said about me on RFC Mania, and I'm like, dude, it's not that deep, bro. It's like in the moment I hear, oh, Chud talking shit about your stream. I'm like, well, fuck that guy, you know? But it's not that serious. It's just shit talk. I understand, at least I think, where Chud is coming from with this, right? I don't take it as like a serious fucking major offense. Even with the sweeping stuff with Tom, it's like, I just saw as like, okay, he's going to challenge me. He's going to talk shit. So that's the game, you know? I'm going to challenge him back. And then we did that. We debated on stream. We had a call. We had a fucking call about it, right? And I don't mind that. I don't even think Chud was like gaming me. Like, I don't think Chud was saying that I was sweeping for Tom so that I'd be forced to even go on his program and talk to him, because I could have streamed it myself. Well, actually, it would have been like 8 a.m. But you get the point, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with just discussing it, even publicly, depending on what the issue is, you know? I just kind of match energy. I match the energy, right? You know, Chud likes to talk shit, so you just talk shit back with them. That's how you deal with Chud. You either engage with it or you just don't, right? But if you're going to engage with it, fucking match it with the same energy.
That's a bit...
It's really not that complicated.
Weird, but okay, I guess that's that then.
At least that's how I handle things. Obviously, I handle things differently than Nick, but in my, you know, the way that I see it, you just match the bro's energy. It's not that serious at the end of the day. This is all just meaningless, fucking worthless shit. Anyway, this commentary community shit, like even listening to this video, like, am I the only one that thinks this is so low stakes? This feels like queer fucking politics. Like, is this how politicians talk to each other behind the scenes or whatever? They have to manage each other? Like,
just not gonna, you know, play any games anymore and just go our separate ways. Toxic relationship, bro. And then after that, the Turkey Tom stuff happened, and I think it just set the grounds for Nicholas to take great issue with me talking about the big...
Chud likes to bust balls, so you gotta bust his balls back. And look, here's the thing. I get finding him fucking annoying, you know? Or finding shit that he says to be just completely ridiculous and just like, really? Like, what the fuck? Are you fucking retarded? You know? I get that part, right? But again, it's just... To me, it's not that serious. But then again, I think I'm playing a different game than Nick because I'm so irregular with my streaming. Like, none of this is really that important to me. This is not my career, you know? At this point, this is mostly just a thing that I do for fun. So maybe that's why I have a more subtle, laid back approach. Maybe if I was doing this differently, like how Nick or Tom was doing it, where it's like my career and like everything matters, maybe I'd take this shit more seriously. But I don't.
Big sweep perhaps being on, he took that very personally. And yeah, he went into this massive fucking tirade privately after that stream. Felt very much like, you know, like this is going to be the constant flow with Nick. It's that I'm going to make some comment on stream and he's going to come angrily to me privately. We then have a private conversation, resolve it, but nothing's really resolved. And there's still this underlying tension. And those messages were the first time that I realized he'd had this problem with me about this and how it happened afterwards for months. So yes, I was estranged. None of the other commentary guys like me anymore. And Nicholas had had this issue with me for months that he hadn't really expressed and just hadn't really kind of been honest about. So yeah, it was just this kind of unending underlying tension.
Well, I mean, to be fair, neither of them are expressing their issue with each other, admittedly. This is just a gay standstill. They're both edging each other for months.
Dude, this idea that I'm some fucking snake, when people are waiting till I go on holiday to start talking all this fucking shit about me? Are you fucking serious, dude? Literally, what have I done wrong here? What have I done wrong? How am I... Dude, it's insane. It's fucking insane, dude. I'm responding to some deranged attack that this fat loser made about me when I was on holiday and wasn't really in a position to respond. Okay, fine, I'll show it. Fuck it. Fuck it, I'll show it. Fuck you, Nicholas DeOrio.
Oh, the DM leaks.
Fuck it, I'll show it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the fucking interaction. So this is obviously an example of me not responding to him. I just saw a clip of you saying, I don't like you anymore, but you haven't answered a DM from me since September Lamau. I did try to keep comms open. Hey man, yeah, I've had a lot on, and honestly, it's difficult to know what the deal is. We've gone our separate ways in many ways, and obviously it does
He's breaking the golden rule. By the way, Keemstar... Dude, speaking of the golden rule, dude, all I'm just gonna say is, bruh, Keemstar is not too pleased at this recent tragedy. I'll put it that way.
No one really likes me anymore from the commentary space. I do probably have issues with some of your coverage, but I don't want to keep talking about EHD, and honestly, I've always appreciated you and the things you've done for me. So I make snarky jabs from time to time to signal that I disagree. But I don't want to blow up the little bridge we have by going full schizo mode attacking you. I guess I feel estranged. I feel estranged. I feel like he doesn't really like me anymore. I do like Nicholas, and I have been friends with Nicholas, and I do appreciate what he's done. Yes, I know. Yes, I'm going to get a lot of shit for this. It's fine. It's fine. Say your piece. I'm a pussy. Whatever you want to say.
Wow.
Just to be perfectly transparent, this conversation soured my perception of you. So he's talking about something that happened, what, in May? In fucking May 2025? So he's had a problem with me for months, hasn't said it to me.
Bro, the cortisol spike in between these two is insane. Like, what the fuck?
Felt
I
estranged.
should eat a pepper, honestly.
And like, we're not really friends anymore. And he's telling me now in 2026, oh yeah, by the way, I have had a problem with you for months. Bro, what? So yeah, that's why I feel fucking estranged then. Because you've had a problem with me for months. Like, he's acting like, well, I still tried to message you. Yeah. But you didn't like me. You had a problem with me and didn't say anything to me. So was right to feel fucking estranged, bro. Dude. And then, apparently as well, on top of that too, apparently Nicholas has been talking shit about me as well. He's been talking shit about me behind the scenes too. And that's where some of the Tommy C stuff came from. Why did you let this fat leser rape you via DMs? Because I'm too nice. Because I'm too nice, bro. I'm too nice all the time, dude. Sour my perception of you.
Virtuous Chud. Chud is nice. Chud is fair. This stream seems pretty convincing so far. I saw some regulars saying Nick's stream was better, but that'd be kind of shocking. We're gonna watch it after. Adderall Dependent with the 500 kick says, make them play chain together with no checkpoints until they kiss and make up. Dude, could you imagine RFC Mania? Me, Turkey Tom, Chud. Instead of the New Year's stream, RFC Mania, all of us in the house, same house together. We have to cover the news for a month.
Friends in the online ecosystem.
Yeah, Tommy, we'll throw Tommy in there. Fuck it. Fuck it, dude. Oops, I liked the video by accident. Oh, you didn't even see that shit. I accidentally liked the video. I just betrayed Nick. Fuck.
Disagree with, make different content than me. That was never an issue. Despite this, I did attempt to keep the bridge open regardless. So yeah, I mean, that backs at the feeling of feeling estranged. It's all good, I'm not mad or anything. Things change, people do different things. Listen, man, not everything has to be some catastrophic breakdown. I know you're used to that. He was, like, typing here, I think, and I just thought, okay, well, let's just fucking call it a day then and go our separate ways. Yeah, man, good luck with whatever you're doing over there. And that was that. In the New Year's stream...
I kind of shat on there. Good luck with whatever you're doing over there in that disgusting corner of the internet. Oh my god.
You put Tom in a corner to talk about things he knew about privately regarding the situation in a public manner. Bro, dude. I love the little rewrites of history that are happening here. That I put anyone in a corner. I was just challenging people that were saying retarded things about a topic. I didn't put anyone in a fucking corner, dude. Tom put himself in a corner by saying retarded things about the Destiny stuff. I am a softie, bro. I am a softie. And also, I don't want to fucking have some blowout fight over fucking Ethan Klein coverage. You know what I mean? But that's the problem. Is that's been my feeling about it. It's not worth having some blowout over there.
I don't know if I heard Nick even say this, but I don't know why. Like, to me, from what I remember from that drama, one of the things that Nick had an issue with wasn't even that Chud was, like, calling him out. At least this is what he was telling me. But it was that when Chud was saying that Nick sucks Ethan Klein's dick too much, he was saying that, like, Nick was praising the ADL for going after Frogan, I think, or something like that. Like, Chud was saying that Nick was praising the ADL, and Nick was super mad because he was like, what the fuck? I was against that, or I didn't give a take on that. Like, I don't remember any of the specifics of this drama, but I'm pretty sure, I thought the thing that Nick was the most pissed about was that the criticism Chud was making against him wasn't even true. It was something somebody else said. But I can't even remember that. I didn't even hear Nick talk about that. But that's why I remember him being mad originally.
This. But Nicholas didn't agree. Nicholas, rather than say plainly what he felt or hop on a stream to talk about it or whatever he wanted to do, has been...
Like, from what I understand, this is back when... What was the drama? It was Ethan Klein. They were trying to get the ADL to go after Hassan or something like that. And Chud said that Nick supported that. And it was crazy that, you know, oh, just because Ethan is base and Hassan is cringe, we have to dick suck the ADL now? And then Nick was like, what the fuck? I never said that.
Holding this and seething for fucking months. And then it all came out with the Turkey Tom drama because I talked some shit. Not even necessarily all about Nicholas, by the way. People want to act like my entire comment was about Nicholas. This whole sweeping thing, dude. I was, yes, obviously on stream, I was being provocative, right? And I was talking about maybe the big sweep's going to be on or something like that. But I made it very clear in follow-up tweets that I was also talking broadly about the space, and I was talking about obvious resistance to cover the Turkey Tom.
I think the biggest thing, honestly, that was going on here, it wasn't even really about this necessarily, but there was obviously growing resentment towards Chud beyond just him calling me out for RFC Mania or calling Nick out for sucking Ethan Klein's dick too much. Obviously, Willie was pissed. Tommy was pissed. Turkey Tom was pissed. It was just like a leading. And then from Nick's perspective, he's like, okay, well, all my friends are saying, fuck this guy. Now he's done something that I don't like. It's just like the domino effect, right?
Stuff. People want to now act like Turkey Tom's response, which is apparently good now, somehow undermines the point that I made about...
How close were all these people? Just asking. Because here's how I look at it, right? Fuck, I can't even do this. It's going to be the meme or whatever, right? Look, here's the thing. I like Chud, but I don't consider, like, friends. Like, we're internet friends, I guess, right? But I don't even consider us that, really. I don't consider a lot of people internet friends unless I, like, talk to you, like, regularly, like, offline or something like that, right? We're friendly. We're not friends, though. I'm going to use the line there. I'm sorry. But, like, if Chud starts talking major shit about me, I'm really not going to be surprised, right? Because it's like, I don't really expect anything of him. You know, I expect him to be honest and tell the truth and not clip me out of context or really try to go after me like that, right? Or really try to fuck up my career. you know. But if Chud's gonna start talking major shit about me, I'm not really gonna be surprised or be like, dude, what the fuck? We were friends, dude. You can't do that. How close were Chud and all the other commentary guys? Because Chud kind of blew up in this sphere when I was off the internet. Like, he was always around, but I never really noticed him become super big in the commentary space until I came back. So was Chud and Nick and Tommy C and everyone, were they all like sucking each other off behind the scenes? Like, were they like super good friends? Because I always got the impression that it was very similar to my relationship with Chud, where it's like, oh, he's a guy. Generally, I like talking to him, but he's not really like around that often. They played Fortnite all the time. Okay. Well, then maybe they had a deeper relationship than the one that I currently, unless that's like a meme. I don't even know. Were they really friends? That's what I'm basically asking. Were they really like fucking playing around with each other, dude? Or were they all just like associates on the internet that generally liked each other's company and that's pretty much it? Which is basically how I see my relationship with Chud. Like, I never talk to Chud behind the scenes. You know? Not that I have anything against him, but it's just like, I don't talk to this guy. He's an old fucking man. He's an old guy. That'd be weird. Right? But I like him. Nick said Chud and Queenman are the last two internet friends. No one else is getting in. Damn.
About there being a hesitancy to speak about it in the first place. And it just doesn't. It just fucking doesn't, bro. In fact, if anything...
Nick hangs out with Tommy, though. He has probably no problem getting he has no problem getting groomed by old men. I don't think anyone's hanging out with Tommy anymore, dude. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even think Nick is that close. Well, I'm not gonna speak for their relationship, because I don't know. But I don't get the impression Thomas C has much communication with anyone these days, other than Willie.
Looking at the...
Who the fuck is talking to this old retard, bro? Who is talking to this guy, other than Willie?
Response to Turkey Tom's response only proves my point fucking further, dude. Because every fucking channel has picked...
By the way, I actually am allowed to speak for their relationship because Tommy C every fucking stream is always saying, Nick told me this, fucking Willie told me this, blah, 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 blah. So it's like, I actually can just do that because I'm just emulating Tommy C's style of just leaking friends and their relationships and speaking for them and pretending like I know exactly what's going on. So you can't even like take that against me like, Augie, how could you say that? Well, I mean, Tommy C does it.
Pick this up like that. The second the fucking responses dropped, everyone's fucking on it like white on rice. Everyone's making a fucking video about it and talking about it because Tom is perceived to have responded well to the allegations. So all this commentary acting like, oh, Chud was so wrong about this. No, I was correct. There was an obvious hesitancy to not talk about the allegations when they first dropped, okay? Now that could be for a number of reasons, but there was an undeniable hesitancy and massive channels didn't pick it up. But they did pick up the
this sounds like cope to me. But to be fair, this is what me and Chud's debate was all about. So I'm not going to reiterate the talking points because I already talked with Chud about this, but I didn't see it personally. I don't know.
Response. But they did pick up the response very fucking quickly, didn't they? They did pick up the response very quickly. Now, why do you think that is? Why do you think it is that some of these channels that could have covered the original allegations but didn't bother and instantaneously covered the response, why do you think they've decided to do it that way? This, like, I get it, right?
Because money in the algorithm.
I get the fucking meme. Oh, Chud. Oh, you were...
Urgently check Discord. Okay, let's go see what's going on Discord. Holy fucking shit, everyone's DMing me. What is happening? Oh, they sent me the wood chipper video.
We haven't been friends. We're friendly.
Oh my god, please tell me you guys heard that.
We haven't been friends. We're friendly.
Literally, true. So true, Tommy. So fucking true. So fucking true. Oh, I'm getting a DM from Nick. Nick DeOrio is actually DMing me right now. However, it's about Nikocado Avocado renouncing his homosexuality. It has nothing to do with this. Okay. Almost. I got fucking worried there for a second. Maybe he hasn't seen the segment yet. Hopefully he doesn't. Okay, I'm just checking all the DMs. All right, get back into this. Oh wait, let me check one more thing. Let me really make sure he's not mad, because now I'm getting nervous. Okay, we're all good. Okay. Ooh. Holy shit, man. This shit is fucking tense. This shit is fucking tight.
Calling everyone a sweeper, but now you're on vacation. You're not covering the response video. Aren't you kind of a sweeper, dude? Well, I get it. I know it's fun to be smug, even if it's not really honest and correct, okay? Because it doesn't really get to the heart of what I was talking about. But can we be fucking honest about something? Do people really think that I wouldn't have covered the allegation if I was streaming the Wednesday after it fucking dropped? That would have been the first thing that I fucking spoke about, having covered it so fucking extensively. But people want to do this gay meme where, because I was pointing out that people weren't talking about the video initially, of, oh, well, now you're not talking about the response, so you must be fucking sweeping. First of all, question, was it planned? Was it fucking planned? Possibly. I don't know if there's good evidence of that. But the timing is very fucking convenient.
Wait. Is Chud even giving... he thinks the Tom video was, like, delayed so that they can fuck Chud in the ass? Dude, that is such a funny concept to me. That Turkey Tom delays releasing this, like, potentially... I mean, it was, like, a life-saving fucking video. Just to fucking rape Chud. Knowing that Chud would be on vacation in fucking Thailand or whatever the fuck he went. Right? It's like, no. Give it a few days. And not only that, but he's doing it under DeOrio's orders. DeOrio's like, hold back. Hold back and wait. Let Chud suffer. Suffer, Chud. I mean, I guess that's possible, dude, but that just sounds batshit fucking crazy. If that was true, that's psychotic, bro. There's no fucking chance. There's no fucking chance. That is just fucking crazy. They waited. Nick's like, I know you want to release this video and clear your life. I know everyone on the internet thinks you're the night rapist, all right? And you need to get this shit out.
And the 2025 Guy of the Year goes to Nick DeOrio.
Yo, Sam Winter, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that, bro. Yeah, pull back. Wait. Holy shit.
Bro, this video fucking drops the second I'm away. And then
they did it to I'm Alex at VidCon 2019, and this drama is 100% more personal to both of them. Well, I'm Alex 2019. What happened there? Everyone released their videos when Alex went on vacation. Tom releases his video when Chud goes on vacation. I mean, I guess if it's the difference of a few days, maybe. But fuck me, that would just be fucking insane. I don't think that's true at all.
And all these fucking people start banging on about, oh, Chud sweeping, Chud sweeping, Chud sweeping. I don't know, dude. I guess you can make your own mind up. But it does seem kind of suspicious. Also, the other thing I want to point out with this fucking ridiculous and deranged fucking tirade that Nicholas...
The problem is I can make the same argument. Like, I was traveling and Chud's calling me out for being a fucking sweeper, okay? I was traveling. I couldn't do anything. So Chud did the same thing to me, so it's karma. Fuck him.
Has gone on. There was nothing stopping Nicholas from doing this when the allegations were happening originally, before the response came out. You know that me and Nicholas had a massive fucking debate in our DMs on Twitter about this topic. We also had a debate, me, Augie, and Nicholas, in a group chat as well.
Oh,
and this was around the time this was happening.
I wonder if that will get leaked.
Nicholas was complaining about me swinging his audience into him. And we had a big backwards and forwards and talked about it at length. We had a big backwards and forwards at length. I can't show, well, I could show the Twitter DMs, but I don't want to leak all the fucking DMs, bro. Okay? I don't want to leak all the fucking DMs.
Fuck it.
And some of them I can't because it's a group chat and it's like...
Whenever somebody says they don't want to leak something, you know that shit's about to come out immediately, bro. Like, whenever somebody's like, I really don't want to show this, it would be a bad... They're about to show it in like fucking 2 seconds.
You know, there's been leaks from that group chat before. And there's been leaks from that group chat before.
Oh,
it's the one that Salvo leaked.
Tea Party.
It's the one that Salvo leaked. Listen, I don't want to be in the same footsteps as Salvo, okay? Huge tirade, Chud. He talked a little shit. Stop being in your feelings. Okay, this is fucking cope, dude.
Nah, Nick will send you to the Salvo realm, dude. Nick will send people... He literally will send you to the Salvo realm. Isn't that crazy?
Launched a fucking deranged fucking, 40-minute segment or something I saw. talking about me and talking shit about me when I was on holiday, when I was away. And it's all stuff he could have spoken about before I went away. He could have spoke about all of this
on my
before.
show. On my show. Let's get these guys onto my show and do the end to. It'll be my first stream back on YouTube, my only stream back on YouTube, because fuck that platform. But fuck it, we'll do it, dude. Bring these fucking queers on.
About it privately. We'd spoken about it in our DMs. We'd spoken about it in this group chat, right? Tom's response doesn't really change the dynamics of what I was saying beyond some smug posting about the sweeping stuff, right? But the reason is, the reality is...
Okay, I really should not be trying to go for a debate with fucking Nick and Chud, because last time I tried to set up a debate, it was between Willie and Queeman, and we all know how that turned out, okay? Honestly, here's my conspiracy. The reason why Willie had to take me out is because I wanted to set up a debate. That's the real answer. He was scared. He was so terrified that he had to fucking set me up so that I would be destroyed by his damning video he put out on me. So maybe I should be careful here. Also, I need to get my fucking cable controller because it died. Let's get back into this.
Okay. And here's why, for some people, this has seemed so, like, what? Nicholas is cutting Chud off over this. What? Huh? It's because it's not really about the fucking Turkey Tom stuff, okay? Nicholas, as you saw, has had a problem with me for fucking months. He's had a problem with me for months. He's had a problem with me taking little jabs about the EHD shit and saying little bits and pieces here and there and talking shit.
Yo, dude, DJ Screwdriver with the $50. Let's fucking go, dude. The 10 gifted. Let's fucking go. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate that.
He's waited and waited and waited and waited. He's waited until I've gone away on holiday so he can do his little gay trick that he does where he burns the bridge. The person can't really respond immediately. Okay. And now he can just go, oh, I've dealt with that, and doesn't have to address or talk about anything if he doesn't want to. Maybe he will, I don't know. Yes, I took some jabs at him. Dude, when did it become so valorized to be a hypersensitive fucking cowardly pussy, dude? What is this? Oh, you were taking jabs at him. Bro, it's the fucking commentary community, bro. That's what happens. You talk shit about each other. You call each other all sorts of names. You call each other all sorts of fucking names and you have some fucking shit talk backwards and forwards. And then you hash it out. You maybe talk about it on stream, make a bit of content out of it and move forward. And that's the end of it. It doesn't have to be a big fucking deal. But for Nicholas, it is. And dude, Nicholas takes jabs at people all the fucking time, bro. But you can't hack it. Dude, how many people is this fucking loser blocked on Twitter, bro? How many people in chat have been blocked by Nicholas DeOrio? How many people in chat have been blocked by Nicholas DeOrio on Twitter? How many people have been banned from his chat? He's a thin-skinned fucking cowardly pussy, bro. He cannot fucking take it, dude. He is the classic example of he dishes it out.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself, man.
And he can't fucking take it.
All right, let's do some one in chat if you've been blocked by DeOrio. Let's hear it. Let's see it, actually. Holy fuck. Some of you guys gotta be lying, though. Like, Alex just put a 1 in chat, but I'm pretty sure DeOrio follows him. 1, but everyone's putting a fucking 1, dude.
You can't fucking take the heat, bro. Why do you... Okay, answer me this. Why did he wait until I was on holiday to talk about me using material that was already out for weeks? The stuff that he was talking about was stuff I'd streamed roughly when the Turkey Tom allegations first happened. Why didn't he talk about it then? Well, he did talk about it then, because do you know what he did? He came to my fucking DMs and was moaning at me about it. And we had a backwards and forwards about the whole thing. Twice. We privately spoke.
Yo, Atlantis Pup, thank you for the gifted sub there. DeOrio is in love with me and is trying to rekindle a lost love that he desires deep in his heart. I actually genuinely believe that.
About this sweeping...
I saw DeOrio interact with you the other day. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? I thought you were like the chief A-log, dude. Oh, I got another thing coming in.
Yo, Augie showed my girl your stream after talking AB to you for a bit. She says you look like a bottom. Time to get back in the closet.
Wow, dude, that's crazy. You showed your girl my stream. Interesting.
Shit twice privately, 1-to-1, and in a fucking group chat. He waited for Turkey Tom's response so he could create this impression that I'd been undermined by it, which is ridiculous, as you'll see in a minute, okay? And then he obviously waited until I was away so that he could launch his attack against me, say all the shit that he wanted about me, and then go, yep, that's dealt with, bridge burnt, and then not have to deal with any of the fucking blowback. It's so fucking obvious, dude. It's so transparent. He is a conflict avoidant, hypersensitive fucking pussy, dude. And he has been for fucking months and months and months at this point.
Years.
He does not want to be challenged. He does not want to be challenged on any of the shit that he's doing, okay? He is suckling shekels out of Ethan Klein's cock like nobody's fucking business, okay?
Facts.
And the moment someone starts challenging him too much on it, he cuts it off. It's done. It's done. He doesn't want to fucking hear it, bro.
Truth, nude.
He doesn't want to fucking hear it, bro, okay? He's done it with other people, and now he's done it with me. Do you know one of the things that we spoke about in DMs, right? In a joking way, I made a bit of a joke about it, but I floated the idea of maybe having a conversation on stream about this stuff. The
Okay.
EHD stuff, fucking all of it, all of the shit that's been going on over the past few months. Because I figured there seems to be no way to resolve this fucking tension that's between us. I thought we could go our separate ways, but apparently not. Apparently that's not possible. So maybe that's the only way. Maybe that's the only way we could actually resolve this. And he said he didn't want to have a gay conversation about the friendship allegations, but he would perhaps talk to me about the Turkey Tom allegations if he covered it in a way that I disagreed with, or something like that. And now, obviously, I'm assuming he's never going to talk to me again. That's my guess. Do you actually have a problem with him farming? No, I do not have it. So this is another thing I just want to debunk, okay? This idea that I've got a problem with people farming things, okay? I've never had an issue with someone farming the fuck out of something, okay? I do not care if someone farms a topic to the ends of the fucking earth, as long as there's honesty and credibility in doing that, right? As long as there's honesty and credibility in doing that. Do you think Nicholas DeOrio's Ethan Klein coverage has got honesty and integrity? I'll ask you, and you can fucking decide. I'll ask you, and you can determine whether you think there's honesty and integrity in the coverage that he's doing. And that is the fundamental issue.
I think there is. Well, I think there's honesty. I think he believes the stuff that he's talking about. I disagree with a lot of it, but when I have fucking conversations with him about it, he'll argue the points. I wish he would do it on stream, or like flesh it out more, or engage with the criticism more like publicly. But when I talk to him in private about my disagreements with his Ethan coverage, he is making arguments, defending it, and talking about it. So I think he believes in what he says on stream. Even if you think it's wrong or fucking completely retarded, or you think like the lawsuits are fucking horrible or set a horrible standard, he's got arguments and stuff that he'll say that back up his positions, right? So I think he believes in what he says completely.
There's this bullshit fucking thing that he and others do where it's like, well, you farm this and you farm that. You farm this and you farm that. Yeah, farming isn't the problem. It's the way that you farm it and whether you do it with honesty and integrity. And the thing is, maybe Nicholas is honest and has integrity with his coverage. But the problem is, he won't let anyone challenge him on it in an actual conversation. Why didn't you say that before? I've said to Nicholas repeatedly that I've got some issue with his coverage on certain topics, but it's never been enough for me to make a big fucking meal out of. But apparently, he felt differently, and he did want to make a big meal out of it. But only when I was away on holiday, so I couldn't respond straight away, because he's a fucking pussy, okay? He wanted to wait until I was away so he didn't have to deal with the...
Do you guys think that Nick's problem with responding to like criticism about his Ethan Klein coverage is more to do with him not wanting to... Is it more about the Ethan Klein coverage, or is it about the people that are making the criticisms, right? Does he just not want to respond to it because it's from people that annoy the fuck out of him, like Chud or Queeman? Like if Quinthio or some like neutral person came at him with like the same arguments, would he engage with that? Like, is it about the people or is it about the arguments? I feel like it's about the people, to be honest. Because I think if I made the same fucking arguments, if I covered EHD, I think if I made the same amount of arguments, I don't think he would blow up on me at all. Maybe I should start covering EHD just to test it. We should do a little social experiment on Nick, where I just become like his biggest friendly A-log for like a month and see what happens. We'll do it like a Mr. Beast video. I challenge Nicholas DeOrio for 30 days in a row to see if I would get an angry DM. Bro. The problem is I just don't give a fuck about Ethan Klein. Like, I don't read the lawsuits. I don't follow it at all. I have no idea what the arguments are. All I know is that I don't like the idea that he's suing people for reacting to shit. I don't like, it makes me uncomfortable, but I don't care enough to like actually read the lawsuit and fucking, I don't know, maybe it's not that difficult. He couldn't argue against you in the Willie drama at all, and you made the same exact points Queema did. If you did that, well, no, he argued. He showed up. Moderate this anti-Semitism right now. Yes, sir. Where is it? Dan, where is it? Yes, sir, immediately. Oh, man. No, I mean, he argued with me on on my own show about it. I mean, he didn't just rage quit the call or be like, you're a piece of shit for supporting these horrible things people are saying about Willie. Like, he actually engaged with it. So I think it has more to do, honestly, with the people rather than the argument. I think if like Quinthio or insert neutral guy here that makes drama content came to him with the same things, he'd be more, maybe he wouldn't like jump, because I don't think he wants to do debate content. I think he just wants to make his fucking money. But I don't think he would be nearly as adverse to it if it was coming from people that weren't as antagonistic towards him. Like, I think he draws the line at people that are just like throwing shit at him. Whether it's like an ego thing or not, I think he draws the line when you're coming at him all the time.
DeOrio is like PPP if you took all of PPP's talent and charisma and replaced it with even more fat.
Wow. Harsh words. Well, thank you for the $5. TFFWD. I have no idea what that stands for.
The immediate blowback of me talking shit about him. Because now he can just ignore me and go, well, I've dealt with that now. And I'm just another person that's fucking backstabbed him or something. He's a hypersensitive coward. He's conflict avoidant. I could be conflict avoidant. I'm not even saying I'm innocent of being conflict avoidant in all of this, okay? But he relies on a friendship with you in order to, you know, make you feel bad about even taking a couple of shots at him publicly over his coverage of a topic. It's fucking ridiculous, bro.
When did Nick block Queeman? Wasn't that during the Willie Mack stuff? When did Nick decide that Queeman was cancer? Because I'm pretty sure that came pretty fucking late last year, right? He considered them friends, and then something changed, and the change was they openly criticized them and challenged him to defend his beliefs to them live. It was after Willie Mack. Yeah. I mean, weren't they criticizing Nick for months leading up to that? Like, it seemed to come pretty late. Now, he wasn't engaging with them. He wasn't, like, debating them or talking to them on the phone. But he didn't, like, block them or consider them, like, cancer until after the Willie Mack thing happened. And my understanding, and this is just me completely speaking for him, I don't remember, but my understanding of his hesitation for not wanting to talk to Queeman about the EHD stuff is because he doesn't feel adequate in talking about like geopolitics, which obviously you would say immediately like, well, then why is he covering it at all? Which I would agree with. You shouldn't cover things that you have no idea what you're talking about. But I don't know. Michael Alberto, why won't he debate technicals? True, King. True.
It's wretched. It's totally fucking wretched, dude. Dude, there are other creators that I have had very robust disagreements with, and we've been totally fine afterwards. We've hopped on stream, we've argued about something, we've even maybe fallen out in the course of the conversation in some fashion, but things have been totally fine afterwards. But not so with Nicholas. In fact, Nicholas doesn't even want to have the fucking conversation. He wants to wait till you're away and then get some jabs in, burn the bridge, and then go, well, I've dealt with that now, so I don't need to worry about that anymore. It's dealt with. You know, it's very transparent. And then he doesn't have to fucking worry about being challenged on this shit that he's doing ever. Because anyone that ever represents that they've got an issue with it,
dude,
he'll find a way to...
In some way, though, if you think about it, Nick does deserve this, right? He does deserve all of this cancer, and I'll explain why after this donation.
Augie, would you ever take an actual look at the Sam Hyde-Markey allegations? Seems like everyone in commentary is afraid to, and it's hard to gauge what's true or not.
Is there like a solid video on it that I could watch? I know fucking Lieutenant Corbus fucking talked about it. I mean, it seems pretty cut and dry that he did it. The only thing that is confusing is what her age was, because I've heard her age was within. Because Sam Hyde, he lives in like Rhode Island, right? So I've heard that the girl that he fucked was technically within like the legal age of consent of wherever state he lives in. But I've also heard people say that that's not true at all. I don't know how you'd verify her age, but I'm pretty sure Lieutenant Corbus has a fucking video about it. But if the girl was within the legal age of consent and he didn't violate any sort of law, then at that point, all you can say is it's just disgusting anyway, right? Incest is legal in Rhode Island? Is that true? How could that ever be true? What the fuck? Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. That's just like, to me, like the defining thing. It's like, is it legal or not? Obviously, depending on whether it's legal or not, it's fucking weird as fuck. But yeah. Thank you for the donation. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Here's why Nick deserves all this. Nicholas DeOrio was the biggest. People always criticize Nick for being a big Destiny fan, which he was. But worse than that, Nick opened the door. Nick opened the door to all of the Destinies of the world coming into the commentary community, dude. The Chuds, who I like, the Queemans, who I like, but just all of them. Even the people, the Xanderhalls, even Vosh to some extent, Keffels, who else do we got? All the fucking weird retards. I don't even know all their names. The tomfoolery guy. Who else? Who else are these weird fucking Destiny people? The Stardust. All of these weird fucking people that are within Destiny's orbit. The only reason they even exist inside of commentary is because of DeOrio's linking up with them. All right? So as much as DeOrio wants to criticize me for bringing in all these weird spurs, you brought us Edwin, you brought us Flamenco, you brought us the fucking Killstream people, you brought us this guy, that guy, you brought us fucking even Michael Alberto, you brought us all these weird people. As much as he wants to give me all of this shit for who I associated with, right? I would argue his associations were 1,000 times worse. All of the fucking Destinies, the Destiny clones of the world that exist, okay? All of these people, cancer. And everybody fucking knows it, dude. Even the people that hate Destiny now, still, Destiny is their daddy, and they're all cancer. All right? And this is all Nick's fault. So now that they're all giving Nick endless shit for all of his takes, that's what he gets for calling me out. For saying that I made the commentary community cancer by bringing all these. I brought funny autistic retards into the community. Autistic spurgs that gave us years and years and years of content and lore. What did Nick bring us? Misery. Fucking liberal degeneracy. Fucking just the biggest fucking freaks of the world. These guys that want to debate you and check your takes and make sure that you're ideologically consistent. All these people that criticize you and stuff like that. Yeah, this is all Nick's fault, okay? He made this community cancer. All these people that are obsessed with definitions and stuff like that. Yeah. Fuck you, Nick. This is what you get, dude.
Sorry, did you guys ever watch Augie's show? Did you guys ever watch Augie's fucking show? Like, this is the thing, bro. Commentary's just changed. Commentary's changed. And people don't want to have conversations anymore. And that's fine. But then when I say, well, why not get on a stream and talk about it? You're just farming them for content. Dude, we used to farm each other for content all the fucking time, bro. I used to talk to Nicholas regularly. I talked to Augie a little bit. I used to talk to Willie Mack regularly. And it's fine if you don't like someone and don't want to talk to them.
Well, the thing is, it's obvious why Nick steers away from that, because he has everything to lose. Even though that's the best thing for content, he has everything to lose by engaging with it. And he has much more to gain by just making content himself. And everybody does. That's why all content dies at the end of the day, is because this is a business. And Nick only has things I mean, look, when the fucking community important. Oh, is this the tweet where I get called out? Am I done? What is this? 1 second here. Oh my god, are you sending me this really? Can Destiny host another seminar for drama YouTubers where he explains the tenant media stuff to normies? I am way too lazy to research this myself, but it seems funny. I like the concept of Destiny sitting me and Tom down for 6 hours and giving us a college lecture every few months so I am less useless when discussing shit. Bro, dude, stop it. Stop it. You're going to get me in trouble. The visceral reaction I have to this shit. Hold on. Does anyone have the stream? Oh.
This is truly remarkable, and so I just want to give you props.
Oh, dude.
For this is like a level of, and I mean this in a good way, like a level of like autistic detail that is in the best way.
Sure.
Like, it's truly remarkable.
Dude,
Average people
okay,
are-
so this stream happened when I was away from the internet, although this was like right around the time I was about to come back. Dude, I was screaming when I saw this stream, dude. I was like, what is going on, dude? This is nonsense. He's just explaining to them. Liberal fucking retard explains to a bunch of fucking gooners why J6 was bad or why Trump is bad or something like that, right? And they're all just sitting there quiet as fuck while Destiny fucking explains to them stupid fucking goy cattle politics. Oh, dude. Oh my god, dude. This was so fucking... You're gonna get me into a fight with Nick, dude. Stop sending me this shit, okay? You're giving me bad memories, but no, this stream was fucking horrific. I agree with that.
Fair enough. But this ridiculous idea that it's like farming someone...
Boblax got burned because he hated the band. Dude, I remember Boblax talking mad shit. I was like, he's right. And that was when he was at the peak of his mania, or whatever the fuck he had, right? When he was peak manic, dude, he was saying this stream sucked cock. And I was like, yes! Finally, someone's brave enough to say it. Fuck this stream, dude. Oh my god, dude. I was looking at that stream and I was like, can we get Leafy back? Anything that's different than this, please? Fuck me, man. Yeah.
To get on a fucking stream with them. When it's just the common way that you did.
While I'm snarking Nick here for a second, I will say this, okay? I will say this. Boblax kind of got a W on fucking Nick today. So Boblax announced that he's retiring. The worst people coming out of the woodwork to celebrate my retirement. And it's a screenshot of Nick and fucking Tectone in his replies. Oh my god, dude, the optics here. The optics. How is Nick gonna block every fucking person on Twitter but not fucking Tectone, Rape Tone? Really? Hey Nick, you missed one. Hey Nick, you missed one over here. You might want to clean this one up. All right. Let's get back into this, dude.
Deal with disagreements and issues in this fucking space. Of course. And this guy's such a queer dude. This is little fucking strategy now. Sat in his fucking Discord of Drulians. Fucking, oh, I could tell this was content as soon as he started telling me how much he respected me, lol. Chud's mad he's losing subs. Someone clipped all the times I talked about him, and I think it was like 22 minutes total. Dude, it's wretched, bro. He just sits there in his fucking pathetic little safe space of drooly and commentary viewers.
I gotta be honest, dude. It is an aura loss to fucking talk about the shit in your Discord.
I have a theory that Nick's girlfriend is Jewish just like Willie Goy show, and that's why he acts the way he does.
I disavow that donation completely. Every aspect of that donation, I completely disavow. Somebody asked have you ever read how he chats in his server? Yeah, I mean, this is from a strategy perspective. I would say you probably shouldn't talk about this stuff in your fucking Discord server.
That jerk him off. It's pathetic, bro. Totally pathetic, dude.
Like, to me, this has the same energy as like a private Twitter account, right? Like, remember back in the day, and I'm guilty of this too. Remember back in the day when everybody had a private Twitter account? And we would always cope and say, well, it isn't really a private Twitter account. You can screenshot and post whatever you want. But in reality, you'd still be using it to vent anyway. Yeah, I mean, this has like, I honestly view like having a private Twitter account as like just like a low IQ trait or a moment there or whatever, right? You should probably not have any outlet on the internet that you use to vent yourself emotionally. You should probably do that with your friends. Actually, you should do that with Tommy C in private. That's who you should vent to. The only venting that should happen is in Tommy C's ear. That's the only safe place on the internet you should be venting any frustrations you have with anything, is Tommy C in private.
Sat here watching, seething about the coverage here. Oh, I only spoke about you for 22 minutes. Yeah, those 22 minutes at a time when I was on fucking holiday, and you know I wouldn't be able to fucking respond straight away, you fucking coward. Fuck me, dude. Trying to act like he's not fucking watching when he's obviously sat there fucking seething. Won't have a conversation though. Won't have a fucking conversation because that's content. That's farming someone for content, which is apparently fucking bad now. Fucking loser, man. Ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous, dude.
I mean, am I crazy? Am I missing the part where Nick wasn't... I mean, now I think Nick would probably not have a conversation with this guy because he's probably like, fuck this guy. But am I missing the part... Like, it seemed like Nick wanted a convo in public and private. I mean, at first in public, then in private or something, right? But it seemed like he wanted the convo, but Chud was the one who was like, fuck this. I don't want to have a conversation. Like, I think now it's over. Also, this is a fucking amazing... This is an amazing fucking desktop here. Rape to Rapeless, Dark Viper, Gaming for Hope, Pirate Software, Just a Robot, Tommy C.
Fucking ridiculous. Sounds like you're the mad one.
True.
Bro, dude, look at this guy. Look at this dude. This segment has no gas. I missed like the first 40...
Oh my god, is Nick actively talking about the current segment right now?
5 minutes, but I think this will just be a nice clean break between our communities. How convenient, bro. I manipulated him to give me silent, bro. Dude, this guy is such a fucking pussy, dude. Dude.
This is hilarious to me.
The point is, what this guy does, he doesn't...
This is fucking awesome.
Is there going to be Tel Aviv 2026 trip with Willie DeOrio and Turkey Tom?
I don't know. Dance in chat. He might be the one setting that up. He can answer if that's happening or not.
I want to have a public conversation, and I'm happy to not have a public conversation about stuff. But he leans into that. He leans into that, and he'll send you a little message and try and have a private little conversation to smooth things over, and then you move forward and you just don't talk about it again. That's...
If Nicole ducks out of debate tonight, you owe us the DeOrio file.
Why is it tonight? Why does it have to be tonight, dude? I'm just saying, in general, I would love to host these guys. I don't think that's gonna happen.
This is fucking strategy, bro.
And I will never release the DeOrio files because then he would release my files. So I can't do that.
That's why he does this little thing where he reaches out to you. He sends you a little message. Wants to make sure that you're still on side. You're not gonna fucking turn on him. And then he waits till you go away on holiday, and then talks shit, and then when you come back and respond, it's, well, it's just content, that's a nice clean little break, doesn't want to fucking be challenged, doesn't want to talk about it on stream. Pathetic. Fucking pathetic, dude. Pathetic. Anyway, so yeah, that's the reality. That's what's happened here. Nick has had a problem with me for months and months and months, okay, hasn't wanted to be kind of clear of that with me, has tried to act like he's still my mate, and then at the first opportunity, when he thinks I'm not going to respond, okay, and comes out with a fucking stream segment talking shit about me. Right, dude. Oh my god, dude, no way. Uh-oh. It's not a safe space. Your friends put a bot on my server and put my paid Discord on a public website.
Oh my god, dude.
My god, dude. Stop stealing his Discord screenshots now. Stop stealing his Discord screenshots. Dude, what the fuck, dude? This is unbelievable, bro. Dude. What happened to this guy? What happened to this fucking guy, dude? What happened to this guy? This is not the same Nicholas DeOrio that I became friends with. Maybe you think that's cope. Maybe you think that's fucking cope, okay? But come on, dude. There's no way Nicholas DeOrio from 2024 acts like this. This is fucking ridiculous, bro. There's no way. There's no way, dude. The John Wick of commentary. The John Wick of commentary. Crying about people screenshotting his members' Discord. Pathetic. Fucking pathetic, dude. Absolutely pathetic. And to be honest with you, yeah, it does kind of suck. Having had friends that you thought, you know, you liked and you get on with and you could have disagreements with. Turns out that's not the case and they've not liked you for fucking months. But I'm glad the band-aid's off now. We can stop the silly song and dance. We don't have to do this silly game.
True.
Where you act like you're my friend. So you can keep tabs on me and make sure that I don't fucking turn on you.
Oh, 1 second.
Dude, so...
Dumpy's calling me. Yo, what's up, dude? I'm live right now. I'm live, dude. What do you think about the Nick DeOrio ChudLogic thing, dude?
Hear me, the tens of thousands.
All right.
This is what I think about Nick DeOrio and ChudLogic. As I'm intoxicated, piss is coming out of my cock.
Wait, you're intoxicated right now? Wait, that's crazy, dude. Why are you drunk right now? You never get fucking... You never get drunk.
Nick DeOrio is a piece of fucking shit.
Whoa, you can't say that, dude.
ChudLogic is a bigger piece
of
fucking shit. You guys, I was on the grind to 100K subs when Jimmy was popping off and everything was looking good. Augie, my friend, was on Twitch. Nick DeOrio called me. He says, you know what? Jellybean stuff's never gonna last. It was gonna hit 100K subs before Dumpy. Wait. Well, guess what? Woodwit is an artistic piece of fucking shit.
Yeah. Are you still there, Dumpy? Okay, the call broke. Amazing fucking segment, dude. Okay, is my mic back to normal again? All right, let's get back into this.
So fucking wretched, man. Oh my god, dude, it's pathetic. Totally pathetic behavior. But people think it's based somehow. I don't understand. I don't get it. How is this based? How is moaning about people's screenshot on your fucking Discord server? How is that, like, the base thing to do now in commentary, apparently? So yes, it is unfortunate to have another friend part ways with you. It's more unfortunate that they choose to do it in a way that they, you know, line up their attack with you going on holiday so they can do it without getting immediate blowback and then act like it's dealt with and you've moved on and that's it. But in some ways, it's good the band-aid is off. Just show the fucking message of Nick saying, Tom, held the video for a week, please. Oh, wait, what? You mean this message? I called Tom early on, told him my terms and what needed to be fake for us to maintain a friendship. He assured me he was innocent while allegations were still dropping. I heard talks of the phone call he leaked and what was inside of it. I watched his completed video on January 27th. I planned to stream it Friday, but she kept accusing Tom of more shit. I think that was why it was delayed. I checked in with Tom Monday and asked when is it dropping because I hadn't heard pestered him. He said now. The video is, my understanding, unchanged on the 27th.
Okay, actually this lines up. I think I texted Tom too when the video is coming out. Let me go into my phone. Fuck. Where is it? I said, are you dropping the video today? At the time he said, this was back on like the January 30th. I said, are you dropping today? Tom said, maybe Monday instead. Just waiting to see if she pulls anything else out. So this lines up. I mean, it seemed like the reason why he delayed the video for so long is just because she kept spewing shit on Kiwi Farms, right? Now, maybe that's the cope, and it was really just to fuck Chud in the ass. I don't really believe that, though. I think it was pretty obvious that she was still going apeshit. Even after the video came out, she was going to put out this big PDF of every fucking text message they ever had. So she obviously had way more shit that she was just spewing like for weeks and weeks and weeks and fucking weeks. And he wanted to make sure that, you know, the video was up to date. And even when the video came out, it wasn't even fully up to date because she was accusing him of talking to minors or something inappropriately. And he didn't address that in the video because the allegation came out the same fucking day the video came out, right? So I don't think they waited. I think that that's an insane conspiracy. I can see why Chud could believe it, though. I'm not saying it's insane to believe that, but I don't, based on what I know, I don't think that's true.
Wait, the video was ready on the 27th, and then it was...
Keemstar is writing the peace treaty as we speak because Jewish DeOrio can't handle it, just like when technicals started raping him.
Keemstar with the peace treaty. I don't think Keem, hot take, I don't think Keem gives a fuck about me or DeOrio. Maybe DeOrio. I don't think he gives a fuck about me or this community at all anymore. And not just because of lolcow, I think he's moved on, dude. I don't think he cares.
It was unchanged for a week and then got released. Is that right? The Tuesday before I left? Bro. What? What? So there's that whole week of streaming, doesn't get released. And then it gets just so happens to get released on the first day that I'm away. Bro,
Tuesday.
These motherfuckers waited for me to go away, didn't they? It's so obvious, bro. They waited for me to go away before releasing it. Oh my fucking god, dude. That is ridiculous, bro. And I'm the snake, apparently. And I'm the fucking snake. What the fuck, dude? And you know why that is, don't you? It's so he can do his little gay, oh, you're sweeping, but not covering it straight away, as if that was my fucking point. Fuck me, dude. Okay, this is the clip that you want me to play.
Good.
You want to play this clip?
Oh, wait, before you get there, I want to just explain this.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
always
go.
get accused of running gay ops, right, Tom? We get accused of like being a commentary cabal who just
Which is
fucks over
true.
people. Never has that been more true than this story, okay? Because we were in a group chat, right? And we were like, beat up
God, dude, the clip chipping.
WC, you're dropping
No. Why do they say it like this, dude?
on Monday. Tom, when are you going? Oh, I think I'm going to drop mine on Tuesday. Okay, you drop on Tuesday, Tom. I'll drop on Wednesday because I used that information
my
he gave
God.
to film an interview at Colossal and Slazo to debunk it before they even
Right.
put it out. Boblack's Twitterverses on Thursday. Everyone, we're going to go to Augie on Friday. That was the most coordinated thing the commentary community's ever fucking done. But the reason...
I mean, I'm not saying this is clip chimp. I'm just saying they're wording it in like a perfect way for this to be clipped. Like, where it's like, I know they say the commentary cabal isn't real, but it totally is. Let's talk about it. Like, bro.
why we did it is because he was bragging about how much fun he was going to have in Los Angeles. So we wanted to fuck up his vacation. So we put a video out every single day. So what Vegas talking
Dude,
about...
the words are just so perfect. We wanted to fuck up his vacation. Oh my god, dude. I mean, this did happen. This did fucking happen. And it was awesome. And it was fucking cool that this happened because fuck, I'm Alex, dude. It was fucking cool. All right. I don't think this I still maintain I don't think this happened to Chud. And if it did happen to Chud, I was left out of it. But to be fair, they should leave me out of this shit because I'm clearly the double agent. I'm obviously the guy that dips in and out of both communities, keeps one ear in one community, out the other. So they shouldn't really tell me if they are going to do something like this because, yeah.
Where he's like,
was that the goal, to fuck up my vacation? I had a great time, so it didn't work, unfortunately. I had a fucking wonderful time. So I don't know if that was the plan, but I had a fucking great time.
like, yo, did you see Nick just dropped a video? That was like the second bomb. You can go ask anybody who was in VidCon 2019. They'll tell you there was a story where I'm Alex is walking around with a 1,000-yard stare like a bomb just went off and he's fucking like, what is going on? He's just walking around the party. Ask Willie. Apparently he bought him a beer and then put out a video called I'm Alex is the biggest douchebag when he got off the plane when he got home.
I remember
What? Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. This deserves a little bit of reevaluation. Willie Mack bought I'm Alex a beer while he was uploading a video calling him a false rape accusing piece of shit. Is that an awesome Willie Mack W moment, or is that genuine like snakish behavior? Wait a minute now. That sounds weird as fuck to me. I'm not buying somebody a beer if I'm uploading a video. I'm not even hanging out with them at all, preferably. That is weird, dude. I'm sorry. Or is it base and cool?
I remember, I think it was like, Nick, you dropped the first video, and then I had one, and then you dropped the interview, I want to say, is the way.
No, the interview was my video.
Was it? Didn't you have a video for, like...
You hung out with Tech? Well, yeah, but that's honestly just because I didn't... Look, I'll be honest, dude, I never really hated technicals. I do hate his Zero video and stuff like that, but that beef was... It was definitely more of like, Nick obviously hated the guy and stuff like that. I don't know. He's not that bad to me. I hated the fucking Zero video and stuff like that, obviously, but looking back on it, it was more of like a contentious battle about the points. But when it comes to him personally, I don't know, dude. I look back at that situation and just cringe my fucking balls off. In a lot of ways. But yeah, I never really hated him as a person or anything like that. But anyway.
Before that was about it without the interview?
That was before I met Alex, but that was like
Yo! Thank you for the subscription there.
Willie must have learned that from his Jewish wife.
I disavow that. Don't talk about his wife, guys.
a month earlier, right? You went and you dropped the first video, I dropped my video, and then you dropped a follow-up on Hyojin when she started suicide baiting.
So it was timed so that they could fuck with me. That's the reality, isn't it? That's what I'm understanding here. There's no Cabal, guys. There's no Cabal. Okay? Don't you dare say anything about Sweeping or a Cabal. But they will work together to release a video at a time to fuck with ChudLogic, apparently. What's the response to that? The video was ready a week before I went away, or 5 or 6 days before I went away. And I'm the snake, apparently. Bro, do you know what's so fucking stupid about this? Me and Nicholas talked about all this extensively when the Turkey Tom allegations were happening. We had 2 arguments about it. We had 2 arguments about it, dude. At any point, he could have spoken about anything he wanted, because all the stuff that he used and talked about was stuff that was already available. There was no new content, because I was on fucking holiday. Because I wasn't responding to the video straight away. Because I was away. It's not like he drew on some new content to make his fucking little, you know, segment about me. It was all stuff that was already out there. That's about I'm Alex, by the way. Yeah, that's not about me. That's about I'm Alex. The clip is about I'm Alex, and someone has presented it as in like, oh look, they've done this sort of thing before, so they likely did the same thing with you.
Nick doesn't want to debate Chud because if Chud makes any good points, Nick might have start making content that's watchable again.
Damn. Yo, Ram, think over the $5. I think Nick, I don't think it would be a blowout debate on Nick's part. I think Nick's very confident in his position here on this fucking drama. I just think, like, from the reason why I don't think Nick would do it is because Nick has gotten the outcome that he wants. He wants a separation from Chud's community. He's gotten that. So why would he engage?
Tommy C. Right.
Disavow. Any comments? Okay, if you're sending a donation, you're talking about people's wives, people's girlfriends, people being Jewish, or Tommy C. being right. These are all equally disavowable donations. So, sorry, I cannot accept your money if you do any of these 4 things. Talked about people's wives, families, girlfriends, or Tommy C being right. It's just not true. What else were we talking about? Yeah, I think Nick's confident in his positions. I think the reason why Nick wouldn't debate Chud is because Nick has gotten what he wants out of the situation. He wants a separation. Why would Nick want to separate from Chud's community but then engage with them at the same time? It doesn't make any sense. He's clearly stated he wants to move on. He says that in his Discord. He wants different audiences, different communities. He wants it to be clear that they're done. So why would he then go against that by debating him? Even though I think it would be good content, why would he do that from his perspective? He'd have to be schizophrenic to be saying one thing but then doing the other. Even though it'd be good content.
with you, where they've coordinated it to release it in a way where you're away, they hope to fuck with your vacation, and it allows them to run certain narratives or something. So here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. A lot of this is just fucking petty nonsense and bullshit, okay? And fucking mad, me calling them a sweeper, trying to respond, whatever. A lot of it's bullshit, right? The thing that I found most frustrating and most irritating about all of this is this kind of bizarre credibility attack that people have tried to make on me. Because I'm willing to like have a laugh, let a lot of things slide, but the idea that Turkey Tom's response somehow undermines my credibility because I don't know what I was validating.
I don't agree with that. Okay. Let's see. They got, okay, don't tell me, don't direct any attention to that if people are getting doxxed. Anyway. So that's ChudLogic's take. Let's go on to your Nick's side of the whole story.
Pathetic. Anyway, so yeah, that's the reality. That's what's happened here. Nick has had a problem with me for months and months and months, okay? Hasn't wanted to be kind of clear of that with me. Has tried to act like he's still my mate. And then at the first opportunity, when he thinks I'm not going to respond, okay, and comes out with a fucking stream segment talking about me. Dude, this, it's almost like the second I'm getting on the plane, right? This sweaty is like, oh, time to go live and talk shit about Chud, but he probably won't respond.
Let's get started. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday we did have some internet problems and our stream wasn't started until 7:30. I wasn't.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm just checking something and then we'll get into this. And no, it's not Fatty DMing me. Before anyone says that. Okay. Good there. All right. Back into this.
I wasn't sure if we were going to do this.
Oh, we got something else coming on here.
I thought doxing was wang after Fuke.
Yeah, that was totally my take, dude.
Hey, we did have some internet problems.
I do like Nick's new intro, dude. This is cool.
Hi, let's get started.
It reminds me of those old like Minecraft intros. Remember like the Minecraft like dubstep intros people used to make? This is not cool. Nah, dude.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday.
Dude, I'm sorry. It's just the drop.
Hi, let's get started. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday we did have some internet problems and our stream wasn't started until 7:30. I wasn't sure if we were going to do this segment. I went back and forth on it for a while. I didn't really think I needed to do one, to be honest, because most people pretty much already agree with me. Before we get started, I want to establish a couple of ground rules.
Nick just putting his cock in the table immediately by saying, everybody already agrees with me. It's unnecessary for me to say anything. I already won, but I'm doing it anyway. Like a true badass here. It doesn't matter. I already won. I'm just doing this for pleasure. It's like, okay. Damn. Dude, you guys are so autistic. How do you not pick up my sarcasm? Do you guys think I'm this much of a fucking dick sucker where when I say, like, his intro is really cool, or when I open up saying stuff like that, you guys think I'm actually sucking him off seriously? Holy fucking autism.
Most people pretty much already agree with me. Before we get started, I want to establish a couple of ground rules. Don't feel compelled to donate tonight because there's no notifications and because I'm, trying to do a show here. And I'll be reading all donations after tomorrow's live stream. So donations are on back burner for tonight.
What do we got coming in here?
Commentary is made up of either morbidly obese people or guys who would put Eugene Cooney to shame.
You just mean me and Nick.
This is a
Thank you for the $10, dude.
Single segment, no introduction, no second segment. We're just going to go through this from start to finish, and I'm going to give you my side of the story. Now, I watched ChudLogic's little crybaby response, the 2-hour version, and I commend DK editing, because he worked really hard to condense that shit down to 40 minutes. You know how much random bullshit coping and seething at his own chat that he had to remove to even make it somewhat watchable? It's still not very watchable, but it's better than the version that I actually reviewed for this segment, because I went back to the original one. Anyways, ChudLogic uploaded uploaded this video about me today. Well, yeah, last night actually. I think he expected me to respond to this or not respond to this, but it was interestingly timed or whatever because I was about to go live. This is the response to the Chud claims from his stream segment. I'm gonna take you through it right now because actually I think you're all aware of this. He released my DMs. Fair play, fine. I've released DMs before. I'm not gonna go and fucking go postal and say, oh, it's super fucked up that you're leaking DMs, the golden rule, man. But what I am going to do is explore these DMs because it was really fucking stupid that he put them out. So let's review what ChudLogic has released, and I'll get into why this is significant periodically throughout the little presentation I'm going to do with you. We're going to come back to the screenshot a lot. So you can see here on February 1st, I wrote yo, and then on the 14th of January 2nd, I'm numbering this wrong because he's European. On January 2nd, I wrote, yo. And on January 14th, I wrote, hey, I just saw a clip of you saying that I don't like you anymore, but you haven't answered any DMs from me since September, LMAO. I did try to keep comms open. Now, the context to this will become more apparent as we proceed, but this is how it was presented in his stream. Then ChudLogic says, and I swear to God, he chose to release this on his own. For the brief moment while we're looking at DMs, I'm going to cover that because it's
DeOrio is like John Wick. If John Wick was 2 hours of Keanu Reeves shooting blind paraplegics in the back of the head.
Wow. Thank you for that, Ethan Klein's jockstrap. $5.
Blocking the stuff. Hey, man. Yeah, I've had a lot
Actually,
on.
before I do this, I'm curious what the chat is thinking, right? Can we do a poll here? What is the consensus so far? I mean, it's... I should do a poll after Nick gives his fucking response, but let's open this up. Who is winning? Chud or Nick? I'll just open this for like a minute. I can't do a minute? 2 minutes then. Fuck it. I'm just curious. What do the people think? All right. It's pretty split. Chud winning though. 61%. Nick at that 41% number. Thing that shows it. There we go. All right. Now I'm curious. Interesting. So 63%. So people are mostly on Chud. Maybe that'll change as we watch Nick's response more, but we're just getting lubed up and into it. What does FFW mean? I think it means a horrific racial slur against Italians. Let's keep going.
Honestly, it's difficult to even know what the deal is. We've gone our separate ways in many ways, and obviously it does feel a bit shit that no one really likes me anymore.
Got something coming in here? Oh, just a $5 donation from Anonymous with no message attached. Well, thank you for that, buddy. Appreciate that.
The commentary community space. I do probably have some issues with some of your coverage, but I don't want to keep talking about EHT, and honestly, I've appreciated the things that you've done for me. So I make these snarky jabs from time to time just to signal to you that I disagree, but I don't want to blow up.
What is this voice?
What little bridge we have left by going full schizo mode, attacking you. I guess I feel estranged, which I thought was really weird because I said, hey man, you just went on stream and told everybody that I don't like you because you're friends with Queeman. And you've ghosted me since September, so that's kind of odd, but thank you for the random glaze, I guess, and you feeling peepo sad about it. So I wrote back, just to be perfectly transparent with you, the conversation here soured my perception of you. I have many friends in the online ecosystem that I disagree with, or who make different content than me. That was never my issue. Despite this, I did attempt to keep the bridge open regardless. So then, I didn't really respond to him. So he gets like more and more desperate as I don't respond to him. But it starts off with him saying, so yeah, I mean, that backs up my feeling of, you know, being estranged. It's all good. I'm not mad or anything. Well, things change and people do different things. And at this point, I still haven't responded. And how long was this? Was this like 10 minutes? Then he writes, listen, man, not everything has to be some catastrophic breakdown. I know you're used to that. And I'm just like, yeah, man, good luck. Whatever you're doing over there, good luck with whatever you're doing over there. Fine. Cool. No problem. The interesting thing about how Chud leaked these DMs is because it was very apparent to me while I was watching his stream that he didn't really want me to. Well, he didn't really want to, rather.
After that stream, and I've archived it already. I've already archived it.
His chat, like, bullied him into leaking these DMs, which is...
Nick trying to do a funny voice like iDubbbz feels weird, man.
What is the character that he's prescribing Chud to? Is like some gay nerd or something? Like, what is the voice?
It's really awkward.
I don't know why people are acting like I've got to fucking archive everything. It's fine.
At one point, he says my word is my bond, which again, I don't care if you're leaking my DMs, but I don't know why you leak DMs where I look normal.
Why is everyone freaking out? Relax. Relax. Relax, bro. Relax.
Oh, we got something else coming in here.
You don't get it, Augie. If you quote the other guy in a silly voice, you win.
Thank you for the $5.
People want to see the DMs so much.
Why do they want to see the DMs so much?
Why do people want to see the DMs?
Keep in mind, he's
Augie not knowing Nick does voices is hilarious. Well, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really watch commentary streams. That's not a dig at Nick. That's just in general. I don't really watch a lot of commentary streams unless there's a topic that super interests me. Commentary is not usually the content that I watch offline.
I did a faggot voice when you talked, so I won, and also I'm Jewish.
Oh my god. Thank you for that, in lips.
He's got these archived. That's why my new profile picture is in them.
I don't understand, dude. It's not that fucking deep, bro. It's not that fucking deep, bro. But yes, it felt very much. It felt very much like...
Like, you want to call this guy a chat slave? You can, because just watch.
You know, like this is going to be the constant flow with Nick.
Oh,
it's that I'm going to...
Another one coming in here.
Can't believe Chud, Tom, Stale 2000, Emru, and Lakari all got in their own controversies to protect Aiden. How hecking wholesome.
Amazing, dude. Yeah, Aiden just skirted by everything. Although he really didn't, though. Like, I tuned into a J-Stock stream the other night, and he's arguing with J-Stock about the fucking Goat Kadu stuff. Then, like, I think last night or 2 nights ago, I tuned into his stream. He's arguing with Gamma again about Goat Kadu stuff. He still talks about it. And worst of all, he's like in this raped defensive position over it. So I don't know why this is still a topic. People say that a bunch of dramas happened and he got away from it. He really didn't. He brings it up every night. So I don't know what's going on over on the Aiden show, but it seems like crazy land over there.
Going to make some comment on stream, okay? It's like I'm going to make some comment on stream, and he's going to come angrily to me privately. We then
put a pin in that one as well.
And have a private conversation, resolve it, but nothing's really resolved, and there's still this underlying tension.
Apparently, I run to him every time he says something about me on stream, and then we resolve it privately?
And those messages were the first time that I realized he'd had this problem with me about this and how it happened afterwards.
So this narrative is very interesting. I do want to establish this early. ChudLogic wants you, the viewer, to believe that he knew he was estranged for 6 consecutive months and knew something was wrong, but he was entirely caught off guard when I told him that there was something wrong. How can those two things both be true?
For months. For fucking months, dude. So, yes, I was estranged. I was estranged. None of the other commentary guys like me anymore. And Nicholas had had this issue with me for months that he hadn't really expressed and just hadn't really kind of been honest about.
So now, again, I hadn't expressed these issues. I hadn't been honest about these issues. I thought you ghosted me since September. Well, we'll get there. I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll get there. I'm sorry.
So, yeah, it was just this kind of unending underlying tension that was just kind of like unresolved. Wonder why? Well, because he felt, well, you know, I don't know, dude. I don't know, because I didn't want to talk privately or something. I said I'd wanted to talk privately and never followed it up with him about this clip and about this.
Wait, how could, hold on. So I didn't tell you there was anything wrong, but you offered a conversation with me and you never followed up on it? And you were surprised that I was not happy with you for a while about? Oh, that's a fucking weird one too. What is that about?
Shit that happened around it.
That's a weird admission.
I'm malicious. What do you mean? How am I being malicious? What do you mean? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? What do you mean? What is malicious here? Me responding to Nicholas, waiting till I go on holiday to say a bunch of crazy shit about me, to make out like I'm an I'm Alex type bigger, and then I'm responding to it, or me saying, well, hey, here's a bit of a background of how this came to be. How is that malicious, bro?
Chud, you gotta keep up the actual topic here. Stop fighting with the chat. I'm trying to get to a point.
I am responding. Dude, this idea that I'm some fucking snake, this idea...
I gotta fast forward through the coping. Can we get to the point where he starts showing the DMs?
My word is my bond, okay? My word is my bond. You guys just want to see DMs. You don't need to see them, bro.
Why does ChudLogic not want to show his DMs with me?
You don't need to see
Why would he not want to show his... This is so weird.
See them.
We saw them. They were really damning. He didn't want to show them. Better question is, when you were in Vietnam and I was supposedly plotting against you, why didn't I redact them? Unless I wanted you to have them.
Nicholas is going to show them.
Oh, shit.
Okay, fine, I'll show it. Fuck it. Fuck it, I'll show it. Fuck you!
Oh, shit.
Oh, Nicholas DeOrio!
So there it is. Chud gets bullied into showing my DMs. And those are the ones we just saw here. Now, I did notice that
Not gonna lie, the funny thing about that fucking, that Chud clip is he's like, wait, hold on. That was such a weird, okay.
Better question.
So he's like, I'm not going to show the DMs, you know, my word is my bond, blah, 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 blah. And then like a minute goes by. And he's immediately pulling it up or whatever, right? Like he's got it screenshotted. Did he have a screenshotted prepared? Or you just screenshot it in that moment? That was pretty fucking crazy. I don't really think showing the DMs is crazy. The DMs weren't that interesting though. Like the weirdest part about the DM leak, the DMs that he showed in the tea party were far more interesting than like these final parting word DMs. Like I don't even know why he showed those because they didn't really show anything.
Question is, when you were in Vietnam and I was supposedly plotting against you, why didn't I redact them? Unless I wanted you to have them.
Nicholas is going to show them. Okay, fine, I'll show it.
He got baited. He got baited.
Show-
Nick was baiting him the whole time to show the DMs for this whole stream to happen. This is the Cabal.
All right, fuck you, Nicholas DeOrio.
So there it is. Chud gets bullied into showing my DMs. And those are the ones we just saw here. Now, I did notice that eagle-eyed viewers pointed out that the messages that Nick said ruined his perception of Chud were actually not one of the ones that were included in the leak. And until it's released, Chud's acting like Tom's accusers, selectively releasing DMs. And that would be fucking damning. If Chud selectively released DMs, that would be pretty fucking bad. Now, Corn Toasty did say, to be fair, the way it's worded sounds like this conversation reference might have been in a Discord call and not text messages. So even though this is all a terrible look for Chud, there might not be any other relevant texts, which is a good point. That is a possibility because he's referencing something here, but there's no way that like this message that's highlighted in yellow is accessible to ChudLogic that he could have shown you the actual context for. So that's what we're going to be going through tonight because it absolutely fucking was there. He just didn't want you to see it. So, ladies and gentlemen,
idiot whatever.
A main thing that I want to establish with you for the context that you're about to see is my understanding of ChudLogic. Back in the day, and you must have seen these rants because I remember them, and this is one example that I'm going to show you from a relevant video. ChudLogic would constantly fight with his audience because he felt like we were being pit against each other and he wanted to maintain our friendship. ChudLogic lives on an island. His little audience members go and chase away every single person he's friendly with. They want him to stay on his own little island, make content by himself, and that's just the reality of what ChudLogic's content creation journey is and will ever forever be as long as he remains audience captured the way that he is. So ChudLogic would go on these rants trying to like reel his audience in because he did.
Tommy C talking point. Is it a Tommy C talking point or is Tommy C's streams the DeOrio talking point, but just said retardedly? Because remember, Tommy C does not have an original thought. Okay, people always like I was about to mutter the word Tommy C fans, but we all know those don't really exist.
Easily Nick's worst showing. All set up.
Oh, hold on. Let him cook. Let's wait. Let's hold back judgment and watch the fucking content first. We're just beginning with the fucking points, right? But Tommy C wants you to believe that he's some like legendary predictor of things, that he knows what's going on and that he's got this amazing people reading skill or whatever, right? The reality is he just regurgitates shit that people tell him in private, but retardedly. Like Tommy C's show is just like an autistic CTE alcoholic game of telephone where he just vomits out the last thing that a commentary YouTuber told him in private while he pretends that's his own take and his own genius or whatever, right? And then he also just machine guns every possible fucking take you can have about anybody. And then when one of the retarded things he says becomes right with hindsight, not even because it was actually right, but just in hindsight it looks right, then he'll go on the air and he'll be like, I was right! I won! He does this every time, and he's been doing it for years. That's how he tries to establish this autistic credibility that idiots think that he has, that when people say that, oh, damn, Tommy C's right again, dude. It's just because he just vomits what people tell him and also vomits every possible thing he can fucking say. And then when one of the retarded things he says becomes right through hindsight, then he wins. And that's the Unk playbook there. It's very funny, but to be honest, I do have to take some responsibility for propping up his credibility in this fucking community because he's had so many fucking commentary YouTubers sit around and pretend that he's cool just because he was on Baited 10 years ago. In his own mind, he has even tricked himself into thinking that he has intelligent takes on fucking anything, when in reality, he's just being propped up by a bunch of retarded teenagers like me from 10 years ago because he was on Baited Podcast. So to some extent, I've actually, me and many other people, have given him brain damage by pretending that he was right. Oh, that's just Tommy. That's just Tommy. Oh, Tommy's right again. Woo! Let's hype Tommy up. That actually gave him fucking autism in the process. Yeah, Tommy C says he raised me. Actually, we kind of raised Tommy, but we made him retarded by pretending that he's right. So it's a very interesting and kind of sad situation. And honestly, I am responsible for playing a part in elder abuse. It's like reverse molestation. Yeah, exactly. But that's the real story of what happened with Tommy C and why he is the way that he is. So anyway, I don't know how I got on that tangent there. Somebody brought up Tommy C, but that's really the reality of what happened.
Did not want conflict with me.
Right? But it just feels like at the moment it's anything that goes against Hassan. Anything that goes against Hassan, worthy of support.
Wheel became a member. The Cheese Wheel celebrates 10 months of membership. Go off, chuddy buddy. FK regarded wars and politics over dirt and religion.
Thank you, Cheese Wheel, for the membership.
So this is the clip.
No, I'm not bringing up Nicholas DeOrio's stream. I'm not making it about any one individual, okay? I don't fucking care about your gay cam. This is also really... Do you know what? Whilst we're here, I'll also say this as...
This is the, this stream right here is from the RFC Mania stream where he called me out, Honor out, and Nick.
Well, okay, I'm so fucking sick of you utter cretins.
The only nigger that outspokenly agrees with Nicholas FFW DeOrio is Tommy C. Son him crying.
Thank you for the $3. The only person that outspokenly agrees with Nick DeOrio is Tommy C's son.
Desperately trying to fucking throw a wedge between me and DeOrio because he's cocksucking Ethan Klein at the moment, okay? I fucking have got my issues with it, but you guys are so fucking... You're like raping my brain with this shit.
People in his chat are raping his brain to try to get us to fight each other? And he doesn't like that?
Fucking unbelievable, dude. If you've got a problem with what Nicholas is saying, that's between you and Nicholas. If you've got a problem with something that Queeman is saying, that is between you and Queeman. I'm talking broadly about the issues that exist that I've noticed, and you are trying to laser focus...
All right. So this is my major issue with ChudLogic. I was under the assumption that he wasn't lying, that he actually didn't want us to fight each other, that he actually didn't like how his audience was trying to pit us against each other, and he actually felt like he was kind of in a bad way. That was my understanding, and that was clearly my bad. So now I'm going to show you the message where I ran to him crying, and oh my god, it doesn't appear that I've done that. Boom. What happened? Wait, this can't be the start of the...
Okay, so this DM, what is this right here? This is from right after, I guess, the segment. This is from Leftovers.
Conversation. I was told that Nick was in
one of Ethan's biggest sweepers, ChudLogic.
Tears. What the fuck? Why is this a Reddit post?
Okay, so this is an H3 Snark Reddit. One of Ethan's biggest sweepers, ChudLogic, snaps, unloads on other active sweepers. He hasn't swept such covered for drama for weeks.
From H3 Snark making a joke that they referred to ChudLogic as one of the biggest sweepers of Ethan Klein. I thought I was supposed to be an emotional crybaby, that I was running to ChudLogic. Oh, wait, what is this? Then he starts sucking my dick? Dude, I was absolutely raging yesterday. I hope I didn't cause you any grief. Well, that's not...
Okay. What the fuck is this?
Exactly how he presented that in the live show, is it? Is that how he presented this in the live show? Where he's just
okay, so this can either be interpreted as Nick sees something funny or retarded on Reddit, and he's sharing it with Chud, I guess, to be like, wow, look at this. Or it's him subconsciously sending the message of like, hey, fucking loser, you're kind of causing some problems over here, right?
like, dude, I was absolutely raging yesterday. I hope I didn't cause you any grief. Yeah, so this was the thread. But yeah, Leftovers H3 clipped Chud's rant where he's like, fuck you, Nick DeOrio. And they called him Ethan Klein's biggest sweeper, which I thought was funny. So from there, because ChudLogic has now brought it up, I gave him the issue that I had with his segment.
So how does this
he
continue?
goes, dude, we're absolutely raging yesterday. I hope I didn't cause you any grief. And I said, I know. I just really don't understand you stoking the flames and taking shots at my character if you're annoyed that people are baiting and trying to make us argue. That seems fairly counterproductive.
Okay, well now we go into arguing about it, which makes it look less like it was like a haha funny lol. But then Chud,
but some of the stuff that you've talked about is stuff that I've complained about too, like people annoyingly agreeing with Nuxtaku. So I don't know, it just feels like a weird game of telephone where a lot of assumptions were being made. I think this is a reasonable thing.
I know, and I just don't understand stoking the flames to take shots at my character if you're annoyed people are baiting and trying to make us argue. Some of the stuff you talked about I've complained about, like people annoyingly agreeing with Nux. I don't know. Okay.
To ask somebody who
I don't understand why Nick didn't open up with what I remember his problem being, which is the fact that Chud was accusing Nick of agreeing with the IDF or siding with the IDF when Nick didn't do that. That was somebody else. Because again, I can't remember the fucking argument. Now I have to go back and fucking find this. But hold on. Let me find it. Hold on, dude. ChudLogic, the state of the commentary community. What did he accuse Nick of doing?
Have you seen the RFC Mania stuff, ChudLol?
Yeah, I have. Pair of wretched has-beens desperately doing tricks for treats, like shaving their head. It's pathetic.
Hold on, let me find the part where he starts screaming about Nick. IDF. Nicholas DeOrio. Nick. DeOrio. Sucking off Ethan Klein. Okay, hold on. Let's find this here. I think this is where he starts talking.
I didn't have to threaten anyone for it, though. It was all given to me willingly.
Also, the only reason I'm talking about this is because there's like barely anything happening at the moment. The drama
ADL
fucking ecosystem is as dry as the fucking Sahara unless you're willing to do the 20th stream sucking off fucking Ethan Klein. Yes, I'm talking about you, Nicholas DeOrio, okay? Unless you're willing to do the 20th stream going, oh, isn't Ethan correct about everything and Hassan's totally wrong? Unless you're willing to do that, it's dry as the fucking Sahara out there, bro. There's nothing happening. It is so boring. Dude, I'm so uninspired every single day when I wake up and I think, right, what is there to talk about today? What? We love the ADL guys, don't we? Yeah, the ADL are absolutely correct about everything, aren't they? All of a sudden now, because we're against Hassan and we want to suck Ethan's cock, the ADL apparently are against the ADL fucking suck, bro. The ADL fucking suck. The ADL are terrible, okay? This idea that Ethan is this sensible fucking operator.
Yeah, so he's going to go off this point, right? And he's correct about this, except for the fact that Nick never sided with that point, to my understanding. And that's why he was pissed. So when Nick and Chud are arguing with each other in DMs, I don't know why Nick doesn't immediately go to that. Because like he's making it out like, you're taking shots at my character. But it seems like what Nick was angry about was that Chud either lied or got something wrong about a point that Nick never made. And that's why he was mad. So I don't know why he wouldn't open up with that. Or maybe they talk about that later. I'm not sure.
Publicly facing and privately facing, telling people that they
seems like the way that Nick is talking to Chud in these DMs, it looks like Nick's mad about just regular ass criticism. When in reality, it was about incorrect criticism that Chud was just spamming.
Chud is obviously trying to manage Nick's wet tissue paper ego in the DMs, but Nick spins it as Chud being should have grown a spine and told him off. Am I right, Augie?
Let me read that more closely. Let's see here. Chud is obviously trying to manage Nick's wet tissue paper ego in DMs, but Nick spins it as Chud being two-faced. Chud should have grown a spine and told him off. Well, they should have just been more direct with their communication. It seems like they're talking past each other, which seems to happen a lot. It's like the when Chud was talking with Liam Donovan, both of them were completely retarded in how they were communicating with each other and just not addressing each other's points at all. It just looked retarded, and I'm kind of seeing a similar thing happening here. So
do not like when people are trying to pit us against each other. It seems like a weird thing to go on a lengthy rant about it if this is something that you do not want. Then ChudLogic wrote something that is very interesting. He said, yeah, I understand.
I just feel totally raped at the moment. I obviously have some issues and disagreements, but I can't reasonably state them without causing some stupid beef. Wait, what do you mean stupid beef? I thought this was, Nicholas, where are you? Why are you not on my stream? What? Wait, what do you mean stupid
Yeah,
beef?
see, this feels like them talking past each other.
I wonder why Nick won't talk about it. Is it because his chat is filled with a bunch of goy cattle and Jewish people?
Wow. Thank you for that $3, dude. This is them talking past each other, because Chud is going to say, I obviously have some issues and disagreements, but can't reasonably state them without causing some stupid beef. He's talking about, he wants to be able to criticize, at least I think what's happening is he's talking about how he wants to be able to criticize Nick without Nick freaking out. But Nick is reading this as, I understand, I just feel raped. I obviously have some issues and disagreements, but can't state them. Like, he's saying, like, oh, so you admit you're causing beef and that it's not banter or something like that, I think. And this is just them reading past each other.
I thought this was Kino important content. And then he says, I can't react to your exact takes without causing drama. I thought, wasn't the commentary community on Augie's stream founded by the guys in the trenches fighting every little talking point? I'm so confused. ChudLogic in public wants you to believe that he's been edging. He wanted to talk about this for months. But ChudLogic in my DMs is a cowering little pussy who's saying, oh, I don't want no drama with you, Nick DeOrio. I can't even do this without causing any beef. I don't want any drama, right? Then he says, seems like an on-stream discussion would have been more raped and more drama. That's a particularly interesting point for me, because ChudLogic is telling me for the first time that he has no interest in a debate with me. Unprompted. He didn't want to chat with me. Dude, I'm sorry if you're an avid ChudLogic fan and you're one of the guys that hate me, and you think that he's been fighting for you privately behind the scenes, but actually Chud's a huge pussy.
This is Nick trying to make Chud's audience, like, fucking despise him.
And he didn't want any beef with me for the longest time. And this is how he talked to me in DMs. And it doesn't sound like the way he talked to you on stream. Isn't that weird? So then ChudLogic said, also, not all the comments were about you. It was about everybody in sort of an amorphous blob. So ChudLogic told me that he's been totally feeling raped recently, and he can't talk about any of this stuff without his audience that it captured him getting on his ass and annoying the fuck out of him, because he's perpetually one-guyed by a chat full of piranhas that he can't do anything about, and he's terrified of them. I thought this is like gonna be it, you know, because this is like a really awkward scenario that's happening here, because it sounds like he's telling everybody publicly one thing and he's telling me something, but also maybe there is some other position here that I'm not understanding. This is kind of weird.
Maybe there's a third position.
Maybe we just move on from here and everything. So then he uploads this segment immediately the same day, and they fucking put it out as fast as possible. Is it the same day? No, it's the same day. So he rushes his segment out called The State of the Commentary Community, and it opens like this, where he's screaming and crying about how Augie did like a fun IRL stream, and about how I am an Ethan Klein dick sucker. And it's like, oh, dude, why would you even be mad about that, bro? It's just banter, mate. It's just banter. Banter for ChudLogic is he's mad at his chat who's attacking him, so he takes it out on his friends. That's what banter means to ChudLogic. These little jabs and things, they're to satiate the bloodlust in his chat. He's terrified of you.
Tricks for treats.
Yeah, I see where this is going, because it's like Willie had this problem, Tommy had this problem, fucking Turkey Tom had this problem, right? And other creators have had this problem, I think, where it's like they'll go on Chud's show, they'll be having an amicable conversation, and then Chud will just pound them in the ass with questions from the chat, and then they'll get mad instead of just answering the questions, or it's causing grief for them, and so they get angry at fucking Chud for making it a hostile environment, or what they feel is a hostile environment, whereas Chud's just like, bro, I'm just trying to make content. So it's like this dynamic where everybody just gets fucking ass mad at each other.
Shaving their head. It's pathetic and wretched. Like, it started off and I could understand it a bit.
He's totally raped, guys. He doesn't want to deal with this at all. Then the video from DK comes out.
But like, Connor shaved his and they're treating like a big joke. You look like a fuck. You're a total freak. You're a total
I mean, I remember, like I said before, I remember like getting pissed at this fucking segment, but me and Connor's response was just to make fun of Chud back and just say that he's boring, or that he's, oh, go do another desktop stream, fucking retard. Like, we're out here doing shit. Go eat a pepper or something. It's fun. Fuck you. You don't know what fun is. You're an old fucking loser. Just throwing shit back at him or whatever, right? And And that was pretty much it. And then it just moves on, right? So, and it's not even serious. It's not like, oh, he fired a shot at me, I'm gonna deploy some shots back. It's more so just like, oh, he's talking shit, talk shit, whatever, stuff like that. So, I don't know. And if we have a super serious disagreement, then I guess we can get on call and fucking debate about it, and then the viewers win because they get fucking content from it. But yeah.
Retard, shaving your head for.
The totally raped comment reads to me as him saying he's stuck between a spot where he wants to critique Nick's public takes without completely burning the bridge. Not this, I have to appeal to the chat narrative Nick is making it out to be. Well, from my perspective, and again, chat's gonna laugh, but my experience, I haven't had problems criticizing Nick.
Nick's watched Chud all the time, but pretends he doesn't know Chud being an angry boomer seething at his chat isn't his whole gimmick.
Thank you. Like, I haven't had issue criticizing Nick before. Now, granted, I'll say this, I don't do it a lot, and when I do criticize Nick, it's not like I'm like calling him a fucking fat, fucking blob piece of shit, fucking non-binary fucking freak, whatever the fuck the talking points are, right? I obviously had never gone that hard at Nick before, whatever the fuck people say about him, right? I don't call him an FFW. I don't bring up the fucking fingers up his ass. You know what I mean? Like, it's very light shit, right? But, but I've never had an issue calling Nick out, right? The reason why Nick, from my understanding, the reason why Nick got mad at the call out was because the call out was incorrect. He was stating stuff that was factually wrong, which is that Nick was defending the ADL when he never did that. And that's why Nick was mad. But they're not talking about that in the DM. So now I'm wondering, well, was that really why he was mad? Because if I'm mad at somebody, I can be mad at somebody for like multiple different reasons. But when I'm talking to them about it, I'm going to explain probably the biggest reason why I'm mad first. Or maybe that's the only thing that I say, but I'm going to say the biggest thing that pisses me off. And if I was Nick, the biggest thing that would piss me off is not that he's criticizing me, but it's the fact that he's wrong about it. You know, that's what I would say. So that's why I'm confused.
Cash, and you're trying to act like it's normal. No, it's not normal. Unless you're willing to do the 20th stream sucking off.
Has Nick ever come on stream again after the Willy rape stream?
No, dude. He hasn't.
Oh, Ethan Klein! Yes, I'm talking about you, Nicholas DeOrio, okay? Dude, I saw some Stardust clip, right? And Frogan, the stupid fat wench, I don't fucking like Frogan, right? But she said something about the ADL negative.
So he puts out the segment, does the I'm calling you out Nick DeOrio bit. So at this point, I'm really confused, because this makes no fucking sense to me, that he would say this and then upload the segment. So I go, call me crazy, but I think it's probably not you being frustrated that people keep talking about it or trying to get us to fight each other, considering that you're now playing into it. I think this is an entirely reasonable position for me to have based off the positions that ChudLogic has shared. This is not, oh no, you're messing up my money. Oh no, you're attacking me over Ethan Klein. It's, you're kind of a fucking hypocrite, dude. And this kind of sucks.
Nick was clearly defending the ADL, but he didn't say I support the ADL, so he gets to worm around and say, oh, I didn't endorse the ADL. I just don't feel sympathy for any of these people. So what was the whole controversy? What did the ADL do? They were calling for the ban of Hassan. I think Jonathan Greenblatt was calling for the ban of Hassan. That's what the drama was. And Ethan was signal boosting that, Ethan Klein. And what, did Nick give some take where he's like, I don't care, like I don't support it, but I don't care. So that's what happened. Is that really what happens? Because that's crazy. I actually would care if the ADL was banning Hassan. I would be like, what the fuck? Why are we? I don't know.
So then
Nick's signal boosted, is there proof of that? Like, is there a tweet where he's talking about this? Or like him retweeting them or something?
I start responding to him. This is hours later after the video comes out. And I go, right. And so he goes, all the comments, not all the comments were about you. He's been doing this for quite a while. He's extremely vague on purpose, so he can satiate.
Had to go for an hour. Is fatty right, or is it total DeOrio death?
I mean, I think he has some points for like why he's like pissed or whatever the fuck, right? I'm just seeing like a clear lack of communication between them. Like I get where he's coming from in some parts of this, right? I get where Chud's coming from and why Chud's frustrated, because I've kind of dealt with, not from Nick, but like just the commentary community in general, like Willie, in my particular case, of them not like taking criticism too seriously or kind of spurging out about that. I don't know. I mean, ultimately, this doesn't really seem that serious to me, but
his audience, but also take no accountability from me.
it
Also,
just seems like they're reading past each other.
not all the comments were about you.
By the way, I've seen these DMs before, but I didn't really like know how to interpret or read these because I didn't super care about this entire situation. I just kind of saw this and was like, oh, okay, whatever. But yeah, when I try to look at these like a little more closely, it is sort of I'm kind of seeing where the communication failure is happening.
It was about everyone in sort of an amorphous blob. Right, but that just means they're going to assume it's all about me because you opened with, yes, I'm calling you out, Nick DeOrio, and then you said that later. It's annoying that when I get stupid comments about EHD is too boring, I, and my chat can attest to this, send them to ChudLogic and say,
Mega Jew answer.
Oh, yeah.
Was your ass hurt from the fence?
Real original comment there.
hey man, look, if you don't like what I'm covering, you can go check out what Chud's doing. He's covering all this different stuff, and that's totally cool. I have no problem with that if you're kind of bored over here. But when ChudLogic has people go, can you cover the new iDubbbz thing? He just calls me a fucking compromised dick sucker and fucking attacks my character. I don't know why he does that, but whatever, cool, fine. But why is it my fault that people want you to watch the most popular topic at the time? This just kind of sucks. I don't know. It's kind of a weird fucking thing to say. So then ChudLogic starts going, in my opinion, kind of postal. Yeah, obviously I have some disagreements with the way things have been discussed recently. It's awkward because there's this pressure to have this big blowout drama disagreement, which I don't really see the value in. It's almost like I had a completely different understanding of who ChudLogic was in comparison to the average viewer who consumes his live stream. I was blown away when I watched some of the things that he would say on stream, because these are the things that he would say to me. So he said,
wait. Yeah, I obviously have some disagreements with the way some things have been discussed recently. It's awkward because there is this pressure to have this big blowout drama disagreement, which I don't really see the value in, and obviously people are sniffing around for any sort of disagreement to capitalize on for their own content, particularly from the Hassan Snark side. And then Nick says, I don't think you really have seen my positions outside of clips people are farming since you, but I would walk that back if you really watched me. So Nick's kind of hinting that his takes, like that the takes that Chud is giving about him are inaccurate, but he's not explaining which of those takes are. So they're just going to read past each other again or something like that, right? Whereas when I read this statement from Chud, it looks like he's like, I want to be able to criticize you without it being drama, right? But Nick's going to be like, if you're attacking my character, then that's drama. You're attacking my character, you're attacking my business, or you're attacking like how I run things, so I'm going to take that personally.
I think Chud sealed his fate in the New Year's stream. My shitso theory, Nick and Tom were contemplating sweeping for the Destiny revenge porn scandal until Chud blew it up. Then Chud forced DeOrio's hand again with Tom allegations.
Tom and Nick were going to sweep for Destiny. That would have been career suicide if they did that. I don't think so.
It's awkward because there's pressure to have this big blowout drama disagreement, which I don't see the value in. And obviously, people are sniffing around for any sort of disagreement to capitalize on for their own content. And then I say, and again, I think this is reasonable, I don't think that you've really seen my positions outside of clips that people who are farming sent you, but I would walk that back if you've really watched my content. Then he says, obviously I appreciate that, and I appreciate what you've done for me. By the way, Chud's viewers get so fucking butthurt when I mention that I helped ChudLogic, because after Destiny and him had their little falling out, Chud reached out and asked me and Augie to do commentary collabs with him. That's like another thing. So the reason
I don't remember that, but if Chud did reach out and ask to do collabs with me, I totally fucked him over because I left the internet like the next day. Chud's like, hey, you want to do some streams? I'm like, yeah, sure, buddy. Leaves the internet.
Why you constantly keep seeing ChudLogic say things like, I appreciate what you've done for me, is because he's making reference to that. That's what he's making reference to. So I say, I don't think you've really seen my positions outside of clips that people who are farming have sent you, but I would walk that back if you really watched me. And then ChudLogic says, obviously I appreciate that. I appreciate what you have done for me, and I consider you a friend. We have had disagreements and hashed them out before, and it's fine. I mean, I was talking a bit of shit, and I haven't even seen all your coverage, but you're extremely favorable to Ethan to a fault, no? So at this moment, I realize, oh, fuck, this guy just doesn't watch me. This guy doesn't watch anything that I've had. Dude, this guy literally does not watch my content. And you don't have to. To be my friend, you don't have to watch my streams or watch my videos. Now, I was very active in his chat.
Thank God.
I enjoyed his show a lot, and I thought he was a really respectable guy, but at this point I realized, oh, he just doesn't watch my show, right? So then he goes, also, that title and thumbnail is very tame. No one's getting called a pedo. So I guess at this point, I got off better
So Nick's saying that he did this comment where Chud is like, aren't you favorable of Ethan to a fault? Nick's saying that, oh, you don't watch my show because if you watch it, you would see all the times that I criticize Ethan or whatever the fuck, right? But they're not going to get into specifics about like, okay, well, what points do you think I was like just completely ridiculous in supporting Ethan over, right? It's so weird because it seems like they're willing to have the conversation, but it just doesn't fucking happen. They're just talking past each other. Like, this should be the moment where Nick's like, where do you think that I, suck Ethan off over, where he's just objectively wrong or something like that, right? Because if I was going to have this conversation with Chud, if I did a bunch of pro-Ethan content, Chud was like, I think you suck him off to a fault. I'd be like, why do you think that? What have I said?
Lyrics got it worse than me. So this one is basically inconsequential.
Dude, this is why I need to fucking host this fucking debate, dude, because I have more questions than answers watching this shit.
This is me trying to just establish talking points to see what the problem is. I'll go through it just for the sake of showing all.
By the way, if you guys, I'm curious, by the way, if fucking Lyrics was still a commentary streamer, where do you think he would fall on this drama? Would he be in my camp, forced to kiss Nick's ass for shekels? Or would he turn? What would he do? Which side would he pick?
All the DMs, but it's not really relevant. I agree with you on Nux. I support the no legal threat on the basis that he has defamed people maliciously in the past, ChudLogic. But I've also said that Ethan should probably leave it at a threat, and I'd be open to seeing what gets filed if ever it didn't. And reassessing, I think the Nazi sword was on purpose, but it was safe edgy, not their secret KKK Jew attackers. It was done for safe edgy owns. When they correct him that it's a manji. In regards to the ban, this is a random Hassan Piker ban.
We're getting into some specific stuff here.
6 months ago, not really relevant here. I said that he probably shouldn't be banned. Otherwise, I literally don't know what other topics we even disagree on. So that was me kind of just establishing talking points, but we rip it back. We go back to the actual discussion. The confusion is, you seem frustrated.
Wait, it feels like there's context missing. So he gives all of his positions that Chud might have an issue with. Do they ever break this down?
It back. We go back to the actual discussion. The confusion is, you seem frustrated about the drama baiting, and this seems like another escalation that will extend it, which I think, again, warranted question. ChudLogic says, oh, okay. I mean, I said to DK to take it easy on the title and thumbnail, mainly because I'm probably going to lose subs over it. Remember when ChudLogic went live yesterday and said, guys, I lose subs all the time. None of this matters to me. Well, again, in private, he actually is worried about losing those subscribers. That was something that mattered to him. Now, as time progressed, I started to realize that ChudLogic probably didn't even like me. He was just probably worried that I was going to pull out and take the rest of my viewers with me, which is what happened. That is what I did.
Damn.
So, he just lied about that as well. But yeah, I mean, there isn't.
Wait, what is he actually saying? Okay. I mean, yeah, I said to DK to take it easy on the title and thumbnail, mainly because I'm probably going to lose subs over this. But yeah, I mean, there isn't much going on that's worthy of a segment, so I'm just trying to carve something out. Just unfortunate that the most interesting thing that happened on my stream yesterday, I guess, was me talking shit about you guys. But I have not put that out wanting to provoke more drama intentionally, even though it will have that effect. Responding to Nick saying the confusion is that you seem frustrated about the drama baiting, and this seems like another escalation. So that's Nick talking about Chud putting this fucking video out, right? Where he's like, why would you say you don't want to fight with me, but then you put out a video calling me out and talking shit? Okay.
Much going on worthy of a segment, so I'm just trying.
Bro.
DeOrio will never debate on Kick because it might get the attention of the casino. PPP knows the law on DeOrio and he wouldn't survive getting bullied by KC.
PPP knows the lore.
Trying to carve something out. What the
Thank you
fuck
for that $5.
does that mean? Wait. So wait, you're telling me, Chud, you're telling me that you were bored on a random fucking like Tuesday afternoon and you just snaked me and you just told me in plain English that that's what you did. I didn't have any content, so I just called you a fraud. How the fuck was I supposed to interpret this? I'm just curious. How the fuck was I supposed to interpret this message where he's like, yeah, dude, I was raped for content that day, so I just snaked you. Then he goes, just unfortunate that it's the most interesting thing that happened on my stream yesterday. So apparently when Chud snakes you, if his content sucks for the day, he just doubles down. And Chud, by the way, he'll tell you he's got no idea why I'm upset about this. He'll tell you that it's irrational to be angry that ChudLogic in plain English told me he fucked me. I mean, that is just fucking outrageous, isn't it? But I have not put that out wanting to provoke more drama intentionally, even though it will have that effect. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's a pretty fucking heavy line, Chud. Then I said, I'm going to ignore the people telling me to respond to you.
I feel like when he says words like he fucked me, he snaked me or whatever, he has to like clarify what he means by that specifically. Because the question that I would ask if I was moderating a debate between these guys is, I would be like, what's the line? What is the line between criticism and fucking you over? Because I'm sure Nick has an answer for that, right? But that would be what I'd clarify on, right? Because like when you use a lot of terms like he fucked me over, he fucking raped me, he snaked me, blah, 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 we have to be specific about what we're talking about here, right? Is it he fucked me over because he fucking did a segment on me? Or he fucked me over because he got shit wrong, or he lied, or he's not specific, or he's being a pussy? Like, what is it?
Half because I really didn't see any reason to make this a huge fucking thing, and half because it's so vague I really don't know what to say. Anything I'll do will sound retarded after a 3-hour Creator Clash segment, and you might remember this message. This is the message that he didn't want to show, I guess. This is the one. Where is it?
Which
This is the one he didn't want to show. Yeah, man, if you want to hop in a call off stream and really hash some of this out, we can. It's up to you. I think that we have more disagreements than what you're saying. Maybe just having a frank convo makes things easier, but I am not looking to fall out over this, even though there are many people that want me to. I am raped for content. Now, I'm just curious. I didn't go on and make a fucking public tirade out of this. I didn't drop this guy in May. I gave this guy an opportunity to talk to me. He ghosted me for 3 months. And this guy wrote me in DMs telling me that he felt raped for content, so he fucked me. I think that's kind of crazy. I think that's a crazy thing to write somebody. And I think the issue here is if there's some misinterpretation that I'm not understanding, that still also falls on him. The reason we're talking about this is because he started leaking shit, but I reached out to him and I wanted to have a call about it to clarify what he said back in May, and he fucking ignored me. So if there is some weird
I'm down to have a call sometime next week. Is that publicly or privately?
back in May, and he fucking ignored me. So if there is some weird angle to these messages that I can't possibly deduce, he just chose not to talk about it. And I'm the coward, by the way. I'm the coward for this. I'm the coward. Here are some examples. Hey,
yeah, it is weird to me that he didn't want to talk. I guess what he's going to say is that he just didn't care. He just didn't fucking want to. He's like, fuck this. I don't want to fucking talk to fucking gay-ass DeOrio. I guess that's what he was thinking, right?
Hey, dude, it's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Me asking if the video's fake. Yo.
But I mean, if Nick was open, I'm pretty sure at the time Nick was open to a public call because at the I could be wrong in this, but I remember Nick telling me that him and Chud were going to have a public, like an on-stream call about this. And then that just didn't fucking happen. So I'm wondering, like, why? Because why would Chud turn away from content like that? It's like a easy fucking payday. No shot. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was going to be public. I remember being surprised about it. I was like, you guys are doing a public call or something? And then it just didn't happen. And then I think I asked him about it. Wait, let me try to find this in my... I'm pretty sure I was like, hey, are you and Chud still going to do the call? Where is this? I could be wrong on this. I can't remember. Like I said, I don't super care about this stuff to like such a deep extent. But let me see. Chud. We just type Chud. Let's see. I swear I was asking him, like, are you guys going to do this or something? Like, when's it happening? Oh. Yeah, I found the DM where I asked him. I was like, are you and Chud still talking? Oh, wait, no, that's just me asking if they're talking in general. I don't think I ever asked them if they were doing it. But I swear I thought they were doing it on stream. I don't know. And then I talked about Tommy C's video, and I was like, because at this time, Tommy C had put out his video on ChudLogic. And I was like, Tommy C's video is basically a Cabal rallying cry to turn on him fully. That's what I told Nick. True.
Back to where we are now, right? So this is back in November. The last message that we had was like mid-September, I think, right? So that's kind of the stuff that Chud chose to omit. I've got more stuff, and this message will still remain relevant as we move forward. But I want to establish a timeline with you because some people don't understand. Okay, Nick, Chud fucked you over in May of last year, and you were quiet about it. You didn't make a huge public issue about it. You didn't explode and blow him up or something back then. So why is this a problem now? Well, eagle-eyed viewers would point out that this message right here was on January 14th of 2026 at 2:01 p.m., where I told him, yeah, man, good luck with whatever you're doing over here. So there's no nuclear holocaust coming. Nick's not going to go on a fucking tirade and attack you. There's no drama. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. Even if we don't resolve it, I don't care. We can just move on. Then my friend got accused of like sexual assault, pedophilia, rape, domestic violence. And this happens at 10 p.m.
Well, he's obviously passive aggressive, but he's saying that he wasn't trying to fight or go to war or something.
Finds out about it at least. I think that this guy fucked me over in May. I'm not making it a public issue. I don't really care. It's fine. We can move on. Then a couple hours later, my friend gets accused of domestic violence, sexual assault, and at 8 a.m. the next morning, the Great Sweep was on.
But
yes, that is the timeline here. I said, hey man, I'm ready to move on. We could just go on with our lives. And then ChudLogic finds out my friend got accused of rape and then snakes me at 8 o'clock the next morning.
My concern, ladies and gentlemen, is the big sweep might be on. Okay?
Might be on.
The big sweep might.
So this guy stuck a dagger right into my neck the minute we stopped talking. Literally the minute we stopped talking. And like, oh, dude, it's just the big sweep. Why are you mad about being called a sweeper? My friend's getting accused of beating women, you fucking son of a bitch. Dude, the implication that I would just ignore my friend doing domestic violence is like character assassination. That's like, yeah, that's fucking insane, dude. Of course I'd be pissed about it.
Be on. Big sweep might be on, okay? The big sweep might be on, okay?
On top of that, Chud has to know that I was live while the allegations were dropping, meaning that I was in front of an audience doing a show. It is impossible that I was dual-wielding a live Kiwi Farms thread to know anything about this when at the end of my stream, I announced the podcast was on hiatus because we had an episode dropping the next day. But he tries to use that to implicate Tom as guilty.
I am not participating in the big sweep, okay? But there is literally nothing wrong with speaking about this and talking about this. This is completely legitimate. And
so right here, he brings up another interesting point.
Nicholas DeOrio on Twitter. Nick just responded. Oh, just to be clear, I've seen literally...
Is there anybody on planet Earth who wouldn't feel backstabbed by this?
Nothing of what's occurred tonight, but my understanding is that Half Baked is on hiatus for a little while. So we'll see in the next couple of days where that goes. Okay, and then there's a clip there. Nick DeOrio states that Half Baked, his podcast with Tom and Lord Vega, is going on hiatus for a while. Video clip in DMs. Here's the thing with this, okay? Anyone that wants to claim that this is a nothing burger, okay? Why the fuck is the podcast going on hiatus, dude?
So my friend Tom is guilty because the guy who was live when the allegations dropped wasn't comfortable with releasing a video until he knew it was happening.
So
this is like not fucking...
To be fair, I think what Chud's talking about there, he's responding to fucking Alex Gekmo. I'm like 90% sure. Because Alex put out some tweet where he's like, this is a nothing burger. And the reason why he said that is because there was no evidence that Tom had like raped or anything or whatever the fuck, right? It just seemed like crusty sexual stuff, right? So Alex came out with a take where he's like, this seems like a nothing burger. And Chud's mocking that idea as being crazy. And he's using that Half-Baked got fucking suspended as evidence that it's something serious, that it's not a nothing burger and stuff like that, right? I think that's what Chud is saying here.
The allegations dropped, wasn't comfortable with releasing...
That got attributed to me and I never said that. I'm pretty sure you said it was nothing burger though, right? Somebody used that exact wording and it triggered the fuck out of Chud. And by the way, I still stand. Listen, I didn't feel snaked or fucked over when Chud fucking did the great sweep is on or something, right? But he was totally fucking Jewish for that, and I stand by that, right? Obviously, it wasn't that big of a fucking deal. I still like Chud. We had a debate about it. It was funny. We engaged in the bands, blah, 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 blah. But he was totally fucking Jewish for that, and I totally understand why somebody would be pissed at that, right? I don't take this shit that seriously, but I get why. If you're Nick or if you're somebody else at that specific moment, you'd be like, seriously, dude, fuck you. You know, like I do stand by that. Obviously not my reaction, but it was completely Jewish to just immediately pop out because he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's fucking doing. I'm sorry.
A video until he knew it was happening. This is like not fucking rocket science here. So he's trying to say that because I put the podcast on hiatus, don't reach out and ask about it for something this serious, by the way. Fuck that shit. Let's just shoot from the hip.
That makes zero fucking sense, bro. That makes zero sense. Okay? If this is nothing to worry about, nothing to be concerned about, okay? Why is the
He's twisting my statement to say my friend is guilty.
Podcast going on hiatus, okay? Now listen, I will be fair. I know what people...
I don't know if that's the point. I don't know if he was... I don't remember Chud's footage being this is like Tom is guilty. I don't remember that being his take. In fact, when I watched Chud's coverage, I was surprised at how controversial it was. He wasn't saying Tom raped, Tom's a pedo. I don't remember him saying that. And I don't think he's using Half-Baked as evidence that Tom was guilty. I think what he's saying is that obviously this is a serious situation. It's not a nothing burger because Half-Baked is down. I'm pretty sure that's what he's saying.
People in chat are thinking and are gonna say,
oh, he's fair, guys. He's fair.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he's responding to a different point than the point Nick thinks that he's talking about here. But I could be wrong on that. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure.
Concern, ladies and gentlemen, is the big sweep might be on. Okay,
the big sweep is you smearing shit all over the fucking place.
The big sweep might be on. Okay, I am not participating in the big sweep. Okay, this is a totally...
Now, let's dial it back here, because eagle-eyed viewers would point out that when the time came, ChudLogic did say that Nick DeOrio did stream this. So what you're missing here is that this whole conversation was actually a shot at a Cheeto. Now, I know he mentions Hassan Piker, and I know he mentions iDubbbz or whatever, but this was actually an interesting argument that was being levied toward sensitive society. Except there's one issue with that.
I do not believe that people have got an obligation to cover anything. People can cover what they want, okay? But my question would be, what would the coverage be like if this was about iDubbbz? If it was revealed that iDubbbz, that Anissa was into age play and shit like that, what would the coverage be? And I think the answer to that tells you everything that you need to know, doesn't it?
So catch that last part. That tells you everything you need to know. That tells you everything you need to know. And then here, there's 20 videos from Daily Slop channels. But listen to him here. Listen to the rest of what he says in the actual stream where this take was originated from.
The answer to that tells you everything that you need to know, doesn't it? But nonetheless, I'm not making any firm claims. I don't know what's going to happen. I can't predict the future. I can't predict the future, guys, okay? But to me, you can look at who decides to talk about this and who doesn't, and that'll give you an indication of what the deal is.
Now, people were like, Nick is speculatory. This was obviously a shot at sensitive... Then here he is in plain English telling it's about me. It's about me. It was about me. He literally told me in plain English. Do you think I lie to you? Do you think I make shit up?
Wait, what is he saying?
My comment...
Hold on. I gotta pay attention to this part. I was responding to your claim of, and I'm paraphrasing, why would they put the podcast on hold if it was nothing? Chud says, I'm getting a bunch of commentary drillians coming in saying nothing big or no big deal. So I'm saying it's no big deal why the podcast is on hold. Or if it's no big deal, why is the podcast on hold? Excuse me. Now it's a precaution so you can assess which is reasonable. So I can agree it's aggressive to put it in the way that I did. Basically, not everything I say is about you but I will say I was expecting you to not cover this at all, to be totally upfront. Nick says, was there something wrong with my statement I put out before I went to sleep? Chud says, so my comment about who will cover this and who won't is a jab at you to be transparent. Okay.
But to me, you can look at who decides to talk about this and who doesn't, and that'll give you an indication of what the deal is.
Now, people were like, Nick is speculatory. This was obviously a shot at sensitive. Then here he is in plain English telling it's about me. It's about me. It was about me. He literally told me in plain English. Do you think I lie to you? Do you think I make shit up? So my comment about who will cover this and who won't is a jab at you to be transparent. It's fucking. He told me. He told me it was about me. You think I fucking made this up? Bro, I had endless charitability for this guy. I waited so fucking long to expose this guy. Bro, do you know how much I have put up with this fucking guy? I don't want to leak the DMs. My word is my... No, you don't want to leak the DMs because you look like an asshole. I'm getting a bunch of commentary droolians coming in saying nothing burger, no big deal. I'm saying if it's no big deal, why is the podcast on hold? Now it's a precaution so you can assess, which is reasonable. So I agree it's aggressive to put it... The damage is done, you dickhead. Of course I'm mad about this. Basically, not everything I say about you is about you, N-word, but I was expecting you not to cover this at all, to be totally upfront. We'll get to this. I'm going to show you the rest of this. Not super relevant, but again... If I don't release it, he will. So let's just go through it. So my comment about who will cover this and who won't is a jab at you, to be transparent. So that's what he said. So just to be clear, then he got the video out on January 15th. So that's the same, is it same day? Yeah, same, like afternoon of the same day. And then he ran to his little Discord server and said he's sick of the big sweep and fired off the, he got his entire army in here. How is it that my video has the most views of this topic? It's fucking insane. Well, I don't know, dude. Maybe it's because your video came out the same day that you streamed about it at 8 o'clock in the morning after the allegations dropped and we're dropping all night long the night before. Maybe that is, I don't know, maybe that has something to do with it. The issue is that ChudLogic might have been correct. He might have been correct, but you can't come out and say the big sweep is on at 8 a.m. the next morning while the allegations were going all night. You've overshot, you've overcommitted to your point, and you look like an asshole. That's the reality of it. But my issue isn't any of that. I don't care if his take is bad. My issue is that he used it to jab a knife into my back. That's why I was upset about it personally. So there's a few other things that I want to go through, but before that, I'm going to be fully transparent with our DMs on Twitter. So yes, this is the one that you've definitely heard about. I was fuming. I went on there, I saw the big sweep is on. I realized, holy shit, this guy and me literally had a falling out yesterday. He's already stabbing me in the back. This is
DMs.
Unbelievable. So I sent him the messages that he showed you. Not everything has to come to some catastrophic breakdown. I know you're used to that. And I said, Jesus, dude, yesterday you were saying shit like this to me today, and now you're thrashing me because my friend got accused of horrific shit. I'm not really sure how I was supposed to navigate this stuff better than I did when I only just found out there were even allegations at the tail end of my live show. And to that, Chud said, I mean, go live and cover it. What? Like you would with anyone, or don't if you feel like you're too close to it. Dude, I think that you avoid stuff that would be negative to cover. Is that unreasonable? I go, wait, hold on. So you're saying that you would blind fire your friend's Kiwi Farms thread at midnight while the allegations are still dropping? Or am I just misunderstanding you? Like, what is the argument here? Or do you mean like, should I go live now? Like, what are we talking about here, bro? And then he goes, I mean, it just feels like I can never be critical of you in any way without getting a message from you. Like you're trying to keep me on my side. Now he's using the current talking points. Then it turns out you do have this issue with me since May, and you haven't said anything to me about it. Chud, I asked to chat with you when it happened, and you never got back to me. And then I kept the line of communication open. Now, eventually Chud does finally tell the truth that this is partially his fault when he says, yeah, I could have been more clear on my end too. I never wanted to have some big crash out falling out with you, and I wanted to try and keep things amicable or neutral because I have no reason to dislike you, and I appreciate what you've done for me. Why did he not release these DMs? Yeah, why did he do it? That's a good point. Yeah, I saw that. That wasn't you, bro. Dude, sometimes you are very sensitive. I know it. Dude, my friend gets accused of beating fucking women, and Chud goes live and insinuates that I'm going to sweep it up and not even cover it, meaning that I'm pro beating women. And he's like, dude, you're really sensitive about this, man. You're really sensitive about defending your rapist friend. That's really fucked up, man. I mean, this guy's like comically retarded. And also, he pretends he has no idea why I'm mad at him in his most recent live stream. I guess he just didn't read this. Also, I'm not saying go live and cover unverified allegations. I get Tom as your friend and it's a tough spot for you. You didn't seem to get that in the stream segment. I think I said on stream it's hard. You also said a lot of other things on stream. But it's like the nature of the beast. Sometimes we are the hammer and sometimes we are the nail. That is a beautiful statement from Chud. Dude,
what is going on here? The nature of the beast. Sometimes we are the hammer, sometimes we are the nail, and even if you don't want to cover it for personal reasons, understandable, that will be viewed negatively.
Sometimes we're just that hammer, and sometimes we're just that nail. And even if you don't want to cover it for personal reasons, understandable, that would be viewed negatively. I go, and then at this point, I just tell him the problem, and he doesn't even tell me that I'm wrong. That's the best part. Everything I just told you for the last 50 minutes or whatever the fuck, I just run him through the talking points. Chud, my issue with you is that you said that you hated how people pit us against each other. Then, you did a segment saying that I am a completely compromised Ethan Klein dicksucker. You reiterated that you do not watch my streams, but asked if I was loyal to Ethan to a fault. And then, you published that segment fanning the flames. When I asked why you would publish a segment if your goal was actually to avoid people pitting us against each other, you said you felt raped for content, and it was unfortunately the only interesting thing that happened that day. I didn't fucking hide this. I said it outright. He just didn't tell you on the stream the other day. He just didn't tell you about this. In the segment, by the way, your vague little shot was open when I'm calling you out, Nick DeOrio. Then you started talking about retarded shit Stardust did. And your audience thought it was about me. Your response to this was, it's not all about you or something. I don't know what issue you think I had with you, but this is why I was put off. I do not think that I am being irrational here. So what ChudLogic does here is what he does every single time I tried to explain to him what the problem was, and he just ignores me and starts crying. So let's hear about it. Okay, bro, I understand that. Let me lay it out. I do have issues with your coverage of certain topics, because obviously people want like a big blowout drama between us.
Let me read this normally. Okay, bro, I understand. Let me try to lay it out. I do have issues with your coverage of certain topics. Obviously, people want some big blowout drama between us, but the feeling I've gotten from you is that you are very resistant to engage with criticism and have blocked a lot of commentary people over it. I, of course, have some latent appreciation for our friendship and how you've helped me over the years, so what do? Some big stream pointing out my issues with your coverage? I have nothing personal with you, but my lack of commentary leaves me to get accused of sweeping. It leaves me feeling like I'm Wait a minute. I have nothing personal with you, but my lack of commentary leaves me to get accused of sweeping. What? Wait a minute, Chud. Hold on. I thought I was a pussy because or insecure, whatever the fuck you said about me, because I responded to him calling me out for sweeping. He's like, I get called a sweeper all the time and I don't care, mate. Hold on, dude. What the fuck is that all about? Anyway. It leaves me feeling like I'm biting my tongue. Sometimes I have a crash out and talk some shit and do fan the flames of shitters wanting us to fight. I get that that's bothersome for you. You message me behind the scenes and we don't really resolve anything. Well, I mean, that's just a failure on both of their parts, right? Feels like there are further tensions and pressure for me to have this conflict with you, which I resist and try and continue to do my own thing outside of the AHG slop cycle, which has taken over the commentary space. Alongside that, see the rest of the DM. Alongside that, I have my own shit outside of streaming I'm dealing with. Some issues with my channel that I'm trying to navigate. Honestly, feels like a lot of communication between us is keeping up appearances. Obviously, things have changed, and sometimes it feels like you were just wanting to see if I'm planning on turning on you or shitting on you. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe you're not cut out for this, man. So we keep going.
Wait, what does Nick say?
Ickers. Maybe the entire
Hold on.
Is a complete chat slave who's terrified of probably.
Okay, hold on.
Alongside that, honestly, it feels like you're just wanting to see if I'm planning on turning on you. No, you did. You did turn on me. That's what you did turn on me. So, Mister, you're so.
This would have landed a lot harder had Chud not already owned up to being a bitch in the DMs.
I mean, I guess. This is so gay, dude. I'm trying to think of something profound to say here.
So sensitive. Mr. It's just banter is a complete chat slave who's terrified of probably Queeman. If I had to guess, probably Queeman. Probably Parry. Maybe even Dickers.
Listen, I am terrified of Dickers, and there's nothing wrong with saying that, all right?
Maybe the entire roster of people he was talking about who he's still friends with. He's probably scared of you too. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you're not cut out for this, man. So we keep going. Sorry, I read really fast. I'm already through all of that. I don't think I'm ignoring you by typing fast, but I literally just wish you answered any of my messages and we could play a game of Fortnite and talk about it. I don't want to like go on stream and talk about my friends. This is the last time I'm doing this. I don't care what you say about me from here on through. But I literally just wrote, I was like, hey man, why didn't we just talk on Fortnite? Why didn't we just have a nice chat when we hang out together? Like back in the good old days. And he goes, It leaves me in this place where we're not really friends like we used to be. You're spinning off into the Ethan orbit, and I can't really call it out without having a massive falling out with you.
And you know what else is massive?
Oh yeah, so then I say...
Classic Nick DeOrio stream moment here. Okay, well, Nick's saying, let's hash out a call right now. And then Chud doesn't answer that. He's just reiterating the problems that they have. But Nick's offering, so why isn't Chud just saying, fuck you, I don't want to talk to you? If he doesn't want to talk. Why is he just reiterating his problems? Nick is acknowledging the problems. Well, he's not acknowledging the problems. He's just saying, like, let's talk about it. Why isn't Chud just saying, fuck you, I don't want to talk to you?
Hey, Chud, we literally had a phone call shortly before the interaction, and I didn't get weird vibes at all. We were chatting about EHD and shit and going through talking points. Did I miss something? Yeah, that was months ago, man. I go, no, my point was it was right before the stream thing. I said I was so caught off guard by you saying that I was loyal to Ethan to a fault because we had spoken about this topic, and I didn't realize you thought that I was a principleless sellout. It completely caught me off guard, which I think most people would be a bit perturbed at the concept of their friend thinking that they've lost all.
He said earlier that private convos never resolve anything, but he's having a private convo right now, just in text. If he doesn't want to talk to Nick privately, why is he not just saying, fuck you, get out of my DMs?
All morals, all morality. Up ahead, I interpreted at the time as you being upset that EHD was a content black hole where no other stories were getting attention, and you were holding me almost personally responsible. To be fair, I checked it was 5.4, stream thing was 5.28. There was some time in between, I just didn't realize relations broke down that much in that time frame. Then he goes, dude, what's happening? Fake Discord messages. This is the only thing that I'm gonna say my bad over. And when ChudLogic started doing his whole the big sweep is here thing, I was like, bro, this is crazy. We literally had a falling out yesterday. So obviously his little drone started posting it. I said, yeah, I didn't say anything specific in my Discord. I just said we're not cool anymore. I shouldn't have said anything. My bad. I was just blown away when I clicked into your stream to hear about the Tom shit, and you were just unloading on me right after we stopped talking yesterday, and I apologized for that. He goes, okay, I mean,
Do you think this goes down the same way if Chud just argues with Nick in the DMs instead of cowering in fear? All Chud does is dance around the issue and cry. Nick might be sensitive, but Chud had every opportunity to actually say his problem and didn't.
I mean, that is kind of, sort of the impression I'm getting from this conversation. It's possible that if Chud was like, all right, fuck it, let's talk, right? And they have the convo, and the exact same outcome happens. Nick hates him, you know, the convo doesn't solve anything, and they're doing videos and streams on each other, right? It's possible that the same outcome takes place, right? It does seem to be the case that if I'm going to be critical of both parties, Nick is obviously sensitive, and Chud is very, like, indirect with his communication, either because he's a pussy or I don't know what it is, right? But I think you can sort of grant that here if I'm going to be critical of both. He's very indirect or kind of, I don't want to say like snaky or anything like that, but like it does seem like I'm just getting frustrated reading this conversation because I'm like, why are these fucking retards? Why do they not know how to talk? Dude, when I have an issue with my friends, I'm direct. And I never have an issue with people because I just don't care about anything. But when things do really get bad between me and my friends, I'm talking about like my IRL friends or whatever the fuck, right? I will tell them straight up, I don't like this thing that you're doing. Fuck you. That's like literally, like that is just how I talk, dude. And I don't know why they're not talking like that.
Haha, I was taking some shots though. Yeah, it's
like that's literally all I'll say. I'll just like one sentence. I'll be like, you are doing this thing I fucking hate. And here's why I hate it. Explain why you do this. End of comment. Like it's literally just that direct. It's like, dude.
I'd call it. Like, I have to respond to what I see in front of me. The board thrust was, why is the podcast on hold if it's no big deal? I mean, you could use common sense. I think that you have access to that ability. That is an ability that you, I believe, do have. Yeah, Chud, I was live. I thought it was insane. I don't have time to even read the thread. I was being precautionary. He goes, oh, I'm not saying go live and put him on blast immediately, which is kind of what it sounds like, considering the timeline for this is the next day. So when would you have wanted me to do that? At 8 a.m.? I mean, the claims aren't well evidenced anyway so far. I go, no, I mean, I was already live at the time. He goes, be real, dude. You know that he won't get holed over the coals for this, like it was iDubbbz or Hassan. I go, to answer your question, no, I did not know anything. I didn't even know what he was
This is such a cancerous fucking conversation to have in text. It's so easy. I mean, you can still talk over each other in call too, but it's it's easier to be more direct. Like, this is just, they're just talking to themselves.
So until I ended stream, I want to
That's what this convo feels like. It's like anytime that they talk, it feels like they're talking to each other. Or sorry, they're talking to themselves, but next to each other.
Rant on the stream about going in on unverified claims with Hassan and the furry thing. So yeah, I wanted to put out the podcast on hold in case Tom turned out to be a sexual predator. We had an episode ready to drop today. Okay, man, we're getting lost in translation here. So I whipped that back. And I said, I was responding to your claim, and I'm paraphrasing of, why would they put the podcast on hold if it was nothing? So then Chud starts complaining, saying, I'm getting a bunch of commentary droolians coming in saying nothing burger, no big deal. So I'm saying, it's no big deal. Why is the podcast on hold? Now it's a precaution, so you could assess, which is reasonable. So I agree it's aggressive to put it in the way that I did. Basically, not everything I say is about you, N-word. But I will say I was expecting you not to cover this at all, to be totally upfront. And then he said, so my comment about who will cover this and who won't is a jab at you, to be transparent. So I sent him my initial statement and I go, did this get leaked? I think I missed a message, but it wasn't super relevant, but I want to make sure it's here. No, not necessarily, but be real with me, dude. We're dealing with a different approach to this versus iDubbbz and Hassan. That being said, I know you criticized Willie Mac Show for spreading unverified shit. Moving forward, no, not necessarily, but be real with me, dude. We're dealing with a different approach to how iDubbbz or Hassan would be handled. That being said, I know you've criticized Willie Mac Show for spreading unverified shit. My take is, if it's a nothing burger, I won't cover it. If he's done something, I will. But I want to wait because I think I'm too biased to cover it when it's breaking news. And then he goes, okay, but, and this is not unreasonable, he is getting a lighter touch because he's your friend. I thought this was obvious. I thought for anybody, this would be obvious. Yes, it is more difficult to be critical of severe allegations against somebody that you've hung out with that's like been your friend for 7 years. Yeah, like, of course that's the case. That's literally why I opened my segment telling you that was the case when I eventually did my stream. Then he says, I'm not trying to catch you out here, just trying to be real. I wrote that directly. I am compromised because he is my friend. I am fully ready to condemn him if he is guilty, but I do not trust myself to be able to fully separate from this. I think that a segment where things are unverified will be a lot of embarrassing coping because I'm subconsciously looking for excuses. This is what I told you when I covered it.
Dude, we all know my stream was embarrassing coping. Oh my god, dude. Honestly, I would have been better off. Well, actually, I did win, but I probably would have been better off never covering the Tom stuff anyway, because I covered it, and worst fucking mistake of my life, dude.
So I think it would be easier to navigate once all of the allegations are made because they were spoon feeding it and drip feeding it, and not as breaking news as things are being drip fed. I do not think there is any—
I don't even understand why your stream is controversial. I don't know, dude. I am openly, I will admit it, I am audience captured. So even though I don't think I did anything wrong, because everybody in the chat who wasn't even my regular chatters told me that I fucked up, I'm just forced to believe that and beat myself up over it.
Any shame in admitting publicly and privately that it's going to be hard for me to navigate when one of my close friends gets accused of heinous shit. I do not think this is controversial. If ChudLogic does, it explains why he has no friends. That's the reality of the situation. Maybe to delusional 40-year-old retards, this is a foreign concept, but for people who actually do have friends, I think that most of them would understand my position. I mean, I'm in a different boat because none of you N-word— I'm in a different boat because you guys don't even like me anymore. Although it's different between us. I was more than fair. I have no issue with you covering it. I was actually looking to watch your coverage today to see some of it for the first time. But obviously, yeah, it's hard to navigate. I clicked in during the Great Sweep. I was going to you for unbiased coverage. Haha, bro, I'm being real as fuck right now. That's not just about you. None of the Cabal will cover this. This is fucking hilarious. I am the Cabal!
This is just cope. This is just complete cope from fucking Chud, bro. Why isn't he gonna say what is really on his mind when he was calling us out as sweepers? His argument that he was really thinking, and this is just my opinion, but he was going off of the idea that because we never covered the Kai, Liam, fucking Tom, fucking triangle autism or whatever the fuck, because we all didn't cover that and we banned it from our fucking chats, we're gonna do the same thing with the new allegations, right? That's why he made that fucking argument. Obviously. It's so obvious to me. Now, I'm not saying he wasn't also later on calling out other daily slop channels. I will grant him that. At least in some of his tweets, it seems like that's more what he was talking about. There's actually evidence for that. But initially, it was obviously because the Kai Liam thing was swept, so therefore they're going to sweep this too. That's what he was fucking saying, dude. That's obviously what he fucking meant. So anytime he's gonna sit here and be like, well, that wasn't really what I was saying, or I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it, dude. Come on.
When you're talking about the Cabal, motherfucker, you're talking about me. There's nobody else, which he agrees with. So when you...
To be fair to him, you didn't say that to him either. In our debate, didn't I bring that up in our debate? I brought that up somewhere. Or maybe, no, I might have brought it up on JStock. I don't know.
Say the Cabal, ChudLogic, are you talking about sensitive society? Are you talking about a Cheeto? Are you talking about think before you sleep? You're talking about fucking me? Fuck you, man. I would not be friends with this guy if he
Any thoughts on Josh Moon's Cope response to the TT debunk? He said you had insider knowledge.
I think I saw like a clip that fucking Leia something tweeted out or something, right? I might look at that, but I don't know. I think what was his take was that Tom had a professional PR team, which is not true, but I don't even know why that would be bad if that was true. And then he said that I had Duper's Delight and I was being a smug asshole because deep down I knew from the very beginning what the truth was, but I was lying to my audience, I think was his argument, which I didn't. I don't know where he's getting that from. I literally, from the time that I did my Tom coverage stream, all the information I was reviewing could have been legit at the time. I was like, damn, I just hope my fucking friend didn't actually fucking rape these people or do whatever the fuck he's being accused of, right? Josh Moon thinks that I knew the whole time. That's not true. That's not true. But yeah, I might look at the clip later.
Fucking begged to get down on his knees and suck my cock after this. Fuck this guy, bro. I didn't do a segment on the Aiden thing, even though it would have been an easy dunk. I do plan on covering this, though. I just want to cover it when things are all out in the open. Dude, you unfollowed me? Yeah, I was pissed. Then refollowed? Bro, I was fucking mad. Dude, the issue here is the underlying tension, some of which isn't even about you. I love the vague, like, listen, dude, clearly I have tons of problems with you, but I hate other people too. Yeah. People see things like that aren't like what they were. I'm estranged. People want resolution to this tension. They don't want BTS combos. They want blood. I hope you understand that when you only say my name and then you
hold on. I'm skipping all of this. I got sidetracked. What is going on here? Let me see here. At this point, is the rest of this video just showing DMs? I might as well just read this shit myself. Right? Okay. Fuck me. What is this? Yeah, I mean, I'm in a different boat because none of you ends like me anymore. Although it's different between us. Hey, I still like Chud. But I was more than fair. I have no issues with you covering it. I was actually looking for unbiased coverage. Okay, there's none of the Cabal will cover this. I am the Cabal. Although, to be fair, there is no Cabal anymore. Yes, exactly. So he just immediately copes. Nick says, I didn't do a segment on the Aiden thing, even though that would have been an easy dunk. Nick and Aiden have such a weird fucking relationship, by the way. Can we just talk about that for a second? Dude, every fucking month, they're like mortal enemies, and then they're like best friends. And this isn't even a new thing. This has been going on for fucking years. What is going on there? Anyway. Dude, did you just unfollow? Okay, so... oh, no, dude. Okay, so Nick says, I do plan on covering this, though. I just want to cover it right when things are out in the open. Chud says, dude, did you just unfollow me? Nick says, yeah, I was pissed. Then refollow, haha. Bro, I was fucking mad. Chud says, dude, the issue here is that there is an underlying tension, some of which is... Then fucking call. Why are they just not fucking calling, bro? He obviously wants to be friends with Nick. He obviously is willing to engage in a private conversation. So why are they fucking doing that, dude? At this point in the fucking timeline, they wanted to fucking like each other. Even in the fucking Tea Party chat, they were fucking chatting it after the vicious debate happened, right? They were chatting it up, dude. They wanted to fucking be friends. They probably still want to be friends, to be honest. Well, maybe not Nick. Actually, no. Fuck that. If Nick's willing to just mend the bridge with Aiden, all of a sudden, 100% these guys would fucking make out and fuck each other in the ass. Tomorrow, if they wanted to. They obviously do. This is so gay. This is actually so fucking gay, dude. Chud says, dude, the issue here is that this is there's underlying tension. Even the way that they talk about it is, there's all this tension. There's this underlying tension, some of which isn't even about you. People see that things aren't like what they were. I'm estranged, bro. So people want to see a resolution to that tension. They don't want behind the scenes combos. They want blood. Okay, so now he's saying, come on my show. Nick says, I hope you understand that when you say my name or make a comment Ethan Klein to your audience, it's about me. Chud says, yes, that's 100% about you. Dude, I make jabs about other critters all the time. I was talking about J-Stock having Destiny's sloppy seconds when he is in chat. Damn. J-Stock catching insane strays here. Nick says, you keep saying it's about these people, even with the Stardust thing earlier. You didn't say her name. You said mine, so I thought that I made a retarded take. I think sometimes you think you're doing me a favor, and it makes the situation worse. Okay. I don't know, dude. We're going in circles here. I think we already touched on significant issues. Chud says, the only way this will be resolved is by a convo in the public. I don't know any other way, but I will be wanting to use lethal force, and you will have to defend yourself.
Aiden claimed Tomeek and Nick were shit-talking Chud way back at TwitCon or something. Can you confirm?
I don't go to VidCon. I don't fucking know, dude. Let's see here. Okay, so Chud is laying it out on the table. He's like, fuck it. Conversation, but it has to be public. So then Nick says, you think the best course of action is litigating our DMs on a stream and scream at each other? Tell you what, if you have a huge issue with my coverage on Tom when the time comes, I might humor that, but I won't be subjecting myself to a gay debate on the friendship allegations, which is ironic because that's what this situation happened. That's what happened anyway. Except they're not in call. It is a gay public drama about their friendship allegations, minus the call part. Damn. The irony is crazy. Okay. Chud says, so I'm saying that it's no big deal. Why is the podcast on hold? Now it's a precaution so you can assess. Okay, hold on. That's the thing that we talked about earlier. No, dude, about it all. About EHD, the Clubhouse, the Cabal, Tom, Willie Mac, Tommy C, the whole lot. Rape mode is on. Okay, now you're memeing. Haha, I am somewhat. Nick says, okay, so Chud's saying, no, we're not going to talk about Turkey Tom. We're going to talk about all of the fucking autism, dude. What the fuck? Oh. Okay, anyway. So Nick says, okay, now I think you're memeing. Haha, I am somewhat. Nick says, sorry I didn't pick that up sooner. Been a crazy 12 hours. Chud says, but I just don't know how else we resolve the contradictions here. Nick says, I was under the impression yesterday you had no interest in resolving this. Chud says, well, yeah, because I don't want a big fight with you. I do appreciate our friendship and what you've done for me. So now we loop, but I make a jab and give a take, and that's an issue. I don't talk about you, and I get pressed for sweeping.
I was under the impression yesterday, or in this conversation, well, yeah, because I don't want a big always did, but you're also not mad about the sub loss, but you also are terrified to fight with me or something. Yeah, this is really embarrassing. I do appreciate our friendship and what you've done for me, but I make a jab, give a take, and that's the issue. I don't talk about you, and I get pressed for sweeping. So this is another moment where ChudLogic is admitting he's a cowardly pussy who's strong-armed by his audience, and he's terrified of being called a sweeper while constantly calling people sweepers. I mean, dude, if you're in my shoes, I don't care if you hate me or like me or what you thought about me before the stream, but would you not be spinning? Is this not fucking crazy? Why does he keep saying he's terrified of his chat calling him sweepers and then keep calling everybody sweepers?
I'm gonna be honest, dude. That's just facts from Nick right here. That's just fucking facts. It actually is making me see the bit, right? Because Chud was constantly telling me in my debate, you guys are insecure about sweeping. You guys are so fucking pissed about this. This makes you so mad. Who cares? I get called sweeper. This is now twice in this fucking conversation. He's complaining about it. Like, what the fuck?
Reason why the Destiny sweeper thing was so malicious is because there's an entire Kiwi farm.
And the thing is, I even called it in our debate when he was like, I get called a sweeper all the time and I don't care. I literally said in the debate, I was like, really? I didn't believe him. I didn't believe him when he said that. It's like, bro, admit it. It bothers you too.
after
Because it's
every
a fucking bullshit allegation in the first place. It's fine.
single person who's sweeped for destiny if you give them that label, because if you swept for destiny, you're ontologically evil and you get applied to like rape defender, nude exchange, all that, like everything that destiny's ever been accused of. You're just totally down with it. If they brand you a destiny sweeper, you're ontologically evil. But in
And
this
look,
case,
the real answer is we're all gay for caring about being called sweepers, right? Chud's the only one who's like, I don't care. We're all gay. Me, I'm gay. Nick's gay. Chud, sorry, bro. You're gay too, dude. Just admit it, dude. It's okay.
case, it's just like, you don't even want to be called a sweeper for not talking about Ethan Klein. That's like actually pathetic. So then I just explained to him my final thoughts. Dude, the issue is the jab and the take is that I'm totally unprincipled and a dick sucker organizing a mass sweep for my accused friend to shut down people like you. I feel like you realize why I would take offense to that characterization. I'm like comically malicious in your interpretation. It's not like I've ever reached out to you over it's not like I've reached out to you over every minor comment, which he didn't push back on, but told everybody was the case anyway. I was confused when you say that I'm a horrible person, because that's what a unprincipled fraud would be, is a horrible person. I didn't know that my friend thought that I was a total, complete dick-sucking sellout. So I was a bit shocked to have that information shared with me. Regardless, I'm sympathetic to you getting it from both sides here as well. I don't really care. In the future, say whatever you want. Now,
I gotta be honest. Chud could say like crazy shit about me. I'm not gonna be surprised. Nick's saying, I'm surprised that my friend thinks that I'm some dick-sucking sellout or whatever, right? I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised if Chud said that about me, because I understand Chud's energy. I know that he talks crazy shit like that, right? Now, I would be shocked if Nick said that about me, because I know Nick's energy. If Nick's gonna say shit like that about it, that means he really hates you, right? If Chud says shit like that, you know, it might be annoying, it might be cuntish for him to do that, but like, I would know at the end of the day, that's what Chud really means by that, and it's not that fucking serious, right? So it's like, when Nick's like, I'm surprised that my friend thinks that I'm some dick-sucking sellout or whatever, right? I don't think Chud is really coming at it from that serious of a fucking angle. Like, I think Nick probably has, like, the equal interpretation for everyone. Whereas with me, it's like, I have, like, an adaptive view of people just based on how I notice the things that they say.
Now, there's a couple more things that I do want to address before I'm done tonight. This is a clip that he just lied about.
And I just stopped responding to him.
He just lied here. Let me show you this one.
And then I made some comments about him to Pisco. Do you remember that? I made some comments to Pisco about how much Nick blocks people, and that I felt...
So now he's leaning into his audience's talking points here as if I give a fuck about being called out for blocking. I've been doing this for like 7 years. It's my position. Deal with it. Subscribe. Don't get the fuck out. I don't really care. But he's trying to lean into the whole blocking angle.
Stranged. And guess what I got when that started getting shared on social media?
You got actually nothing, because you're retarded and leaked the DMs where I told you what I was mad about. If you actually correlate this clip and what he's saying right here, I'm talking about how you said that you don't like us anymore. And I'm surprised that you'd say something like that because you ghosted me since September. So he fabricated this entire angle that I'm mad about some Pisco conversation. Unfortunately for Pisco, he's kind of just like...
Wait, what is this? What am I fucking reading here? Nick lied about what? How do I find this comment? How does the fuck does kick chat work? I can't click on the fucking thing. Okay, I'm trying to read chat, but it's like moving too fast.
Like a casualty of this conversation, because I have no issue with him. The issue with the clip that I had is this one.
I'm told that Queeman comes from your community. That's what people tell me.
He does, but I've had to cast him out because, you know, he's unfortunately been...
I like Queeman and all. Why does he get this much attention from people? Why are people constantly... I've been asking this question for years now, right? For years, I hear Queeman's name all the fucking time from everybody. Everybody is talking about this guy, and he's not even that big of a fucking streamer. It's actually crazy, dude. I'm like, why? He's got to have like one of the best marketing campaigns I've ever seen from a fucking smaller streamer. It's actually retarded.
To attack.
Why is this guy? I don't even know who the fuck this guy is. He's like a lawyer or something. Why does he care?
Hassan colleagues of mine. He's a Hassan fan. He's gone after...
He's like, explain to me. Queeman comes from your community, right? Bro. If these words are ever leaving your mouth, why?
all the commentary guys and they don't like me anymore.
So I said
he does, but I've had to
I don't
cast
have-
him out
yeah.
because, you know, he's unfortunately been too attacking of some
Hassan fan?
colleagues of mine. He's a Hassan fan. He's gone after all the commentary guys and they don't like me anymore.
So I said it's kind of weird to say that all the commentary guys don't like you anymore because of Queeman, which this could be multiple people as well. But I wrote back asking, hey, why are you saying that I don't like you anymore, considering you've been ghosting me since September? It's so obvious that this is what I was saying. It's like verbatim, but if you want to look at it here, it's the commentary guys don't like me anymore. So I wrote, you just ghosted me. Like, that's just fucking crazy. That's an insane thing that you did. Also, yeah, this is just the context to those messages too. I said that you haven't answered me since September because he hadn't answered me since September, just for your viewing pleasure. Lastly, there's this clip.
It's not a safe space. Your friends put a bot on my server and put my paid Discord on a public website. Oh my god, dude.
So he's reading this and he's like, Nick DeOrio, the guy from the commentary community, is horrified of screenshots. Bro, do you think that I am embellishing this? Your fucking, maybe not your guy, but I think you might have been even talking about it in your server. Some guy created a bot, put it in my paid server, connected it to a fucking website. This is not a screenshot. It's a live leak of every message that gets posted in my paid server of all my paid members supporting my channel. I don't care if you're screenshotting it, that's like okay, whatever. They are mirroring my entire server. And you know who knew that?
Okay, here's the deal about this whole thing, right? So apparently Nick has like a paywalled fucking server where he goes and talks to his fucking guys. It's like a membership perk or whatever, right? Now, if somebody is making private members-only content and a guy takes that content and re-uploads it for free, obviously he's going to get DMCA'd or called out. People are going to be like, wow, you're an asshole. That's private content, blah, 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 blah. Is the standard different because it's a Discord server and that perk has less value than like standalone content? Because in my opinion, it's like, I feel like it's kind of fucked up to do that, to mirror his fucking content if that's stuff that's going for his paying members. Like, he should want that taken down because the people that are fucking archiving that are scamming the fucking members that pay to be there. But I don't know. What's the difference between archiving like paywalled content versus like a paywalled Discord chat server? Like, what's the difference? Because it feels fucked up to me. I don't know. Anyone can join it with a link. Don't you have to fucking be a member? Don't you have to pay for it? Because, like, I look at it as, like, it feels like they're stealing his paywalled content, right? And, I mean, it's not as serious as, like, regular paywalled content that's, like, videos or streams or whatever, right? But it still is technically paywalled content that you have to pay for. Big whoop. Okay, well, that's a different take, though. Like, I don't know. You're paying for the ability to chat. Mirroring doesn't devalue that. Well, the other take is that people are going to screenshot what goes on in there anyway. So having like a live active feed of it doesn't really change much because it's just going to make it easier for the inevitable screenshots to even be fucking hosted in the first place. I don't know. It's not content, somebody said. Well, it's not content, but it's like a perk. It's like a part of like you're paying to be there. It's like something that you have to. It sounds stupid because it's a fucking Discord server, but to some extent you are a paying customer to be there. And if that's being given out for free, then you're fucking over all of his paying customers, right? So he's not allowed to want that taken down or to actively take it down. What's the standard here? Because I don't know. I'm not a paying customer and I'm in there? How? Oh, so you just pay one time to get in there? I don't know how it works. I'm not in the fucking server, dude. I don't know.
Well, Chud here.
Anyone with the link can get in. So does he not ban people that are in there for free?
He's reading a message where I verbatim say it. Now, this was inevitably taken down. Woo. Awesome. I think Aiden spread like a rumor that I was trying to sue the guy who did it. I don't know if this is like a fucking retarded position or what. I don't own Discord. I can't sue you for putting my members server on a website. That's stupid. I just wanted it down because that's kind of crazy. And it's like, are we going to start like individually parsing the guys who give me money next? Is that the next thing that we're going to do? Because you guys hate me that much? Is that the plan? Like, what's going on here? So I was like, yeah, dude. Oh, you're in a safe space on Discord. I'm not in a fucking safe space, motherfucker. Dude, your fucking fans are doing this shit.
Stop stealing his Discord screenshots now. Stop stealing his Discord screenshots.
He's got it in front of him and he just...
Nick said he doesn't care if you screenshot the Discord. He just hated the fact that someone made a bot that is actively logging it.
Like, what was his argument? Is it because he doesn't want people harassing his paying members? Or is he just creeped out by it in general? And does he just find it, like, creepy and weird? Like, what? I don't know.
Lies to you. He just lies to your face straight away. So that's DeOrio Rodeo. And then this is the last thing. Unfortunately, this is the only thing that I can't prove to you definitively because it's entirely fabricated. It just didn't happen. But I will preface something. This is what I'm going to say about this allegation.
This one, after having been subjected to some deranged fucking attack against my credibility whilst I'm on holiday, and I'm the spineless one apparently. What the fuck? How about addressing the questions people are asking instead of just calling them retarded? What do you mean I'm addressing the questions, dude?
I'm sorry, I was trying to pull up the clip that I wanted, but I got more of him yelling at his chat. I'm sorry, dude, I'm sorry. I actually didn't mean to do this. The fucking restart fucked me up. I didn't mean to put more of this.
That's wonderful. Thank you for the super chat, thank you.
Dude, he's got to stop being so sensitive, man.
Didn't you also signal boost the Assange crew's cancel culture allegation?
Okay, this is clearly not what I wanted. Hold on, let me just get it quick. I know where to find it.
Oh yeah, people are saying he watches every stream. I saw people saying that. I'm sorry, but that's like such a Jewish talking point. Obviously, the reason why the bar is red on every stream is because he was looking for clips for this fucking stream that he's doing right now. Like, if you click on a stream, you can watch like 2 seconds of it, and the whole bar is red. So,
if we can grab it. What the fuck? What the fuck?
That's code. That's literally how it works.
What happened? Why are we full screen? Bro, I'm a professional streamer, I promise you. This stream went so well up until the very last second. For non-scripted, this is actually fucking banger memes by Nick DeOrio.
I'm the spineless one.
Actually, does it count if it's scripted? If
I literally clicked on a fucking 8-hour video today. Immediately clicked off. I refreshed my homepage and the whole bar was red. It literally happened to me fucking today. What are you guys talking about?
No, and then every stream would be scripted. This is the way I do every stream. So this is how you know I'm live, by the way. Hello to Jinro777 with the cat emoji. I appreciate you if you hate me or don't. So the one that I'm looking for here is planned. Planned. Well, that would be plabbed. Planned. Sorry, the microphone's over the keyboard. So I'm looking for the one where he says planned. Oh, yeah, this is it. This is the.
But it probably was planned. It probably was planned.
What Chud's referring to here is he thinks that my friend Turkey Tom, whose multi-million-dollar channel and career was on the line, where he would get branded as like a fucking sex offender for the rest of his life, that he delayed his video intentionally to spite Chud on vacation as like a gift to me.
I keep falling for the we can't prove it, but it's really funny to say.
Or maybe he's just horrified of the 14K viewers Chud's gonna get. Let me just ease your tensions on this one. I'm not trying to get out of it. I'm not trying to hide anything. It's just
this is the bad faith that Nick calls you guys out for. This is why he's right, dude. You guys are bad faith. I love calling people bad faith.
What happened? Unfortunately, it would be really funny if it was true. Because that would mean that ChudLogic went on vacation for 2 weeks, which is identical to the amount of time that I couldn't respond to ChudLogic without fucking over my friendship with Turkey Tom, because Turkey Tom still had to respond to his allegations. So it is very funny, and it is very funny that it happened while Chud was on vacation, and I wish I thought of it, but I didn't. So that's my position on that. You can believe it or not believe it, but ultimately, if it was true, I'd be okay with it. It just didn't happen that way. Turkey Tom was getting accused of a various amount of things. You can go read the Kiwi Farms thread. Sacramento just kept going all weekend long. That is likely the reason why the video didn't get released on the planned whatever day it was actually going to come out. Because when you keep drip feeding things, you don't know if you're gonna have to make 3 videos or 1 video. The intention is to make 1 definitive video, and I think any reasonable person would come to that conclusion, but ChudLogic is not a reasonable person.
It was planned.
He's almost as unhinged as YMS. No, dude, ChudLogic goes to this fucking, he goes to this fucking Vietnamese brothel, okay, every single year. His fans know that he goes to this trans Vietnamese brothel every single year, dude. And fucking stupid Rob's Media has come out. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's a joke. I'm making a YMS joke.
Planned. You sound mad.
It's fucking YMS's stupid movie convention. Sorry. Right, dude. Current Nick just jumped over fucking retro 2022 Nick DeOrio. My bad. Current Nick just jumped out at me. Sorry.
I think it's just frustrating, really. It's just frustrating to witness such cowardice.
So yeah, this is it. ChudLogic leaked a DM that had no context because his chat bullied him into it, and then I had to provide the rest of the content that I was perfectly fine with kind of just letting go until he decided to shank me in the back minutes after. I think this is just really shitty. Yeah, I think it's really shitty. Oh, dude, why is this different than all of the other? I was reading through the Reddit post and people were like, dude, Chud does this to Nick all the time. Why is this one different?
Why is Augie looking down? The reason why I was looking down is because I have Duper's Delight. In reality, I know Nick has crazy fucking shit. He has like footage of the things that Chud was really doing in Thailand. And I know Nick is going to be coming out with a third stream where he really lays it all out. He shows the videos of Chud. I mean, he's got crazy fucking shit from that trip. He had a private investigator following Chud around during Thailand. And I'm pretending to play partial here and collect both sides of the story. But in reality, I know that, dude, Nick's stream next week is going to put Chud in fucking prison, bro. It's going to be bad.
It's like, yeah, because you think I'm an unprincipled sex offender sweeper. Sure, that's like a ontologically evil position to be in. So ultimately, what does this mean? What does this mean for the channel? After this, we're going back to covering trending news coverage. This community is fucking gonzo. No remorse. Same thing I said during the Salvo Edwin stuff. I'm never talking to ChudLogic again. I think warranted. I think that's a warranted position that I'm having. And yeah, that's probably the last time I will ever address this. The first and last time.
Damn.
It's nice. It's wrapped in a bow. And you'll see the segment tomorrow. Fuck this guy. Fuck the community that controls this guy. Fuck his friends. Fuck his family. Fuck the entire Great Britain as a whole. I should have known better than to trust an English YouTuber. I respected this guy immensely. The way that he navigated his Destiny drama to defend DK editing, I thought he was one of the most principled people I've ever interacted with. I was clearly wrong. This guy totally sucks, and this is why I hate ChudLogic. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't even know how many of you are
now
here.
Listen, I will be fair.
What?
I know what people in chat are thinking and are
Do we
going to
have
say.
like a diss track now? What's happening?
Okay, but my concern, ladies and gentlemen, is the big sweep might be on. Okay, the big sweep might be on. Okay, I am not participating in the big sweep. Okay, this is a totally legitimate story to cover and talk about, and that's the end of it, bro. Now, I don't think. Listen, guys. Okay,
dude.
Listen. Okay, I do not believe that people have got an obligation to cover anything. People can cover what they want.
What is about to happen,
okay?
bro?
But my question would be, what would the coverage be like if this was about iDubbbz? If it was revealed that iDubbbz, that Anissa was into age play and shit like that, what would the coverage be? And I think
sewing and not suing.
I think the answer to that tells you everything that you need to know, doesn't it? But nonetheless,
what is about to happen, bro?
I thought he was one of the most principled people I've interacted with. What a cell phone.
I'm not making any firm claims. I don't know what's going to happen. I can't predict the future. I can't predict the future, guys.
See,
okay?
people make fun of my homeschool education, but just saying.
But to me, you can look.
When have I ever misspelled a word? Dude, Dickers with the massive 13 viewer raid, dude. Shout out to Dickers. Hail Dickers. We loved it.
Who decides to talk about this and who doesn't?
76 flashbacks in 2026.
Scentman with the $5. Brit suffering on 76 flashbacks. Yep.
And that will give you an indication of what the deal is. Okay? That's going to tell you everything you need to know. Okay. Dude, are we getting to the actual meeting?
Okay, what's about to happen?
Why is everyone freaking out? Relax. Relax. Relax, bro. Relax. Why do people want to see the DMs so much? Why do people want to see the DMs? I don't understand, dude. I'm malicious. What do you mean? How am I being malicious? What do you mean? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? What do you mean? What is malicious here? Me responding to Nicholas, waiting till I go on holiday.
Is this just 4 minutes of just Chud looking gay and coping about Chad?
To say a bunch of crazy shit about me, to make out like I'm an I'm Alex type bigger, and then I'm
Why does he keep saying that? A bigger? What does that mean?
responding to it, or me saying, well, hey, here's a bit of a background of how this came to be. How is that malicious, bro? I am responding. Dude, this idea that I'm some fucking snake, this idea that I'm some fucking
figure. But he says figure.
Snake, when people are waiting till I go on holiday to start talking all this fucking shit about me? Are you fucking serious, dude? Literally, what have I done wrong here? What have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? How am I... Dude, it's insane. It's fucking insane, dude. I'm responding to some deranged attack that this fat loser made about me when I was on holiday and wasn't really in a position to respond. But brother, you fired the first shot. Surely didn't think no one was going to fire back. Okay, that is an utterly retarded Julian comment that totally misses the point. Dude, I don't have a problem with people firing shots back, but I believe in a fair fight, okay? Not in fucking sneakily getting your fucking shit talking out whilst I'm on fucking holiday, bro. What are you on about, dude? What do you make of the allegations, if anything, that this was a bit more than waiting and a planned operation, a la what they did to I'm Alex at TwitchCon? Possibly. I mean, the thing is I never like to think that anything's about me. But it probably was planned. It probably was planned. You sound mad. I think it's just.
I want to distract. I feel like Nick's about to start rapping at me or something. It's gonna be like his classic. Oh my god, dude! It's gonna be like one of his classics. What was that song called? Oh, what the fuck? Does he take it down? What was that one rap song Nick made? Oh, Firing Squad.
It's cunt-like bitches, I can't fill my cup. 15 tweets about me, bitch, how the fuck? You a cross between homeless and a crack addict. Bitch so ugly, her pussy's got web fragments. Meth head on her deathbed, that shit's not okay. How the fuck you gonna sponsor creators and not pay? Jeez. Yo, Ralph in cell. Drummer L, Warski fell. Yo, drummer, I haven't made a video on you, but there's a reason. I post that shit, but nobody would see it. You made a whole video on a Twitter clip, 60 seconds.
Why is everyone saying this is cringe? This is awesome, dude.
You cling to anyone for a
It's a
hint
diss track about Ethan Ralph.
of relevance. 10 years with no progress.
Dude, it's a diss track about Ethan Ralph that he made in 2018. What the fuck?
What are you here for? Keem's dick hit your throat so hard you got lockjaw. Maybe that's cause your content's boring as shit, or maybe it's cause your editing sucks dick. Yo, I know you're hungry for fame, but homie, that's mine. Send the
Okay, that's enough of that.
Really. It's just frustrating to witness such cowardice. Do you know what I mean? And it's frustrating because none of these people will actually fucking talk to you on stream about it either. Why did you let this fat leser rape you via DMs? Because I'm too nice. Because I'm too nice, bro. I'm too nice all the time, dude. I'm too nice, bro. I'm too nice. Some might say I'm too fair. I'm too fair. Dude, it's all.
Do you have any insight into the allegations DeOrio is giving Star Dirt his deep dish Italian hot and spicy? I've heard they're like 2 planets scissoring. That is crazy. I mean, I guess it would explain the sweeping for Stardust. Dude, what do you even... Okay, real talk. If you are going to A-log and shit on Stardust, and I know many people do, what do you say? Like, what does she say is the better question. What does she say? That's what I want to know, dude. She's Indian. The only thing you can say about Stardust, if you want to be mean to her, is you pull out the Jessica Pizzle playbook. Brown and... I disavow that song. Sorry, that's mean.
Almost like the second I'm getting on the...
Brown and dirty. Dude, when Jessica Pizzle called Stardust brown and dirty, that was like a weird moment where just reality collapsed. It's like, why is this fucking libtard bitch just going off?
Plane, right? This sweaty fat fuck is like, oh, time to go live and talk shit about Chud, but he probably won't respond. Pathetic. But yeah, dude, what is this fucking valorization of being a pathetic, bitchy gossip? What the fuck is that about, dude? What the fuck is that about, dude? Oh yeah, it's actually really cool to go around behind someone's back like fucking mean girls and talk shit about them. But dude, what happened to the commentary community, dude? These are supposed to be the people that have difficult conversations, have the confrontations, and they're all sneaking around behind me talking shit because they can't fucking handle me, dude.
Yeah.
There we go. You're being passive. Dude, what more do you want me to say, bro?
No, it's
dude,
chat.
this is the problem
His
with you
chat
fucking
didn't like
Nicholas
it.
DeOrio haters. What more can I say that I haven't fucking said, dude? I've said everything.
His chat didn't think it was enough.
I've said everything there is to say. The guy's a fucking coward loser. And he's fat. Is that what you want? Oh, he's a fatty. He's a fatty. He's a fatty. He's a fatty and he's an FFW. Is that the other thing that you want?
Wait, Nick kept that in?
Listen, ChudLogic, I know that I've absolutely just raped you, but if you want to come on and give me free content, I'll even let you come. Fuck you. I'm never talking to you again, dude. Suck my dick. Good night, guys. Later.
Damn. Well, you know, it's sad to see the boys fighting. Obviously, I'm good pals with my boy DeOrio. But I like Chud. I actually really like Chud. I'm not gonna lie, dude. He's fucking cool. You know, he's fucking cool. And I will continue to interact with Chud and talk to Chud, have some debates or whatever the fuck. I can put up with his nonsense. Nah, Chud's cool. In my ideal world, we'd all be best friends and continue making content together. Obviously, I don't think that's gonna happen. And you know what? That's fucking okay, dude.